Hello and welcome to Trent Bridge Live for day 3 of this LV Insurance County Championship Division 1 fixture between Nottinghamshire and Kent, where Kent will start the day out there in the middle on 102 for 2. That is in reply to Nottinghamshire's 350 all out. Now let's remind you of what happened on a shortened day 2 with the day 2 highlights.
Arshdeep Singh is in and bowling. Oh, this one's flashed away for 4. Over the top of Gully. Arshdeep bowls, clipped away for 4 runs by Moores.
Oh, he's gone. Tom Moores, I'm afraid, has been caught in the gully, so he won't get that century. He's out for 94, and that means Nottinghamshire 301 for 6. Further proof that I'm an idiot as this one's edged to Ben Compton, and Harrison goes, and Joey Everson's got a wicket. Harrison caught.
Jazz Singh now, this time bowling to Hutton. Edged and gone, and Singh takes his 3rd. Jazz Singh.
And Bouillon comes in, and this next delivery, and it's taken in the slips, taken at 2nd slip, and finally Bouillon gets a wicket.
And a catching mid-wicket as Jazz Singh is in and bowling. Oh, hello.
Oh, wow.
Up in the air, should be caught. Underneath it, Arshdeep Singh takes the catch. 4 wickets for Jazz Singh. And Nottinghamshire all out for exactly 350. Hutton bowls, and this one's punched very nicely off the back foot by Albert. That'll go for 4. Really crisply timed.
In again. Short leg is there, and Notts could probably have done with somebody in the offside, because has this been caressed away by Compton for 4. As Hutton runs away, bowls to Compton and runs. There was a roar of disapproval and frustration from Brett. Hutton bowls to Compton again. Hit him on the pad, close, gone. Compton goes for 14. What a way to strike back for Brett Hutton.
This one's edged wide of 2nd slip for 4 by Geddes.
Slightly overpitched that one. Bowls, and it's cut away for 4 more. This one short of a length. Fletcher bowls. Edged and caught by Harrison. Fletcher's got a wicket. And Albert has gone for 37. It was a well-manufactured 37. So he's just gone for 3 singles. He comes in and bowls and nicked down for 4. Got 2 slips knots. Had there been somebody round about 4th slip.
And this one played onto the leg sides, and in fact it's going to race along to the boundary square. And that's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper, and the fielders and the batsmen turn, head towards the pavilion.
So as you saw there at the start of those highlights, unfortunately for Tom Moores, he just missed out on that 100, but a crucial innings from him. Let's just take a look at that in a little bit more detail. 94 for Tom from 125 balls, 128, sorry. And you'll just see that 12 fours for Tom Moores. It was a crucial innings, a lot of partnerships between Stephen Mullaney and Tom Moores, and also a crucial partnership of 49 between Moores and Lyndon James as well, which gave and resulted in Nottinghamshire posting that 350. Now, as you saw in the highlights, it was a shortened highlights. That's because there was a lot of rain that came down yesterday evening, but the Trent Bridge media team managed to find somewhere safe and dry, and they had a chat with Tom at the end of day 2. Let's listen in and hear the thoughts of Tom Moores after his 94.
Tom, well, a rain-affected day in the end. Play had to come to a premature close. But first of all, to highlight a great performance from yourself. Didn't quite get to that century mark, but are you pleased with how you performed out there with the bat?
Yeah, definitely. You're always gutted a little bit when you miss a milestone, but ultimately I think putting that to one side, I think we're in a great position in this game, and that's just the main focus really. I think getting 350 on that wicket was a good effort for us, especially getting put into bat on day 1, and I think the weather we can't do anything about, but where we are at the game at the moment, we take where we are obviously at the moment, and then coming into tomorrow, hopefully take some early wickets and make it hard work for their middle order.
You've been averaging about 39, I think, in the County Championship this season, and that's at the top of the table in terms of wicket keepers, I believe. So, you know, in terms of a mid-order batsman, you know, have you felt like the need to provide some stability in the middle of the order to help hold up the innings?
Yeah, I think, you know, probably making the move up to 6 is something I've really enjoyed, you know, making that, you know, getting that opportunity and making the most of that, really. I think sometimes when you bat, you know, 7 or with the tail, you know, it's a bit not in your hands how fast things can happen. We see that it can happen quite quickly. So, and when we see guys, you know, batting with the tail is a different sort of skill set. You have to pick and choose when you're going to attack and sort of sometimes farm the strike a little bit. So to be able to just go out there and try and get into some sort of rhythm and stay in my zone has seemed to work, and something I've really enjoyed doing. So yeah, hopefully at the moment I'm just trying to play it as I see it, and you know, naturally quite attacking player, so try and roll with that, and thankfully the last couple of games it's gone well.
Is that what you would credit largely that form to? Is that move up into 6?
Yeah, I mean I felt you know, pretty good all year, to be fair. I sort of, you know, the start of the year felt really good and just kept getting starts and 30s and 40s and never really could kick on, and which was frustrating. And then I think, you know, the last game, getting past that and kicking on and getting the score there, sort of with that move up to 6, allowed that I didn't have to change anything in my tempo the way I was batting, and I could just try and stay in one mode, if you like, that was working to get to where I got to. So I definitely feel that, yeah, not having to change as much in how I go about batting is a nice place to be as a batsman, because if you find something that, you know, batting we always talk about, it's about tempo and rhythm and feeling good, and you know, to try and get into that zone as quickly as you can is the goal, really, as a batsman. So yeah, to be able to find that in the last couple of games has been great, and try and hold on to it for as long as I can.
A word on the match itself at the halfway stage. Like I said, we didn't get as much play today as we would have liked. Does it feel very much finally in the balance after day 2?
Yeah, I think like we said, you know, we'd be pretty happy with where we're at. I think they started off, they played well, to be fair. I think you know, coming out, but getting 2 wickets before the rain was handy, and I think, you know, they're still 250 odd behind or something like that. So, you know, it's a lot of runs on this wicket, and it's, you know, especially we've seen how fast it can happen at Trent Bridge. You know, a good spell from someone, a good session, you know, a 5-wicket session isn't out of the question, 6-wicket session isn't out of the question. So I definitely feel like tomorrow morning will be huge if we come and bowl anything like, we could put some real pressure on them, and, you know, hopefully bowl them out with a fairly big amount of runs to get. So.
Another wicket for Brett Hutton. He's having a fantastic season. How great does it feel to be having a man in that kind of form leading the bowling attack? Yeah,
you know, to have someone like Brett, I think it's 45 or 46 wickets or something like that he's got, which is, you know, incredible numbers and right up there amongst the best. So I think to have someone like that in our armour, in our attack, is huge. And I think, you know, credit to Brett. He keeps coming back time and game after game, and, you know, in what's difficult, you know, difficult season to do that, especially for a bowler. He keeps coming back and producing. So I think, yeah, we're all trying to get behind him and keep pushing him on and get, you know, try and get past that 50-wicket mark and then kick on again. I think, you know, he could definitely have a real stellar year this year, and he already has. So to have someone in his, you know, like him in the attack, and, you know, we've got Fletchy back in as well with his experience, and all round I think the way Lyndon, you know, with some of the injuries we've had, has stepped up into that senior bowling role and how well he's done. It's a real threatening attack at the moment, so I think if those guys bowl anything like their best tomorrow, you know, it'll be a real challenge for Kent, I think.
Talking of players stepping up, obviously today we've announced Calvin Harrison has extended his stay by 3 years. In the words of some, a player who's very much gone under the radar with some of his performances, and we could especially talk about Surrey, how he really limited Surrey's scoring rate as well down there. Really quite the player to have in your armoury.
Yeah, I mean Cal's done exceptionally well for a young leg spinner to have the amount of control that he's got. Is really exciting, not only for the club but for himself, and his ceiling, I think, and the way he does it with the bat as well. His ceiling's super high. So I think for Cal, it's just holding on to that for as long as he can, and he's a very keen learner, which is great. But to naturally bowl at a pace like he does and hold the stumps into play and be able to, that, like you touched on, that oval game where it wasn't that conducive to spin, and he managed to keep a batting lineup like that at bay really and hold up an end. It's just so it's so powerful for any team, because it allows your seamers to rotate at one end, and it's such a hard skill to find. So I think for someone like him and the club, it's great to see him extend for another 3 years. And I think he could definitely go on and do a lot, and his ceiling's very high.
Well, a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trent Bridge with the players out there in the middle. We're going to get underway in just a moment or two with Kent resuming from their overnight 102 for 2 after 41 overs. Nottinghamshire made 350. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Ben Watts with me this morning from BBC Radio Kent. Should be joined, we should have a little bit of company this afternoon. Hopefully we can get through the morning session without any interruptions. Players have snuck out there. It's going to be another long day here at Trent Bridge as Patterson comes in to bowl to Ben Geddes in the first ball past the outside edge. And with it showing, well, he's just clicked on from 10:58 to 10:59 on the board. I fancy they've started a little early. One man who isn't tardy and getting going this morning is Ben Watts, like myself. We've been here for hours watching a little bit of drizzle clear away and the dark clouds just about passing over. Very good morning, Ben. How are you?
Yeah, good morning. Very well, thank you. Good start from Dane Patterson, right on the money from the first ball.
102 for 2. Hopefully we can get a lot of cricket in today. We've lost 50 overs in the match. This one is played up to mid-on and there's no run-on. Start by singing happy birthday to Trent Bridge, shall we? Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday Trent Bridge. 183 today, 27th of July 1840, the very first match, inter-county match. Notts v Sussex began, should have been a 3-dayer. Sussex rolled Notts over twice and it was done in 2 days, but 183 years ago today is Dane Patterson from the pavilion end bowls, and this is steered to backward point. Yes, William Clark's hard work was finally shown to be what it was. Mary Chapman, who ran the Trent Bridge Inn, took in a boyfriend, William Clark, and sick of him sat on the couch watching telly, she told him to get out the back there and clear that meadow out and do something with it. And William, of course, a very keen cricketer, turned what was the meadow here into a cricket ground, and the first match played here 27th of July 1840 as Patterson wide of the pegs and Ben Geddes lets it go through to the keeper. And I know a little bit about that, but one thing I didn't know, and it provoked an interesting response from Ben Watts, who said, Trent Bridge is a Leo, the same as myself, which was good. Trent Bridge is a Leo.
I mean, I'm not massively into all the horoscopes and stuff. Other people might be, but I only know because it's my birthday next week. So,
do we know the characteristics of a Leo? What are Trent Bridge's characteristics then in the horoscopical world, the astrological world, as Patterson bowls to Geddes? And how he's looking it up. Not trying to put you on the spot at all. 102 for 2, but Trent Bridge is a Leo. That's brilliant.
Compassion and big-heartedness.
Well, that is this cricket ground.
Natural leadership. Known for their generosity of time, energy, respect.
Well, it could almost be.
Self-assurance.
It could almost be the club motto, couldn't it? Compassion and what? Tell them at the top line again.
Big-heartedness.
There we go. Trent Bridge, compassion and big-heartedness. The characteristics of a Leo. Here's Dane Patterson, who's also compassionate and big-heartedness. Runs in from the far end, bowls, and that strikes Geddes on the pad. Runs to backward point, fielded by Slater. There's no run. Ben has done a hop, skip and a jump down the corridor to speak to the listeners on BBC Radio Kent. No Luke Fletcher on the field. Those of you that were with us yesterday or might have read the match reports will have seen him pulling up into his 10th over and having to leave the field. A little bit of angst with that ankle that required surgery a couple of months ago. So off the field as a precaution today. James Hayes is out there as the subfielder. He's at mid-off. It's going to be Brett Hutton to bowl the second over. Here's an update for Radio Nottingham. Cloudy overhead here, but we've started on time. Kent resuming, as you said. We've lost a lot of overs over the first 2 days. Hopefully we can get a full day in here today. Kent 102 for 2, replying to Nottinghamshire's 350, and there's a significant day in the calendar. Trent Bridge is 183 years old today.
And there's ball-by-ball commentary on our website in every half hour here on BBC Radio Nottingham.
First ball from Hutton was defended by Jack Leaning, who's on 10. The Kent skipper came in at number 4, ahead of Harry Finch. Former Yorkshireman lets the next delivery just swing away from him and go through to the keeper. The two dismissed yesterday. Ben Compton hit Brett Hutton away for a couple of 4s, and then Hutton got him, pinned him LBW for 14. That was 27 for 1. It was almost inexplicable that Compton just played round full pitch delivery that would have clattered into the stumps. He was starting to look in decent fettle, but that was in the 13th over, 27 for 1. Hutton dismissed him. He's in again and bowls to Leaning, who defends. And on debut, Toby Albert. Remember, Kent have supplemented their resources with the loan signings of Toby Albert from Hampshire and Ben Geddes from Surrey. Albert opened the batting, made 37, nicked Luke Fletcher to second slip, and Calvin Harrison, who signed an extension to his deal, it'll keep him at Trent Bridge for 3 further years. At second slip, he pouched the catch. That was 86 for 2 in the 33rd over. Hutton in again to Leaning, strikes him on the pad. It's going to run down fine on the leg side, not too far. Tom Moore scampers after it. He wasn't interested in the appeal, chased after the ball quite rightly. It is a leg by. Clearly Brett Hutton thought Jack Leaning had gone a long way across his stumps there, but from our angle, which isn't in line, it did look as if it probably was always. Going to just slide down. 103 for 2 then, first run of the morning. Brings Ben Geddes on to strike at Hutton's end for the first time. 5th ball of this. The second over of the day. Bowls now edged, and Harrison will gobble those up all day long. And Geddes goes. It's another wicket for Division 1's leading scalp taker, Brett Hutton. Fine catch from Calvin Harrison. Kent 103 for 3. Notts have got a bowling point with the 11th ball of the morning. Geddes caught Harrison, bowled Hutton 36.
Yeah, a little bit of a naive way to give your wicket away for the 21-year-old on loan from Surrey. Didn't really need to go after that delivery, and it certainly did move away after pitching off the seam, and as a result he was chasing it wider and wider, and yeah, a little bit of the shades of the Toby Albert dismissal actually, but Toby Albert was off the front foot chasing a delivery that was quite wide of the off stump, and Geddes on the back foot ending up chasing it due to the movement away towards the slip cordon from Hutton. So good bowling from him, but the young man will be disappointed, having done so much good work yesterday, to depart without perhaps getting a half century or something on the board. So that'll bring last week's centurion Harry Finch to the crease to join his skipper.
Yes, Calvin Harrison over the last couple of years in the Royal London and or the Blast when we've seen him, and certainly this year in the County Championship has taken some absolute snorters, but I have to say that wasn't one of them. I might even have got a hand to that one myself. It was one that he would take all day long. 103 for 3. So Brett Hutton just keeps on grinding out wickets. Not so going to need him. They're going to need Dane Patterson with Fletcher off the field. But another couple of wickets to the bearded Brett. And Harry Finch comes in at 5. Still to come Alex Blake. Joey Everson, of course, he'll be desperate to make an impression against his former side. Matt Quinn, Jazz Singh, Arafat Boyan and Arshdeep Singh. Kent 103 for 3. As I say, we've lost 50 overs over the first 2 days, so almost playing catch up as Hutton comes in to Finch. Nice and full, and he's away. First delivery, just deflecting it behind square on the leg side. Dane Patterson will field. Sort of mars what was a decent first over of the day for Brett Hutton, but he's got a wicket. And has figures of 2 for 30, 2 for 31 from 12. In fact, the board hasn't moved on. Oh, that's why, of course, because Brett Hutton completed Luke Fletcher's over, so his figures are 11.4 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 30, Kent 104 for 3. So Notts getting a scalp early on in the morning. Just added 17 for that third wicket, and I guess a lot now, Ben, is on Jack Leaning and Harry Finch just to build a bit of a platform here.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a long Kent tail, it must be said, from 8 downwards. No disrespect to Matt Quinn, but he's a number 10, not a number 8. So this partnership plus Joey Everson, as Patterson is in and bowling to Finch. Good delivery on the stumps, defended away into the offside.
Joey next or Alex Blake?
It will be Blake next, yeah. But I don't think
anything is a bonus.
That's the thing. I don't think you can really expect too much of Alex Blake, having not played any red ball cricket for Kent since 2019.
No. Has
been playing a bit of minor county stuff for Cornwall in this format, but who knows what he'll quite produce. I think there was an element of that as Patterson is in and bowling about this entire Kent batting lineup. The two young lads on loan, bit of an unknown quantity, plus Blake coming in as well.
The whimsical Chris Nash, formerly of this parish, Nottinghamshire player for a couple of years at the end of his career after a long spell with Sussex. I think most cricket followers will be aware of the works of Chris Nash and his sense of humour. Just asking me if I broadcast that first game in 1840 here.
Very good.
Nice to have you with us, Chris.
Dane Patterson bowling. And Finch covering up defensively. Into the offside on this occasion. So yeah, Harry Finch will have been delighted actually with that first ball he got and tickled round the corner to get off the mark, because his last 2 games for Kent, in the first innings he got 0. So he's got 1. Patterson bowling to him, plays back into the onside. So yeah, he's been back in the first team for a couple of games in the first class format. Against Warwickshire at Canterbury he got 0 and 67, and then last week at Chelmsford he got 0 and 114. So at least he got runs in the second innings.
Yeah.
But I'd be pleased to have broken that trot of first innings ducks. Trying to get acclimatised to Trent Bridge, and Dane Patterson's bowling lets this one go outside the off stump. Through to Tom Moores. Joe Clark's got his own kit on today.
Yes, yeah.
Number 33 at first slip. Harrison at second and Will Young at third.
Yeah, once you'd hardly make reference to it, but it happens so frequently. You suspect Joe Clark is just one of those players that either loses his kit or gives his kit away to fans, or forgets to come in without it. Or
just grab somebody's jumper as he's on his way out.
Yeah.
Says, oh, I'll borrow that. Patterson bowling. Once more let go by Finch outside the off stump. Kent 104 for 3, that early dismissal of Ben Geddes on day 3. The Surrey Loney caught that second slip off Hutton for 36.
Just the two of us this morning, myself and Ben. If you'd like to get in touch, at Brace Cricket, at Ben Watts Sport, and Ben's also kindly manning the emails for those of you that like more than whatever it is, 200 and whatever characters. And the email address, if you'd be so kind, sir.
Yeah, it's kentcricket@gmail.com.
There we are, kentcricket@gmail.com. Brett Hutton to bowl. Fourth over of the day, bowling to Jack Leaning. This one shapes away from the Kent skipper and into the gloves of Tom Moores. Nice to hear the words of Tom Moores. Those of you watching the pictures on Trent Bridge Live will have heard Aaron setting the day up nicely and playing that end of day interview with Tom Moores yesterday. And very level-headed young man, and nice that getting out for 94 doesn't sort of eat away into the soul of somebody. Clearly he's going to just put it to one side, and is encouraged by his recent form. This one's pushed into the offside. He did play very nicely indeed, as he has done over the last few matches. A couple of runs there for Leaning, takes him to 12, 106 for 3. Mentioned Trent Bridges' birthday, also Ajmal Shahzad went round the counters. I don't think he had a spell with Kent, but Yorkshire, Lancashire, was here in 2013, 2014, part of the side, the Notts side that won the one-day cup that year. I think it was the Yorkshire Bank 40 that year. Ajmal Shahzad got 3 wickets at Lords, if memory serves, and where did he go then? Down to Sussex, and then I think he had a game or two, might have been for Leicestershire, but he's now on the Derbyshire coaching staff. Ajmal Shahzad, one of the nicest fellas you could ever wish to meet. This one goes through to the keeper if you stumble across him at Derby, as I say, where he's there at the moment, and have a bit of a chat. A real cricket lover, Ajmal Shahzad, and I very much enjoyed getting to know him a little bit in his 2 years here at Trent Bridge. I know occasionally he would reduce Andy Pick, who was the bowling coach at the time, to pull his hair out, because Ajmal had lots of varieties, and Ajmal liked to show everybody that he had lots of varieties. And sometimes Andy Pick would just sort of urge him, just line and length, you'll get your wickets with line and length, as Hutton is trying to do here, and Leaning defends. But a very happy birthday to Ajmal Shahzad, born in 1985, so I think that makes him, what, 38 today, does it? 23 and 15? Yeah, 38, Ajmal Shahzad. Somebody we mentioned yesterday, I think it was Nasser who was with us, said that there was some Nottinghamshire heroes on his hotel wall, or several of the famous people from Nottinghamshire. He said Torval and Dean were there. It's Christopher Dean's birthday today. This one through to the keeper. Olympic gold medalist 1984 Sarajevo, Christopher Dean, 65 today.
65.
Yeah, a couple of cricket birthdays. Start of the Ashes. Must have a look and see if they're getting underway at the Oval. Captain Grumpy, they called him, Australian captain, hard man, hard nut, Alan Border. He's 68 today, former Australian skipper. And great South African fielder, John T. Rhodes. He's 54 today. Some of the cricket birthdays today. If it's your birthday, many happy returns. Next delivery shapes away from Jack Leaning, goes through to Tom Moores, and that's the end of the over. Hutton, we're going to have these odd figures all day, Ben. 12.4 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 32 for Ben Hutton. Dane Patterson sharing their bowling with him, and Notts, of course, it seems as if they're going to be a man light again today with Fletcher off the field, so we'll get a little bit of Lyndon James and Stephen Mullaney as the backup seamers.
I can tell you in the men's Ashes test, our boys are batting. And by that I mean Nottinghamshire's Ben Duckett and Kent Zach Crawley.
The two Kent-born openers.
5 not out each. 10 without loss, England at the Oval. Dane Patterson bowling here to Harry Finch. Let go outside the off stump.
Because I'm so lazy, did England win the toss and bat, or did the Aussies stick them in?
Australia chose to field. Interestingly.
Yeah.
perhaps due to the weather. But I don't think England will have necessarily minded that too much.
John White says America was younger than its current president in 1840 when they were playing that first cricket match here.
Patterson, defended by Finch into the offside. Of course, yesterday we were talking about Mick Jagger's birthday, weren't we? And
yeah. And the Beano.
In fact, the Mick Jagger's. Yes, we were. We did.
And I did have a little flick through the celebratory Beano yesterday. As I say, it gets delivered to my house for the grandson. So we had a little look at that.
Patterson to Finch once more. Oh, that one just flirted with the idea of defending, but played inside the line. So Kester had actually emailed in saying that, did you know, obviously Mick Jagger was born in Dartford, but apparently he met Keith Richards at Dartford railway station. Says there's a plaque on the station attesting to the historical musical meetup that obviously led to their success together in their musical collaboration. But yeah, kencricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch. There's Patterson bowls, and it's left alone outside the off stump by Finch, but that was the one that came back in.
Just looking down the Division 1 scorecards, 5 games, playing, off for rain, playing, off for rain, playing. So they're playing at Hampshire, obviously here at Trent Bridge, and they're playing at Edgbaston. It's a rain-delayed start at Old Trafford, Lancashire, Northants and Somerset Surrey. In Division 2, similar. They're playing at Derby, they're not playing at Scarborough, and they're playing at Cheltenham. We'll update you periodically on what's going on here, there and everywhere.
Kent 106 for 3. Finch faces Patterson. Just angles this down into the point area.
I was able to get away from Trent Bridge quite early yesterday thanks to that early call off, and so my journey back to the Kingdom of Newark. The Evening League Cup final was rained off, by the way, so that was my evening's entertainment put aside. So the mighty Cornton have got to look forward to the rearranged fixture in a week or two. Hopefully we'll be able to make that, but the only game left in the country playing was on 5 Live Sports Extra from Scarborough, Yorkshire Durham.
Patterson bowls, Finch lets it go.
And had a little bit of a listen to Jonathan Doidge and Martin Emerson, and they've got Dave Townsend and Ash Thorpe with them there. You can imagine them all crammed into the commentary box there, the Dave Callahan commentary box at Scarborough. But there's always that thing. Have you done a game at Scarborough, Ben?
No, we've never been.
There's always that thing at 6 o'clock at Scarborough when playing inevitably always goes on much later, but at 6 o'clock you'll see them all up and leave because everybody's booked in for bed, breakfast and evening meal in the guest houses, and invariably the guest houses and hotels will be serving the evening meal between 6 and 7. So it really is a funny old thing. Callie alerted me to it the very first time I went all those years ago. You watch them at 6 o'clock, Dave, they'll all get up and leg it because they don't want to miss their evening meal they've paid for. There's Brett Hutton. Ian bowls wide of the pegs and it goes through to the keeper. But why not if your evening meal's going to be there?
What quite?
But yeah, so the commentary was as much on the departing spectators as it was on the cricket, but they, like everywhere else, eventually succumbed to the gloomy conditions, and of course Scarborough, an outground, hasn't got the floodlights either. Always have a bit of fun there, call it the Ken Dodd stand and the novelty Rock Emporium benches and such like. As Leaning, who will have played at Scarborough many times, man of York though, blocks this one. 106 for 3. It's been a quiet old start, hasn't it? 4 runs and 1 wicket in the first 20 odd minutes.
I think that's in part credit to the Nottinghamshire bowling, which has been bang on the money. Hutton in particular getting some real pronounced away swing, and after the departure of Geddes, Leaning and Finch reluctant to go chasing any deliveries.
Hutton bowls a bouncer, pulled away for 4. As soon as Bracegirdle says there's been a paucity of runs, Jack Leaning says, "I'll show you," and a bouncer from Hutton. And however long Jack Leaning bats, he's not going to time one as sweeter all day as he did then. Lovely shot.
All along the ground, out to the shorter boundary. It would have to be the perfect scenario for Nottinghamshire to get a wicket in that sort of fashion. It would have to go sort of straight up or not particularly far, because obviously if you...
I guess he's hoping just to kiss the shoulder of the bat. He wasn't hoping that Leaning would be aggressive, that Leaning was trying to defend a ball that was always rising, I would imagine.
Hutton bowls. Clipped away leg side. There will be another run here for Leaning. He will tend to hook, Jack Leaning, and if obviously with the shorter boundary towards the Smith Cooper stand, you could probably top edge one quite comfortably for 6 down towards there. So you'd have to kind of, like you say, either glove it to the keeper or hit it straight up in the air.
I mentioned Ash Thorpe, the Australian-born former Durham player who's doing a bit of summarising in that match at Scarborough this morning. I made reference to the fact we'd had Charlie Shrek and Andre Adams with us on commentary yesterday. Next ball is pushed up to mid-on and Mullaney will do the fielding. And Ash, thinking he was being whimsical, said, weren't there any Worcestershire players there or some such? And I came back and said, I know that Brett D'Oliveira scored some runs yesterday. I think he'd do a good job here. You can only play 11, he says. You can only play 11. Nelson on the board. Do like Brett D'Oliveira, actually. I mean, lots of obviously signed Josh Tong and Jack Haynes and Dylan Pennington, and it's made a little bit of a ripple, certainly on the cricket socials, as this is steered into the offside by a defensive Finch. 111 for 3, but were I to have been given that shopping list, can you go to New Road and sign Josh Tong, Dylan Pennington and Jack Haynes, I'd probably have come back with Brett D'Oliveira and saved a few quid.
I think it's one of those where, yes, it's got some attention on social media, and I think it's also because people perhaps want to see some kind of transfer system implemented and some sort of compensation for counties that are producing young players.
And they also want to see youngsters that spend 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years, however long, coming through counties age groups into the academy, into the second 11, getting the chance. And the chance isn't there with the 14 county championship matches, and the blast being so significant. The Royal London's their only way in.
Leaning facing Patterson, defending away into the offside.
I've always mourned the loss, as regular listeners will know, of the Sunday League. I know it's before your time, but I used to love the Sunday League, and it was a day in the week, in the calendar. Cricket fans knew there'd be cricket up and down the country. Grounds, to my recollection, would be pleasantly full. There was a structure to it. Everybody played everybody. Or at least for most of the running of the Sunday League. I know later on we got to 2 divisions, but I liked the version where everybody played everybody.
Good ball, this one from Patterson, slightly more back of length. Leaning didn't quite know whether to go forward or back to it.
And people would later on say, well, if you're not in the top 3 or whatever, pretty pointless because you can't win the thing. But it did enable youngsters to get an opportunity, and maybe even the 2 division system worked better, so there was a bit of promotion and relegation. That's why they brought it in. But it was a day in the week. You knew there'd be cricket. You could go somewhere and watch a match. It was always on BBC Two. You could see a game on TV.
Leaning forward out of his crease to defend this next delivery into the offside.
And I know it's at that time it was 3-day cricket, so it was a little easier, and players they just didn't seem to mind playing all the way through from April to September. And I know I've sort of jokingly said, professional cricketers they maybe like to find 2 or 3 spare days in the week to get out on the golf course nowadays, rather than spend them all playing cricket. It's a different world we live in, but did enjoy the Sunday League.
Patterson, nice and tight to the stumps, this delivery, which Leaning jams the bat down on the defence.
Speaking of the Sunday League, it's also an anniversary today of a remarkable event in the Sunday League. The first year of it, Ben, was 1969. Somerset, a lot of counties played matches in outgrounds here, there and everywhere. Somerset played at Yeovil against Essex on this day in 1969. Brian Langford, the off-spinner, returned figures. This is a one-day match, a 40-over match, of course.
Patterson, short ball which Leaning hooks and down towards the fielders in the deep, and it's just short of a fine leg, and it's gone for 4. But there's what I mentioned earlier on, that Jack Leaning will like to try and go for the hook shot. James was the fielder running in.
James Hayes.
James Hayes.
Sorry, that's my fault. I'm pointing to a note I've written here, and I'd covered the Hayes bit up. Yeah, it's subfielder James Hayes, his name is, on for Luke Fletcher. He didn't know whether to stick or twist, did he? And in the end, it was the worst possible outcome for James Hayes, in that he committed to the catch, couldn't get there, and it also evaded his diving body and went for 4.
But it's a better tactic from this pavilion end because of the long boundary down towards long leg, and that's a short ball that Leaning this time ducks underneath. Because if he played that shot from the other end, it goes for 6. But there you're struggling to reach the boundary on the full, and you've got to really try and control it and hit it down. But Leaning was a little bit fortunate, actually, that in the end it didn't quite carry to the subfielder, and obviously he managed to get 4 runs as well. Hampshire, by the way, 131 all out in their second innings, so Essex need just 83 runs to win the game. 10 for Jamie Porter in the match.
Yeah, just quickly back to that day in history. On this day, 1969, Brian Langford, off-spinner, 8 overs, 8 maidens, none for none in a one-day match. It's a record that's going to stand forever, of course, but that was it at the time. One-day cricket, 40-over cricket. I used to come here and see scores of 120 in 40 overs being winning scores.
Well, by the way, England are 33 for none off 6 overs in the Test match. Ben Duckett's got 26 off 21 balls. Might need more than 120.
We might have a ball change here. Brett Hutton has... well, I think we are going to get a ball change because of the manner in which umpire Malinder has thrown it to umpire Hartley. He's had a look at it, and clearly something has happened with that ball. That bouncer might have been the leaning top edge that's made an indentation, a mark on the ball. I don't really think it would have been the contact with the ground down at long leg, where James Hayes dived to try and catch it, and then it just rolled over the boundary edge. But clearly there's been some sort of damage, and it was returned onto the field to the bowler. Brett Hutton took one look at it, threw it to the umpire, and he's shown absolute disdain for the condition of the ball by underarming it to his umpire mate, Peter Hartley, who was walking off to get a fresh one from the suitcase that Fatty Singh has brought onto the outfield. 115 for 3 here at Trent Bridge. If you're just joining us, a very good morning. We did get underway on time. I was a little sceptical. Everybody telling me, we'll be fine, Dave, we'll be fine. It didn't look fine. It really didn't. It looked like it's about to be Armageddon around about an hour ago, but we have started. Floodlights aren't on, and to be fair, the light improving all the time. We have seen a wicket go down. Ben Geddes didn't add to his overnight 36. Fell to Brett Hutton, who comes in now with this replacement ball, which straight away is worked through the leg side by Finch for 4, and that clatters into the boards, and maybe even that's been damaged already. We'll find out in a minute. 119 for 3. Nice looking shot indeed. Brett Hutton just slightly over pitching onto the pads and pinged away. Of course, every ball will feel just that little bit different, I'm sure. Doesn't seem as if there's been any damage. So Hutton in again, second ball of this over. Balls again to Finch, and he was looking for something similar, and he's hit it crisply to Mullaney at mid-on, who had the presence of mind to underarm it quickly towards the stumps at this end. Don't think Leaning had gone for a wander, but it's a good bit of work from Mullaney, even though he didn't hit the stumps. So just recapping what Ben mentioned there, England 36 without loss against Australia at the Oval. Essex will need 83 to defeat Hampshire at the Ageas Bowl. Raining at Old Trafford between Lancashire and Northants. Hutton over the wicket to the right-handed Finch with 3 slips waiting, pushed through the covers, and this will go, I think, for 4 it will. Got plenty of juice behind that one, and second boundary in the over. Finch from 1 to 5 to 9 with those brace of boundaries. 123 for 3. That was a nice shot through the covers, and a combination of James Hayes and Asiba Mead were left very much in the ball's wake. At Taunton, it's raining, where Somerset are waiting to start their second innings. 198 behind Surrey. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 198 for 5. They lead Middlesex by 59. Remember, they were bowled out for 60 before lunch on the first morning, and I think even then I was saying, don't be surprised if they come back and beat Middlesex, as Finch defends this bowler. Hutton, I think he meant to stop it, but the fact that he didn't was of no consequence, because James Hayes at mid-off did. Division 2, Derbyshire's openers going along nicely. Looks a good track for batting at Derby. Glamorgan made 521 for 8 before declaring, and Harry Kane and Lewis Rees are 115 without loss. Rees 67, Kane 42. Hutton once more, and Finch solidly behind this one. Raining at Scarborough, as I've said, where Yorkshire 340 all out, Durham 106 for 1, and it's day 2 at Cheltenham, where Worcestershire are now 298 for 7 against Gloucestershire, with Brett D'Oliveira 65 not out, and Josh Baker coming in at 9 is 60 not out. As Hutton to conclude this over, the 49th of the innings bowls, and into the pads of Finch. Leaning went a long way down, looking to steal a run, and was then sent back 123 for 3. Josh Baker, was it last year or the year before? He was the spinner that Ben Stokes got after it, 5 sixes and then a 4, looking to achieve the mythical and magical 6 sixes in an over, which has still only been done twice in first-class cricket. 123 for 3. Ben's back.
England 39 without loss in the test. The last over, 6 singles. Somebody's put like the middle of overs of an ODI. 7th over of a test match. I think even Justin Langer was quoted to say that he understood the whole Bazball concept after the previous game, where England had Australia on the ropes. But for the rain, as this one's a full delivery by Patterson. That's an awkward one for James.
James Hayes.
James
He's a similar height a little bit than Lyndon James.
Moved to point. So
he
Ben
has, but the ball's following him.
Has gone down to fine leg, almost as if Knox have decided to put a strong catcher down there.
The ball will follow James Hayes now, almost inevitably. That tends to happen. Good over the last one for Kent, with 2 boundaries in it.
It was well played by Finch, those 2 boundaries. Here comes Patterson, full delivery to Leaning. 1 square of the wicket, and then 1 very nice cover drive.
Ben, the 2 of us need look no more. We both found what we were looking for, with a friend to call my own. I'll never be alone, and you, my friend, will see you've got a friend in me. You must sing. That must be your karaoke song, surely.
It's not, but maybe it should be.
Michael Jackson. It was about a rat, wasn't it? Ben the rat.
Was it? I didn't know.
Yeah,
that.
it was about a rat. His pet rat.
Patterson bowls a full delivery on the stumps. Inside edge by Jack Leaning into the onside. There's a pop band called Blue, who you may be familiar with
their work.
Yeah, yeah. My go-to karaoke song is actually a Blue number. So no short balls so far in the over 2 leading, and then he's got off strike as well. So he's on 22. Kent 124 for 3. Finch now the man on strike. And Patterson to him. Full delivery, which is driven back in his direction. Good stop by the bowler in his follow through. Harry Finch last week at Chelmsford didn't play one sort of hook shot at the start of his innings, and they'd bowled a couple of short ones, and I was saying on commentary, oh no, he won't be bothered by this, he's not going to go after it. And then I think he hit maybe 3 fours in an over as they went short, and he smacked everyone for 4. But he's the man on strike. Gets a short ball, which was outside the off stump and offering no stroke at it. Happy to let the ball go through to the wicket keeper. Warwickshire 199 for 6. 2 big scalps for Middlesex, with Sam Hain and Jacob Bethel dismissed. This is a full ball outside off stump, which Harry Finch lets go. The Bears lead still only 58 runs. No, 60 runs now. But
well, I've just said I've tipped Warwickshire to turn the tables and go on to win that eventually, but effectively what, they're 60 for 6 or something like that, so bit of work to do.
Yeah, they got Barnard and Burgess at the crease. Feel like those two guys have probably got to put together at least a 50 partnership to give them a chance of winning that game.
No bowling changes as yet today, but Houghton to continue. This is 40 minutes of Patterson and Houghton. Wouldn't be at all surprised if we start to see Lyndon James and Stephen Mullaney, you'd presume, getting themselves ready. There's Houghton. Leaning stands with his bat raised high. Brings it down and eases it into the offside. Ben Slater scored a century, remember, on the first day. Does the fielding. That seems a long time ago, doesn't it? Slater's 100. 124 for 3. Sun just starting to peek through now. A little noisier way to our right over the road. Houghton bowls and Leaney defends. Can actually see a few people wandering about up towards the top of the Dave Bracegirdle retirement apartments with the high-vis jackets on. They're wandering about up at the top. Crikey. BBC Radio Nottingham areas. I think it's 20 to 12. I don't know if this is the 11:30 update or the 12 o'clock update. I'm not sure. Who's this singing? Dead or Alive? Houghton past the umpire. Bowls, and that's a really good delivery. Just shaped away from leaning and did everything but clip the shoulder of the bat as it's gone through to Moores. That's a terrific delivery from Houghton.
yeah, it almost did spin. Jack leaning right round. Right round.
124 for 3. We're in the 51st over of the innings. There's Houghton. Balls. Oh, that one didn't get up as much as leaning expected. He still dragged it onto the leg side for a single. 125 for 3. Yeah, slowish start here, but we'd have taken this around about 10:30. The rain was still falling, but we got underway at 11 o'clock, and Notts have already picked up a wicket this morning. Brett Houghton dismissing Ben Geddes for his overnight 36, second catch of the innings for Calvin Harrison at slip. Leaning and Finch are there. I would imagine Notts will just start to rotate the bowlers because we've seen Brett Houghton and Dane Patterson in tandem for the first 40 minutes of the day. Another single takes Kent to 126 for 3. This was just dropped on the leg side, so Finch into double figures on 10, leaning 23. I have no idea if that was the 11:30 or the 12 o'clock update for Radio Nottingham. It seems as if we'll try and catch him out, which they often do. There's Hutton. Where's 16 these days? Another good delivery. Beats leaning on the outside, on its way through to the keeper. He wore 26 in his first spell with Notts, Brett Hutton, of course, and then he went off, had 3 years with Northants, and by the time he came back, his beloved number 26 had been poached by Ben Slater, who'd joined the club in his absence. Stuart Broad used to have 16 up until Paul Frank's retirement, and then he moved from 16 to 8. So always a little bit of a thing about numbers, isn't there? Alex Hale's always had 10 here, and of course this year Shaheen Shah Afridi came to Trent Bridge and he wanted the number 10, so Hales was happy to move to his England number 3. Oh, they're always swapping numbers around, aren't they?
Here comes Dame Patterson in and bowling to Finch, defends into the onside, 72 on his back, 34 on Jack Leaning's. They were on that 1 run.
Yeah, you wonder why 72, don't you? Unless that was, a number that sort of followed him through the academy and second 11, where they do tend to have high numbers. Certainly wasn't a year of the year that he was born, was it?
No. Yeah, I don't really know. It's one of those things where we never used to have numbers in county cricket for a long time, and then they all came in. And unlike football, where generally it's the lower number the better. Academy players wear the higher numbers, and the first team wear 1 to 11 or 1 to 20 or whatever. But cricketers are allowed to just sort of pick whatever they fancy.
I could give you 100 guesses. I'll finish in a second because Patterson's going to bowl.
2 leaning, defended away into the offside.
Essex have lost a wicket, by the way, at the Aegis Bowl. They're 8 for 1, still requires 75 to beat Hampshire. They won't want that to get twitchy, but I could give you 100 guesses as to what Ben Compton's number was in the games that he played here for Notts. There you are. That's how outlandish. Well, you wouldn't know, obviously, from the fact that I've said that, but he wore 07, and there was a lot of thought that Chris Reed had retired because he was number 7, and they'd maybe retired the number.
Leaning, facing Patterson. Oh, he digs this one in a little bit shorter.
But those, and I genuinely don't know. I don't recall either me asking him or he telling me why he had 07, but there was a lot of theory that it was because Chris Reed had retired, and they wanted to retire the number, or they thought it wasn't right or too soon or whatever. But all those coming up with that theory had completely forgotten the fact that Mark Foote, when he came back here from Surrey, he was only here a brief time, the second time before he retired, he actually wore 7, so that clearly wasn't the reason.
Patterson short ball, hooked away by Leaning with better control this time. Out towards Hasib Hamid, just got number 99 on out there in the deep. I believe Kent, did they retire the number 3 when Darren Stevens, as part of sort of Darren Stevens' send off? Yeah, they did.
Okay.
Compton wears 2 now, of course, at Kent, which is where he's batting in the order today, or in this game.
Yeah, if I see him, I must ask him if I get the chance. But yeah, he had 07 here. Presume it would have been his choice.
Patterson down the leg side, and Finch just helping this on its way down towards long leg for a single.
But yeah, it clearly wasn't as a mark of respect from the club. Too soon after Chris Reed's retirement, we won't let anybody have the number 7. But he wants that number, so we'll stick a 0 in front. Because as I say, between Reed and Compton, Mark Foote had number 7. So I don't know. Did he think he was sort of on his way to becoming James Bond and wanted 007? I don't know.
I can't remember who it was, but there was a Kent player who came in on loan for a couple of games and I was privy to the conversations where he was asked what number he would like, and he said, "Oh, what about number 4?" And somebody turned around and said, "Well, that was Rob Key's number, so do you want to follow in Rob Key's footsteps and wear number 4?" I think he did in the end.
That wicket at the Aegis Bowl, by the way, is Alistair Cook, so if you're going to give yourself half a chance, you might do that if you can get rid of Cook early on.
129 for 3, Kent, as Patterson bowls. 2 leaning, this might be 4 runs, a just gentle tickle off the hip. Down towards the boundary, very fine. And nicely played in the end. So 133 for 3 at the end of the over. Kent trailing by 217 runs with leaning on 28.
All being well, a week today I should be seeing Essex playing. Should be down at Chelmsford as Notts start there. But is it the Metro Bank one-day cup competition? Notts' first matches at Chelmsford against Essex. Wouldn't have thought Sir Alistair would be gracing us with his presence for that one. Be interesting. Yeah, I think we'll get a guide as to likely sides this coming Sunday, when, as we've said, all the first-class counties are playing the national counties. Notts are away at Norwich against Norfolk. Here's Hutton starting a new over, and Finch will push it into the offside there. Oh, and again a little bit of a half a mix-up. It was well stopped in the covers by Slater, and he parried it away to his right. Ben Slater just getting up with 1 or 2 more bruises. He was struck quite firmly on the knee at short leg during the early part of the Kent innings, you may remember, as Compton clipped one away, and he's just sort of close up there of him on the live stream. He's got 1 or 2 more war wounds. Next delivery is blocked into the offside. 133 for 3. No idea where it was. Yes, and Notts are at Norfolk on Sunday, and Kent playing Hertfordshire, did you say?
Hertfordshire.
Where's that one at?
It's in Watford.
Okay.
I think it's West Hertfordshire Cricket Club or something like that.
Because of course Radlett is in Hertfordshire, isn't it? That's where Notts are playing Middlesex in a week or two's time. Brett Hutton from this Radcliffe Road end leaves behind the sawdust, bowls to Finch. Again, he looks eager to get down the other end, almost too eager. Don't want to make a mistake, Harry, looking for the single when there's absolutely no pressure on you, just to keep the board ticking over. Pushed it straight to Slater and again set off and was sent back.
50 partnership up already. 10.1 overs it's taken Crawley and Duckett to put that on the board at the Oval.
Hutton in again, and there will be at least 1 here, maybe 2. No, and again Jack Leaning has to just have a word with his younger partner. It was steered on the angle of 45 down towards third. Hamid was after it. Finch went quickly for the first, turned, was coming back, and Leaning said no. 134 for 3. Our Australian correspondent, our new Australian correspondent, the only Astro. Good day, David. David? You're not my mother, Astro. Good day, David. Great to see some cricket on today with how the weather turned out at the end of day 2. Happy to say no rain was recorded here, but a cold winter's day. It's 15 degrees, thank you. That's Hutton bowls, and this has pushed a point. I think Astro was in, was it Bunbury, Western Australia yesterday, I think Astro revealed. Not a part of the world I'm too familiar with, or not familiar with at all. I've been once to Australia and had a week in Sydney and a week in Melbourne. That's it.
Yeah, I too. I've been to Australia once and had a few weeks in Melbourne, a few weeks in Sydney. We went to New Zealand as well, because England were out there at the time. That was sort of our main reason for doing it, and the timing.
34 for 3. Next delivery is dropped on the leg side.
Looks like Crawley and Duckett have both been dropped once. En route to that 50 opening stand.
Surely, it's time for a bowling change. It is indeed. And don't call me Shirley. Here's Lyndon James going to enter the attack to replace Patterson. 14 overs, none for 42. Unusually for Dane Patterson to go wicketless so far.
Oh, no. Bad news if you're a Kent fan, because Warwickshire have lost 2 wickets. Barnard for 4, Burgess for 9. And they are now 216 for 8, and just leading by 77 runs. So Middlesex doing the business at Edgbaston this morning.
Dr. John has a theory. Morning, Dave. Why don't Notts introduce hexadecimal? Then they could add letters A to F on their backs as well, making it more interesting than the old footy. No idea what hexadecimal is, Dr. John. You've got the advantage on me over there. A to F, so is that letters and numbers? And he says, I think Colin's idea is one of the best I've heard in a long time. We should call it Colin's Law. I agree with you there, Dr. John. Just remind everybody and Ben what Colin's Law is.
As Lyndon James is into the bowling attack for Nottinghamshire. It's pushed away by Finch into the offside.
Probably mentioned it earlier in the game, but Colin has this suggestion which everybody seems to like, that sides shouldn't qualify for a new ball unless they're at least level on their over rate, and that would stop people being shortchanged. Certainly in the international cricket, they can, because you would presume sides want to get that second new ball, so they just make sure they're going along at a healthy enough rate.
Yeah.
So after 80 overs, they would qualify for the second new ball.
Sun trying to emerge here at Trent Bridge as James bowls, and Finch just feeling for that one slightly outside the off stump.
You don't get it unless you've bowled your overs in the allotted time, and of course one or two people suggested, but it's not always within their remit. The umpires will stop the game to allow for drinks or stop the game to change the ball. Those things are taken into account.
Lots of reviews, I guess, at international level. Whatever.
Yeah. But we like that. Colin's Law. Thank you, Dr. John. Good morning to you and everybody that's taken the trouble to be with us this morning. I suspect we lost a few people to the Test match today.
Full delivery to Finch, which he's forward and defending into the offside.
Is it quiet on the email, or are they all Test match watching rather than Notts and Kent watching?
Quiet on the emails at the moment.
Quiet on the email, kentcricket@gmail.com.
Yeah, just send us an email. We're feeling a bit lonely. People have got various different bits of kit these days. You can have a Test match on your telly, us on your laptop, or on your tablet and work on your laptop or whatever if you're at home. This one's outside the off stump.
Sunday was a nightmare, or was it the Sunday before last, where in the afternoon there was a Test match, there was the Grand Prix, there was it the golf, there was the Tour de France, was it Wimbledon?
Yeah, we had Wimbledon the other week.
Yeah, Sundays have become, you need 5 screens, don't you? The darts, I like the old darts, that was on as well from Winter Gardens.
Here comes James. Finch again on the front foot and playing defensively. Yeah, it was the Wimbledon final was the same day as the Women's Ashes game when Nat Sitterbrunt got 100 and England almost got the win, which might have even helped them regain the Ashes.
Yeah, there's been 2 or 3 Sundays where, crikey, I need 5 screens today. Can't I watch my programme? Well, let's just hang on a bit, Doc.
Songs of Praise not getting a look in. This one's edged down towards the gully. A couple of bounces before Harrison fields well. So nice, tidy start from James. 8 overs, 4 maidens, number 24. Kent are 134 for 3 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Kent and BBC Sport Online.
I'm very fortunate that my good lady also likes the sport and likes most of the live televised sport that I will sit through for hours. Stephen Mullaney's coming into the attack, except the footy. The footy is a no. She'd been to a few games and went to a few games with me at the turn of the century, shall we say, and there were 2 back-to-back events that have put her off football for life. There was one very, very cold winter's Sunday afternoon where I was at Grimsby Town, and she came with, oh, we'll go to Cleethorpes for, you know, we'll have the morning, we'll have a walk on the front, we'll have some fish and chips, and then you can come to the footy with me. It was Baltic, it was -10, she was blue, and as ever, you know what it's like, to wait for the interviews for the managers to come out, and by the time I got back to it, that's it, never again, that's my last footy. But there was one more occasion. That's Mulaney from the Radcliffe Road end, bowls, and this is pushed into the offside. It was probably the same year, so I think we're talking about 2001, when Wembley was shut. They had the use of the Millennium Stadium, as it was called then, at Cardiff, and I don't quite know how it came about, but I was offered 2 good tickets, shall we say, a little bit of the old hospitality and all the rest of it, 2 decent ones. Don't know what I'd done to deserve those, but cup final, Liverpool Manchester United, League Cup final it was, as Mulaney bowls, and dropped on the leg side. Now she quite fancied the likes of this. Millennium Stadium, cup final, Liverpool Manchester United, hospitality. We were between the shall we say the lesser qualified IQ members of both football clubs supporting community as Mulaney bowls, and this is dropped on the leg side. They'll take a sharp single here. Leaning will move from 28 to 29, 135 for 3, and our neutral area, if you like, was bombarded by things being thrown from right to left over our heads, and some not quite going over our heads, and left to right. The concourse behind us ended up getting closed off because they were all fighting in there, and the police had to weigh in, and that was it. So that's it, never again. Frozen to death at Grimsby, and then 2 or 3 weeks later, League Cup final, right in the midst of a semi-riot between Liverpool and Manchester United at Cardiff, and that was it. Ain't going to football no more. Mulaney bowls, and this is pushed into the offside, and there's no run.
That's a real shame, to be honest.
It's best all round. I think it's a result all round, Ben, to be honest.
Maybe, but obviously it's not always like that.
You know,
in the majority, it's not like that.
The 2,000 football matches I've been to since, I've not had one single request, can I come with you? And I think it's better all round, as Mulaney bowls, cut away, but only to backward point, and fielded by a Seba Mead. 135 for 3, Finch 13, and Leaning 29.
Review for a strangle down the leg side, and looks like Duckett gloved it, so he's out for 41 off 41 balls. England are 62 for 1.
Here Kent 135 for 3. Stephen Mulaney bowls to Harry Finch, who's on 13, blocks it. Good over from Mulaney. 7 overs. None for 10 for the skipper. His first game back after a side strain was led to believe, or felt that he probably wouldn't bowl in this game, but even before Luke Fletcher aggravated his ankle injury, was bowling yesterday. 135 for 3. Into the midday news on BBC Radio Nottingham. Had an hour's play this morning. 33 runs added. See the Notts physio, Coo Bansell, down at long leg here, just having a word with Ben Slater as Lyndon James begins his 9th over, bowling to Jack Leaning, and then has to field off his own bowling, thrust down his left hand to stop the ball being driven beyond him. Yes, Slater has appeared banged up since he made a good stop 2 or 3 overs ago, and the Notts physio is just talking to him, addressing him down on the boundary edge. Jack Leaning has 29. This partnership worth 32. Leaning again happy to defend a full pitch delivery on the stumps. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Kent, with Ben Watts and myself, Dave Bracegirdle. We're through the first hour of the day. Ball returned to Lyndon James. 2 slips. Joe Clark And Calvin Harrison, who earlier this morning took his second catch of the innings to dismiss Ben Geddes. Lyndon James bowls short, pulled away down to Slater at long leg by Leaning, will get a single. And that'll take Leaning on to 30. Kent 136 for 3, still trailing Notts by 214. Certainly not a bright morning at the moment. Lots of cloud up there. A few breaks in it, can just make out a little bit of blue sky here and there, but mainly a cloudy day, which may assist Lyndon James, who bowls a delivery wide of the off stump, and Finch will let it go through to his opposite number, the Notts glove man Tom Moores. Been playing for an hour this morning, Lewis, and it's been slow going really for Kent. They've only added 34 runs. Notts have picked up a wicket in that time. Ben Geddes didn't add to his overnight 36. Nicked Brett Hutton, and a good catch by Calvin Harrison. Leaning and Finch at the crease. Lyndon James bowling at the moment, and Kent are 136 for 3. Latest delivery did provoke some angst amongst the Notts players, because it did look as if Finch had a little bit of a push towards that ball, and again it just left him sharply off the surface and went through to Moores, who had to dive to catch it. Tight enough stuff from Lyndon James. At the moment wicketless. Comes in from the pavilion end, bowls, and Finch happy, I think, to see the end of that over. 136 for 3 here at Trent Bridge. Spectators liberally sprinkled around the ground. They're well spaced out in front of the pavilion. You'd imagine there's 50 or 60 there in the seats. Maybe 30, 35. The top of the Hound Road stand, similar number. The lower Hound Road stand, mainly all towards the back, towards the Randall Suite. Just one gentleman sat in the Larwood and Vos. The Fox Road stand, what have we got in there? If we've got double figures, we're lucky. There's Mullaney to begin his 8th over, none for 10. Leaning punches it up to Patterson at mid-on, there's no run. Forget this stand for a moment and go to the William Clark stand, where maybe 20 spectators sat there, again spaced out, well apart from each other. Couple of couples in there, but everybody else spaced out as Mullaney in once more. Bowls and Leaning defends as the floodlights come on. I was just saying the clouds a little heavy overhead, so on come the floodlights. Smith Cooper stand, which is the closest to the action here, has probably got 100 people in there, I guess, if you took the trouble to count them all. But the Radcliffe Road stand here, certainly to our right from the commentary position, heavily populated as usual, as Mullaney bowls drive into the offside, and it's nicely stopped by Will Young in the covers. There's no run. Of course, we can't see down below us, and I don't think there's too many to our left on this middle tier, but add them all up, I guess it's probably over 1,000 in the ground, but we may be well short of 2,000. That sort of attendance at the moment. 136 for 3. So Leaning has 30, Finch 13. We've had 34 runs this morning for 1 wicket. What's the hold up here? Tom Moores has come up to the stumps. Maybe Leaning was just inching out of his crease. Mullaney bowls to Jack Leaning, and on the front foot he'll block this into the offside. Again, Will Young playing his last match for Notts in the 3 matches he's been contracted for. Fields the ball and throws it to Dane Patterson. This little passage of play certainly found himself as the ball polisher. James Hayes it was you might have heard doing the clapping at mid-off, the sub-fielder. This one has bounced outside the off stump and struck Tom Moore somewhere. Hopefully he's okay. I think he is. But extra little bit of bounce there. He's just flexing his left shoulder. Ouch, that stung, he might be saying, if anybody's bothering to ask him. 136 for 3. Ben's back.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah, unfortunately, Zach Crawley has followed Ben Duckett back to the pavilion. So England 66 for 2 at the Oval.
136 for 3. Leaning has 30. Next one's driven into the offside, fielded by Young. There's no run. I've not seen anything anywhere to confirm or deny or suggest that Josh Tong, as he did last week, once the test had started, would be released to go back and play for Worcestershire. I know last week he turned up at Oakham School to play for Worcestershire against Leicestershire and ran through the Foxes with a 5 in the second innings. I just wonder if he's on his way to Cheltenham. He may well be.
Well, a few emails, so thanks very much to those of you getting in touch. Always lovely to hear from you. Thanks to Kester for saying that you're listening in. I'll bring that up when Dave is back with us in a moment, as this one's a quick single into the offside. Finch just pushing and running out towards point, so good work between the wickets from those two. Chris getting in touch saying that he's watching via the live stream and listening to us. Pleased that the Kent boys are battling on. Says not sure whether you're covering the game on Sunday at Hertfordshire, but pack your kit. Yeah, I did almost bring my spikes this week, but as it was, Kent just about managed to scrabble a team together. As this is a full ball on off stump, which is defended away by Leaning. I think in terms of Kent's squad for the One Day Cup, I'll just read a few names to you. Obviously they've got the likes of Compton, Everson, Leaning, Blake, Finch all involved in this game. Hopefully Joe Denley is back fit soon. Grant Stewart will be back from Italy duty before too long. Kadri's obviously here. Nathan Gilchrist has been likewise and doing a bit of bowling at lunch yesterday, which is good news as Leaning defends this James delivery into the offside. Matt Quinn, Matt Parkinson coming on loan for that One Day Cup competition. And then hopefully Marcus O'Riordan will be back to fitness soon. Got Jazz Singh and Arafat Bhuyan involved in this game. Wonder if we might even see Joe's nephew, Jaden, left arm spinner and useful batter. Maybe might see him involved in the One Day Cup. Be interesting to see. As this is a good delivery outside the off stump, which Leaning just played down the line of the ball as it goes through to the wicketkeeper. So thanks for your email, Chris. He says, really enjoy hearing from Dave Bracegirdle as well. Great banter and local knowledge. So thank you, Chris. And then a lovely email from David, who is a Durham fan, lives up in Newcastle upon Tyne. He says, but I love the stream that you guys are doing, and also like the way that you add fun into it as it breaks up the day well. As Kent 137 for 3, James bowling, defended away by Leaning. Says it's also nice to see Durham doing well again at the top of Division 2. I'd love to see them come up again. What do you guys think? Well, I must say, David, that although I am very sad that Ollie Robinson left Kent to join Durham, because he's the nicest man and so aesthetically pleasing to watch bat, I'm also absolutely thrilled how well he's gone. So look after Ollie for us, please. That's from David Paul getting in touch. Thank you very much for your email, kentcreeper@gmail.com. Leaning on the back foot, pushing this one into the covers. Quick single. And it's our 12th man again, isn't it? Who's
Yeah,
got the
James
ball
Hayes.
chasing after him.
Yes, it is a worry that if Notts do manage to stay up in Division 1 this year, it seems almost certain now that Durham are going to get promotion. There is the possibility they might have to spend 8 days with Martin Emerson next year.
Oh dear.
That's the big worry.
Oh dear.
My old mate.
I know what you two are like on air together. Didn't you have the one where the ball came into your commentary
Yes.
box?
Well, the mark is still there in front
Oh,
of you.
that's where it landed.
It's been filled in with a little bit of putty, but yes, on the desk where Ben is currently commentating from.
I heard you didn't give it back for 5 minutes because you were too busy taking photos.
And that is an absolutely true story. This isn't great radio, but the ball came. We actually lost sight of it because of the overhang from the floor above. Just sort of sticks out. Here's Mulaney in to bowl, and it's defended. So this was not. Well, it's a few years ago now. Playing almost in line with our commentary position. Ryan Pringle, the off-spinner, bowling from this end. Alex Hale hit it straight, and it did seem as if it was coming straight for us, and then we just lost sight of it for a moment because of the overhang from the floor above, and then it came in, landed on the desk in front of us, just missed Martin Emerson's tablet, you know, his device, his laptop, well, a tablet, everyone knows what a tablet is pushed into the offside, bounced on the desk where I'm pointing to Ben can see it, but no, of course nobody else can, hit the board behind us, and then I got it on the rebound.
Yeah.
So it looked to everybody as they zoomed in, because it was a televised match, as if I'd caught it where I hadn't. I got it on the rebound, one bounce, one hand. And I was just going to throw it back, and then Emerson said, "Hang on a minute, I'll take your photo." As Mulaney is in, and he's pushed into the offside. And as he's doing this on commentary, single take and 139 for 3, Ian Ward on commentary for Sky, covering the game that night, said, "All right, you've got your selfie. Can we have our ball back, please?"
I remember hearing the commentary that you guys did as well, and it was very much.
It's coming to us.
Hales has worked it. It's coming towards us, and then you just heard the bang as it hit the desk.
Yeah. It could have been a bit of damage. I mean, we don't hear the end of it now, but if it had smashed Emerson's laptop or tablet, as Mulaney brings one back into Finch, and it's defended 139 for 3. Some people have been very kindly looking at the scorecard of that first match here 183 years ago, Sussex versus Notts. Chris Hewis has sent it through. Yeah, I had seen it, Chris, thanks very much. Notts, it should have been a 3-day match, Notts beaten in 2 days. And Chris has said, yeah, it was a very low scoring match, Dave. I wonder how long, though, he says, it took Sussex to get here. 139 for 3 as Mulaney bowls, driven into the offside for a single. Will they come back? Yeah, they'll come back for 2. Slater out there in the deep does really well to prevent the boundary, but can't stop them getting 2. 141 for 3. Finch on to 16. This is, the railway was here in Nottingham, but it didn't get here till 1839. So Chris wondering if they would have come by train, but even so, it'd been a long old way from Sussex, wasn't it? I was going to find something in relation to that. Let me have a little look, as this is defended on the offside. Yeah, I've got the scorecard. So this is 27th, 28th of July 1840, but as I say, that was the first game here at Trent Bridge, but that was in July. But in June of that year, a Nottinghamshire side went to the old county ground. Now, is it Town Malling or Morling, to play Kent?
Morling, yes.
So it's a precursor to the game here. They had a warm-up against Kent. And what happened? And Notts actually won that one by 10 wickets. Kent 88, Notts 203, Kent 120, and Notts 6 without loss at Town Morling back in 1840, when the world was all in black and white. This is steered to backward point, fielded by Patterson, by Lean. Where's Town Morling then? What's that close to? Or isn't it close to anything?
Near Maidstone.
All right.
Sort of between Tunbridge and Maidstone.
I've been to Maidstone. The old, is it the Moat ground? I've played there. I haven't. I was 12th man there for an RAF game against Kent Seconds, and I was pleased I didn't play because Dean Headley played, and one or two others that were far too quick. I couldn't see it, let alone attempt to play it. But that was a million years ago. Lyndon James bowls. This is dropped on the leg side, and there's no run. In fact, I don't know the circumstances, but the RAF scorer didn't turn up or wasn't available or whatever, and 12th man, instead of running on with the drinks, I had to end up scoring all day, which is the biggest penalty, the biggest disappointment at not playing. 141 for 3. Seem to remember we got a good tea out of it anyway.
Always good.
39 for 1 this morning, Kent. They're 141 for 3 as Lyndon James bowls to Jack Leaning. Help it out as far as Nottinghamshire vice skipper Asib Hamid, who will be taking over the reins from Stephen Mullaney for the Royal London One Day Cup, as he did last year.
We had an email from Kester a moment ago, Dave, and he was saying about the Middlesex Northants game the other week, which ended. It was declared a draw, wasn't it? But he's basically asking why is it not called a tie? Because obviously the scores were level at the end of the game, but it was just match drawn.
Next delivery on its way and driven nicely, stopped by Lyndon James. That's prevented Finch from getting a boundary. Well, funnily enough, it was a fortnight ago, and last week our commentary help, our third voice, was Isabel Duncan, and she'd been commentating on that game,
yeah.
and it was Middlesex who batted last, wasn't it? Of course, it's not a tie if the side batting last, trying to chase down the runs, still have wickets in hand. It just got down to the last ball, and I think they wanted 3 and got 2 or some such.
Correct.
So it's not a tie, just goes down as a draw. Next delivery is pulled away by Finch, but there is Ben Slater again down at long leg, safely controlled, single taken. Finch onto 17, Leaning 33, partnership 40. Useful runs these for Kent. They're still quite a way adrift, but plenty of wickets in hand. They're 207 behind.
Roland also emailing in saying thank you for your commentary on the game. He's listening in from Norwich. As a refugee from Taunton, you make the perfect accompaniment to working on a database.
Next ball on its way, and this is pushed back to the bowler. Yes.
Are you at Norwich soon?
Not sir at Norwich on Sunday.
He says he may go and watch that one.
I've not been offered an extortionate sum to go and report or write or do anything, so it might be another Sunday afternoon watching sport on the box. Maybe the Ashes will be building up to a bit of a crescendo.
I don't know, because England have lost Joe Root as well now. They've gone from 50 something for none to 73 for 3.
We've got a drinks break here, so nobody's missing any cricket here at Trent Bridge, and I saw that Warwickshire were all out, so as soon as I said they might have a chance, wickets tumbled. Middlesex need 94 to win.
They're surely going to do that, aren't they?
They're playing at Taunton now. They've got underway a little belatedly there. In fact, the only place in Division 1 where there isn't a start is at Old Trafford, Lancashire Northants, and they've still not started. Well, now then, they've still not started at Scarborough, but they've just gone off for rain at Derby. Now, that's not good news, 16 mile away, where they've gone off for rain. Derbyshire 139 without loss against Glamorgan.
Admittedly, as per Kester's email, Middlesex probably should have won that game against Northamptonshire the other day. As Mullaney is in and bowling, 143 for 3, defended away by Finch.
Never seen a tie. There's only been one in Nottinghamshire's history, all those 180 odd years. They've only had one tie. I think it was 1993 here against Worcestershire, and I wasn't here for that, unfortunately. They don't come along all that often.
I think the credit was due to Northants for making sure they didn't lose it in the end. As Mullaney bowls and Finch in his crease defends, keeper up to the stumps. A couple of close catches in slightly peculiar positions in the covers.
It's Merchant Taylor School, wasn't it? I think that one there was scores level as they ran out of time.
Mullaney number 5 on his back, the skipper. Tight to the stumps, driven away to one of those two close cover fielders.
All I can offer this year in terms of scores level was the bizarre scenario at the Aegeus Bowl, first match of this season, where the umpires insisted on taking the players off for tea, with Hampshire requiring 1 to win. Scores were level. They booed them all the way. They booed the umpires all the way back to the pavilion, and all the crowd left.
Mulaney bowls very wide of the off stump. And I think that's off a bottom edge down towards third man. In fact, no. Byes signalled by the umpire, so there was no contact of Finch's bat. Kent 147 for 3.
Must have hit a, I don't know, a mark on the crease, or maybe even the white line of the crease, which sometimes can make the ball react funnily, but Tom Moores couldn't take it. Calvin Harrison, who was the only slipper, his initial movement was to the right, and the ball went to his left. 4 byes.
Yeah, that's surely a pretty farcical to go off when it's 1 to win. It's a little bit brighter at the moment. This one defended away. We've got the floodlights on, but the sun's sort of threatening to poke through the puffy white cloud.
I think this sort of said something along the lines, it transpired, with 15 to win, we're allowed to, I don't know, give you a quarter of an hour grace, but you can only have quarter of an hour.
Yeah, so I guess they were probably following the rules, but common sense would have dictated that you stay out for another over or something. This one's defended away by Finch, and the end of another over. So 203 runs Kent trailing by, 147 for 3. I was saying on my last update for BBC Radio Kent that it's a uncharacteristic run rate really. Kent don't often bat quite as slowly as this, just 2.4 the run rate for the innings. I guess normally when you've got players like Mayeye or Crawley or Bell Drummond, Cox in your team, they tend to try and score boundaries and try and score quickly. So
Mentioned earlier that Chris Nash had been in touch, former Notts player, of course, long career with Sussex, asking if I'd broadcast that first game in 1840. And I'd replied, well, how did I broadcast that first game? And I said, 2 tin cans and a bit of string, the same as I'm using today, Chris. And another Chris has come back. I can tell you used to be military using a phrase like that. As this is pushed up to mid-on. I wasn't aware it was a military phrase, but I've obviously picked it up from somewhere. But yeah, 2 tin cans and a bit of string. 147 for 3. Are you having headphone difficulties this morning?
No, I was just having a drink.
Oh.
Was that sort of the spying technique back in the day too?
Well, I didn't do a lot of spying. Didn't do a lot of anything really, in truth. Story of my life.
Any marching?
Did some square bashing when I first joined up. Yeah, as a 17-year-old in basic training. This one's banged in short, goes through to the keeper. Swinderby. It was where 17-year-olds went when they joined up, and naively, because I knew absolutely nothing. I mean, it wasn't in the days of national service. I did volunteer to do it, but naively I just thought, oh well, I'll only be going down the road, won't be too far away, and all that, because I was well aware that living in Newark, that the basic training, all the basic training was done at Swinderby, just literally down the road. 147 for 3, and this is steered to point, and there's no run. And thought that everybody there would, there'll be people I know, surely from Newark and whatever. But of course, when I got there were people coming in on buses and coach and being driven by family members from Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, Kent, Sussex, Hampshire, London, all over the place. And I was the local boy, and what have you. Yeah, hot summer of 1975, running around Swinderby Airfield, marching around Swinderby Airfield, and pulling up shoes, making them shiny as the next one goes through to the keeper. 147 for 3. It's a good job I was young and fit then, because that's all it was. It was marching and running and pressing clothes and shining shoes. 147 for 3.
Paul in touch on kentcricket@gmail.com saying, afternoon gents, enjoying the commentary. Nice to hear Sir Dave Bracegirdle talking about missing the old Sunday League games. Says, for me as a lifetime Notts fan.
Leaning has reached 33. Lyndon James bowls to him, cuts him in half, and drops to the ground, misses the stump. Who's this correspondent?
This is Paul.
Hello, Paul.
Saying, I miss the old NatWest Trophy competition where usually once a year a minor county team would shock a county championship side. The good old days, he says, with a crying emoji.
Yeah. I think if we started afresh, with Bracegirdle in charge of scheduling. We'd start with the Sunday League. Might go back to 3-day cricket, but just need to bowl their overs a little bit quicker, really, to get a 3-day match in most of the time, as Leaning pushes this back to the bowler, but then Collins' law would come into play. 147 for 3. Fatih Singh, the 13th man, if you like, with James Hayes on the field as 12th man. Fatih Singh runs on with a drink for the captain. Brought you a drink out, skipper. That's really all he's run onto the field for. Bring a bottle of rehydration juice out for Stephen Mullaney.
I mean, the England Test team only play 3-day cricket. Try to.
Who's going to bowl here? It is going to be the captain again. Now he's had his drink. Snooker maximum on the board. 147. Never seen one of those live. I'd like to see one of those. Been to the Crucible a few times. That would be a great thing, wouldn't it, to see? There's Mullaney.
Finch, the man on strike. Oh, that's beaten him. Playing the line, or the original line, defensively, and it just swung late into the hands of the wicketkeeper. Always satisfying when the keeper's up to the stumps and he makes that thud into the gloves.
Crikey, that went. If Mullaney could bowl those to order, he wouldn't be playing at Trent Bridge, he'd be playing at the Oval. If you could bowl one of those every delivery, you'd be unplayable, wouldn't you?
Here he comes again. In him bowling. Oh, and it was a similar delivery, and Finch went after it, and a thick outside edge down towards third man for 4. Maybe just a fraction fuller from Mullaney, and drew the edge. 150 up for Kent, 151 for 3.
Back on at Derby, which is good news. Not that, we've invested a great deal in the result of Derbyshire versus Glamorgan, but weather-wise, not too far from here, but they were only off for a few moments.
I feel like there's a bit of Stephen Mullaney's name on the back of his shirt that's peeling off.
Oh, we'll get the albinos.
As he's running in now. And this time forward on the leg stump. Finch clips it around the corner. And we'll get a run down towards long leg.
I don't think so. When he bent over there, and so his back was taut as he bent over, you could clearly see all the letters. But as he runs in,
yeah, have a look
maybe a size too big, but it might just be flapping over.
There's something.
Oh, you're right. No, you're right there.
The M's coming off.
M. Yeah, it could be.
It's Mullaney.
Yeah.
Or Mullaney.
Mullaney could be bowling.
In and bowling to Jack Leaning, who defends up towards mid-off. I'm going to let you finish the over, Dave. I'm going to go update Bashir.
Okie dokie. More from Ben Watson in a moment. We should, if you're sick and tired of our voices, we should have a little bit of assistance, help, call it what you like. It should be a third voice with us this afternoon. As this is pushed into the offside for a single. 153 for 3. The excitable young puppy that is Kyle van Vollenhoven, who's been doing the Blast games with me this year. Coming in this afternoon. Applause for the Kent 4th wicket partnership reaching 50. 50 from 120 balls. Leaning's contribution 24. Finch's contribution 22. Some extras as well. Those of you watching the live stream will just seen the big picture, the graphic put up on the screens here as Mullaney brings one back into Finch, but he's got his eye in all right, defends that nicely, and there's no run. Essex have lost a second wicket, but you can't imagine it's going to be anything other than an Essex win at the GS Bowl. They require 44 more. They'd set to score 83 to defeat Hampshire. As on the live stream we can get are they pigeons? I always call them seagulls. Spend a lot of time county cricket watching seagulls and being aware of seagulls, but I'm pretty sure they were pigeons that just quickly flew over the ground. Don't get too many seagulls in this part of the world. Essex 39 for 2, then requiring 44 more to beat Hampshire. Still raining at Old Trafford between Lancs and Northants. Somerset 17 for 1 in their second innings against the leaders Surrey, so they still trail by 181. And Middlesex set to score 94, a one without loss. There's James in, gets a little bit of bounce there, and leaning. He's going to get a couple of... Oh, he might even get more, because Dane Patterson has slid into the ball there, kicked it further on, and got up just... Oh, he's gone down now. He's hurt his knee, Dane Patterson, and this isn't good news for Nottinghamshire. And this fella, as befits most South Africans, is tough as teak, he's hard as nails. Koo Bansal comes rushing out of the pavilion, the Notts physio, and Dane Patterson is still down on the ground, and this isn't great as Ben comes back.
Good news for Notts. With already the injury to Luke Fletcher. I'm actually going back again in a minute. They were late coming to me, so...
Oh, I see.
So I thought I'd come back for a couple of minutes, but...
A fly-by-night.
I don't think we're going to miss anything in the next few minutes, because Dane Patterson's going to need to receive some treatment.
So Koo Bansal, the physio's down with him. Joe Clark is there, and Calvin Harrison is there, and Tom Moores has also come down just to check on how he is. So they're the keeper and the two slips. Everybody else just looking on, a little bit concerned. The two umpires are together. Will Young and Asiba Mead chatting. The Kent players have been brought out a drink and a towel. Fatty Singer's also brought out some drinks for the other Notts players, Lyndon James and Mulaney, Brett Hutton. Who else is that down there? James Hayes, the sub-fielder. So collectively they're all at least having a chat with each other, apart from Ben Slater, who's all on his lonesome down at long leg. I just see this replay here of Dane Patterson, and well, as he got back to his feet, it seemed to be his right knee almost gave way on him. Koo Bansal's just checked him out. I think this is going to be the acid test as he gets back to his feet now. Koo clearly says, we'll just have a little bit of a gentle walk, see how you feel. And Dane says, I'm fine, mate. Let's get on with it. Hopefully that's what he's saying. Moores and Harrison and Clark have been summarily dismissed. Now looking at his elbow, his left elbow, and he's okay. I tell you, if they made all county cricketers like Dane Patterson, nobody would have a day off. 155 for 3. Yeah, there was just a little worrying sign or sight that we've seen over the last few minutes, Kelly. Luke Fletcher's off the field today, injured his ankle yesterday, so not so without him as a bowling option. And Dane Patterson has just been having a little bit of treatment. Chased a ball out almost towards the boundary edge, and as he slid maybe just on the juicy soft outfield, almost looked as if his knee had given way, and the physio quickly came onto him. But the South African's tough as teak. He's got back to his feet after a couple of minutes treatment, says he's going to be okay to continue, which is good news. But he had one wicket this morning, that taken by Brett Hutton. Kent replying to Notts 350, they're 155 for 3. Leaning has 36, and he's now going to face Lyndon James as play restarts. And oh, wouldn't you just know it? Wouldn't you just know it? It's been steered to backward point where Dane Patterson dives full length to make a brilliant stop. You're shamming, Dane. You were shamming. There's a few comments in his direction. Calvin Harrison goes across and gives him a low 5. Wonderful bit of fielding, save 4 runs. Wouldn't you just know it, though? It's typical how the ball will almost with a mind of its own follow the fielder, followed the injured party, but Patterson did really well. And there's James in again. Squared him up. Might have hit him above the knee roll. Didn't look to be anything that Jack Leaning would have to be really worried about. Brought a bit of a shout from behind the wicket. England 83 for 3 in the Test match. Crawley, Duckett and Root the 3 out. Nothing of consequence or significance has happened anywhere else, except Derbyshire's openers have now reached 150 together. 150 without loss, Harry Kame and Lewis Rees, and Rees is on 89 not out. That's down the road, high scoring game. Glamorgan got over 500 before declaring. Still no play this morning at Scarborough. Here we began on time, played for about an hour without the floodlights on, but they're shining brightly now as Lyndon James bowls again to Leaning. A bouncer. Tom Moores has thrown it skywards, and he's I think he's duped Joe Clark and Calvin Harrison, who saw him take it and then throw it skywards, and then they began to celebrate. Lyndon James knew better, and clearly the umpire and also Jack Leaning knew that he'd got nothing on it, but he did flap at that one a little bit and got nothing on it, but could so easily have gloved it through to the keeper. Welcome back to Benjamin, the Leo amongst us.
Thanks very much.
James bowls again down the leg side, taken by Moores. And again, there's a little bit of kidology out there, and that it was a leg side catch this time. He's going to nick one, you know, nobody's going to appeal, and the umpire will say not out. What have you got? You're reading. I thought you were reading email.
No, I am reading an email. It's
Is that a long one?
Well, ish, but it's under embargo, Dave. Can't let anyone know until the lunch break.
It's an embargo. Lyndon James comes in and bowls and deflected down to long leg. I'm sure Slater's down there somewhere down below us. Yeah, there he is. Single taken. 156 for 3. It's the end of the over. Lyndon James is 13 overs into his work. 5 maidens, none for 32. Stephen Mullaney looks as if he's going to continue. I know you were next door. Wasn't that absolutely typical though with Dane Patterson? He had all that fuss all around him. Looked as if he'd really hurt his leg, and then gets up, and the first ball after the restart, he has to dive full length to make a stop. Absolutely typical. 156 for 3. It's going to be Mullaney to carry on. We've only seen the 4 bowlers this morning. Hutton and Patterson and James and Mullaney. Not yet seen Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner, bowl in this innings. Mullaney just geeing his troops up because they were a little tardy in getting in position. But now we're ready.
So Mullaney in and bowling. A little bit of sunshine here at Trent Bridge, as this is a shout for LBW. At least half for one from Mullaney to his opposite number, the Kent captain Jack Leaning.
You know, that was short enough that you'd expect it was going to bounce comfortably under normal circumstances over the stumps, but just wonder if he'd taken the pace off, and it might be one of those where it just sort of bounced and then didn't get up very high, but either way it's not been given.
He's in and bowling a fuller delivery, which has been left alone outside the off stump, not too far away from the off stump, admittedly, that one. Let go by Leaning. Comes again Mullaney, driving back towards him, the Kent skipper. And there's one slip with Harrison in there, actually just doing a little bit of warming up, so I wonder whether we might see him before lunch. He's more of a sort of second slip. He's very wide and a long way back. And then there's a gully as well as a catching cover, as well as an orthodox cover.
A little bit of guesswork really, isn't it, when you're the only slip.
Catching mid-wicket as well.
Not easy also with Moore standing up.
Split field with a deep point involved, who will do the fielding here as it's pushed away off the back foot by Jack Leaning out towards deep point.
Thanks very much to Richard Dawson, very kind. Richard says work productivity definitely isn't quite so good when there's county cricket on the airwaves. Loving the chit chat you two are providing all day long. Thank you very much, Richard, that's very kind of you. There you are, Ben, you've got to be chitty chatty. The listeners like it.
Mulaney in and bowling again. Left alone outside the off stump. For some reason, the only thing that came to mind, as you mentioned, that was chitty chitty bang bang, but it's got nothing to do with anything.
I did mention earlier in the game, I felt I was sounding like the child catcher. I think that was from Chitty Chitty Chang, Chitty Chitty Chang Chang. Andy Eason, afternoon gents. I've just heard that remarkably there's no Test match cricket on these shores for nigh on a year now after this one.
Full delivery. Oh, that keeps really low. Good take from Tom Moores. He's ended up tumbling to the floor as he did so. 157 for 3 at the end of the over. 22 Finch, 38 Leaning Kent, trailing by 193 runs.
Yes, it's quite right, isn't it? I don't quite know why, but I don't think the international or the tests next year begin in July. So bizarre. Calvin Harrison is going to bowl, and he's asking if we'll be doing any Notts County games this season. Well, you know, as always, Andy, always available. Busy working freelancer like Ben is. Well, you're not a freelancer, are you? No, your
not
staff.
Anymore.
Your staff.
Not anymore.
157. Are you doing the Gills this year?
But I know what it's like being a busy working freelancer.
Well, you hope you're a busy working freelancer, don't
Quite.
You need that phone to ring each week. Get something in the diary. Get something on the calendar. Here is Calvin Harrison. So his first ball of the over is to Jack Leaning, pushed into the offside, fielded by Will Young. And there's no run. My calendar, it's green if I'm local, it's orange if I'm travelling. So
Nice.
well,
Like the colour coordination there.
really, it's just basically saying if there's any tea. Oh, this one's gone through. It's been caught. They're claiming a catch here, and he's given. Leaning is out, and bizarrely, that might have come off Tom Moores and deflected high into the air, and Stephen Mulaney at slip has taken a catch. Leaning's got to go. He's chatting to the umpire as he walks past him, but the finger was raised by umpire Hartley, and Leaning might have been very, very unlucky there. He's gone for 38 in Harrison's first over, caught by Stephen Mulaney, it says, but I fancy there's a huge deflection off the wicketkeeper Tom Moores. Kent to 157 for 4.
Good bowling change to get Harrison into the attack. Slightly sums up Jack Leaning's season, only averaging 25 in the championship, and he's battled through for 100 balls but got out before going on and getting a big score again, and he's walking very slowly off the field due to the misfortune he suffered. He's taken a massive deflection off the boot or something, or the knee roll of the wicketkeeper, to just balloon up kindly for slip to take it. Jack Leaning can't believe his luck. He's still not off the field. And well, the photo of Alex Blake up on the big screen is of him wearing the blue One Day Cup kit, because he wasn't expecting to be playing any white kit and red ball cricket for Kent, but here he comes, Alex Blake, the Kent number 10, to join Harry Finch after the unfortunate loss of skipper Jack Leaning for 38.
It was just the second ball bowled by Calvin Harrison. We're in the 66th over of the innings. And would you believe it? Harrison striking. Remarkable.
So
Is this my end or yours? I beg your pardon.
it is your end, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just going to say the partnership was worth 54 between those two.
So the left-handed Blake on strike, and his first ball has seen him play and miss outside the off-stump through to Moores, who was excited for a moment. Blake out there in a long-sleeved Kent shirt, number 10 and his name on the back. And there's that word I can never say, but we'll have another go. A very tentative start from Alex Blake as Harrison tosses it up there. Driven away, that's more like the Alex Blake that Kent supporters know and love. Drills it through the offside for 4. So
Still going.
it is still going as it goes over the rope. The 20-25 yards between the rope and the Larwood and Vaux stand, and a gentleman throws it back from the seats. 161 for 4. Two contrasting deliveries and outcomes there. A play and a miss. Very close to the off stump and very close to nicking it, and then the next one drilled away. I wonder if Blake will come out there with a positive attitude and slap it about a bit. Harrison to bowl under the Trent Bridge floodlights, and this one did turn, deflected onto the leg side. No run.
Yeah, I would suspect that he will look to come out and be positive, look to score. It's the way Alex Blake plays his cricket.
Harrison in again to Blake. Again a deflection onto the leg side. Patterson in quickly. They've gone through for a single. I don't think Patterson could just quite get the ball in the right part of the hand to throw it. But Harrison threw his first over. Successful one. 1 for 5. Kent 162 for 4. And Alex Blake is on to 5. He'll keep strike. Harry Finch is 22 in that over. Jack leaning. Second ball that he faced from Harrison. Pushed at it. Nicked it. Tom Moores wasn't going to catch it, but it flew quickly, I think, off his pads and deflected up in the air, and it was a bit of a lollipop catch for Stephen Mullaney at slip, and up went the finger. Just wonder... no, we are going to carry on. I just wondered for a second if they were heading for the pavilion, but they weren't. 162 for 4. It is dark, the floodlights are on. And Mullaney, I think, is going to have another over.
It's a little bit gloomy, isn't it, with the floodlights on. I think we're just about okay. 10 minutes and... We're playing... We got lunch at 10 past, or is it 1
10 past today?
Yeah, so we have still got 20 minutes to go. So, Alex Blake then on strike. He's got 5, having hit his second ball for 4. Mullaney about to bowl to him. This Kent run rate of 2.45 will go up if Blake bats for any length of time. But this is when Notts will be looking to try and strike. Mullaney wide on the crease, full delivery on the stumps, which Blake defends. Any photographers that are nearby? Get a snap of Alex Blake wearing a white kit for Kent. He'll be heavily involved in the One-Day Cup, no doubt. As this is a full delivery, which is forward and defending. I wonder if it will come up on his recent record, but he has been playing some minor counties stuff for Cornwall, or national counties, if you will. As Mullaney bowls to him, lets this one go outside the off stump.
Yeah, Cornishman in the box yesterday, Charlie Shrek. Nice to have him up here. .62 for 4, Kent. And he added 60 runs this morning, lost 2 wickets. Geddes for his overnight 36, leaning, unfortunately for him, for 38.
Full delivery, which is driven nicely by Blake, up towards Patterson, who's okay after that slight injury scare that he had.
Essex 53 for 3, still very warm favourites to defeat Hampshire, only require 30 more, but they've now lost Wesley, lost Brown, Cook and Wesley. 30 more to get the win.
This one angled in towards the leg stump. That came off possibly the thigh pad of Alex Blake's bat.
The other run chases at Edgbaston, where Middlesex have been set to score 94 to defeat Warwickshire. They're well on their way. 22 without loss, and Derbyshire have lost a wicket. They're 165 for 1. And it was Harry Kane who's just fallen for 65.
162 for 4. This one smashed away through the covers by Blake for 4. Little bit of width on offer from Mulaney, and Blake cashing in with the boundary. So he moves quickly on to 9, and Kent are 166 for 4.
And like Derby double-decker buses, Glamorgan have taken 2 wickets in the same over. Van der Houten dismissed Harry Kane, and poor old Brooke Guest, who got a double 100, didn't he, last week, has gone for naught this time round. Such is the fortunes of a county cricketer. 165 for none to 165 for 2 in the blink of an eye. Here, 166 for 4. There's going to be Calvin Harrison, who's had an input with 3 of the 4 wickets to go down, 2 catches and now a wicket of his own. Comes into ball to Finch. We'll just clip this out into the offside. Will Young doing the fielding and rifles it back into Tom Moore's.
Yes, so Blake got 102 for Cornwall in the NCCA Championship against Dorset the other week.
Next delivery is striking him on the pad, and they're asking umpire Hartley. Not out is the verdict.
Well, I think it might have been bat pad, possibly.
A long way forward as well, wasn't it? But produced a raucous appeal from Calvin Harrison and Tom Moore's, which you probably heard. Harrison in again, just tosses this one up, and it's been drilled through mid-wicket. That's a lovely, lovely shot. Stroke of the day from Harry Finch for 4. Just punched that through mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, very nicely played indeed by Harry Finch. Just searching up a bit more Alex Blake, Cornwall stats, who also got 73 against Shropshire when his best mate Will McVicker, they play their club cricket together in the Kent League, got 100 in that game and some wickets.
170 for 4. There's a name I've not heard for a long time, McVicker. There used to be a Norman McVicker, played for Warwickshire, fastish bowler back in the day. And as Harrison is in again, and it's defended. And if I remember rightly, there was a film McVicker that Roger Daltrey starred in. Who lead singer? There we are. Off at tangents again. McVicker. Finch has 26. That was a glorious shot, the last one from Harrison. He just played this back to the bowler, and you can tell there was an awful lot of spin on it because it zigzagged its way like one of those sidewinder snakes making its way back to Harrison. Next delivery pushed into a gap on the offside. Dane Patterson, tough as teak, makes another sliding stop, this time without hurting himself, and it's 171 for 4 here at Trent Bridge. Somerset in strife. 28 for 4 in their second innings against Surrey. Still trail Surrey by 170. They're nosediving to a defeat there. Lammonby 4, Dixon 4, Bartlett 2 and Kohler Cadmore 5 have all gone. Somerset 28 for 4, 3 wickets there to Jordan Clark, and Surrey look to be on their way to a fairly resounding victory in that one as Brett Hutton comes back into the attack.
It's a little stint for Hutton before lunch. I think this is a good move actually to bring him on against Alex Blake as well.
There was a test match that finished earlier in the day, Pakistan defeating Sri Lanka by an innings and 222 runs in Colombo. It's a massive, massive win, and the spinner Nauman 7 for 70.
So Hutton past the umpire, bowling to Harry Finch here, guides this one out into the gully area.
Nauman Ali 7 for 70 in the Sri Lankan second innings, bowled out for 188. Clearly wasn't a wicket for the pace bowler Shaheen Shah Afridi. Left Trent Bridge, couldn't play in their quarter-final match at Taunton against Somerset. He had to go and play in that series, but it's not really been one for the pace bowlers. I think he'll be back to play in the 100, won't he, Shaheen Shah Afridi? I think so.
Hutton bowls, defended away by Harry Finch. Trevor Cross getting in touch on email saying, to my shame I'm unable to visit Trent Bridge to watch my team Kent, though he does live in Notts these days. He says, I have to admit some apprehension to the current malaise in the Kent batsman's form. In particular, though the bowlers aren't instilling too much confidence. Says Jazz Singh went to my old school. Wish him well. Obviously, he got 4 wickets in the first innings. Fingers crossed for a change in form / luck. As Hutton bowls, back goes Finch and plays into the covers. In terms of luck, they might need it from the Warwickshire Middlesex game, really, which looks like it's going to be won by the visiting team, unless they have a collapse from 23 without loss, chasing just 90 odd to win. Hutton in and bowling. Full ball, which is defended away by Finch once more.
Yeah, Hutton 2 wickets in this innings. Got Ben Compton yesterday and Ben Geddes this morning. Not got any more Bens, have you, for him to get out? The 2 Bens out in the innings, but he's on to 47 for the season. And
I'm sure he would have got me out if I was required.
I think I'm right in saying that's the most he's ever got in a first-class season, 47.
He's in and bowling to Finch. Let go outside the off stump. Grunt.
The Sharapova grunt. Sorry, Maria. You always get a name check when he does that. I think she's making a comeback, isn't she, Maria Sharapova?
Is she? Crikey.
No.
That's Wozniacki.
No, that's Caroline Wozniacki, yeah. Very, very close. Close there, Bracegirdle, close.
Close but no cigar.
Yeah, Caroline Wozniacki.
Hutton bowls. Finch again on the back foot, playing nice and straight into the covers. Into the over then, gets his cap back off the umpire. 171 for 4, Finch 27, Blake 9.
Very good from play up Pompey, very good indeed. Did Jack get out to a leaning edge? Ben's reading, he's not...
No,
he's
I'm
not
just
taking,
deliberately
right.
ignoring that. Terrible pun.
Whatever it was unfortunate for him. It was fortunate for Notts. Bit of a bonus wicket, but can so often happen if you pop a spinner on, and sometimes sides just don't even explore that avenue. Here he comes again, tosses it up, and Alex Blake has smashed this down the ground for 6. That's a mighty, mighty blow. First 6, I think, of the match. Terrific shot. Nearly called him Alex Lees there, which he won't
Alex
thank me for.
Well, Alex Lee's been hitting runs all over the place, hasn't he, for Durham?
He's been biffing it. I think I actually heard Emerson sound commentary last night as we're driving home. 690 runs in 6 innings. 177 for 4. Good from Blake, start of the over, and he's gone for another one and inside edged it past the stumps and gets a streaky single.
Buys, in fact.
Well.
Didn't hit it.
Well.
Apparently.
So there must have been a bit of turn there.
I must admit, I for one am pleased that he's now at the non-striker's end, because it is the well, we're not far away from lunch. Let's calm things down a little bit, Alex. Of course, it's not the over before lunch, is it? I'm getting slightly confused that it's 10 past 1.
10 past 1, yeah. Next delivery on its way, and it's blocked.
But don't go do anything stupid just before lunch, Alex.
You can have your second of what's become a bit of a feast for you this week. 5 meals a day, Ben Watts. Harrison bowls again, and it's pushed back to the bowler. I have to say,
that's me rubbing my hands with glee at the prospect of another meal.
I have to say, the week before last at the Oval is quite possibly the best food, the best hospitality I've experienced in all the years of doing this job. This one's cut away behind point for 4. Lovely, lovely shot by Finch on this occasion. So this is developing into an expensive over for Calvin Harris. And 6, then a bye, and now 4.
Good footwork from Finch. Got himself into a really good position to play that square cut.
So,
hit it backward of square as well with the fielder sweeping on the cover boundary.
Bit of work for Calvin Harrison to do. Final ball of the over, and nicely done by Finch, blocking it. He's on 31. Alex Blake is on 15 from 12. It's 182 for 4, Kent, and they trail by 168. Didn't ever really think the old follow-on would become a factor in this particular innings, and they're 17 runs away from ensuring it isn't. Hutton to continue as we're into the BBC Radio Nottingham 1 o'clock news. So perhaps 3 overs. Hutton to Blake now. There's protection either side of the wicket, out on the fence. But Notts continue to attack with the 2 slips there. This could be an interesting duel. Hutton to bowl to Blake. Delivers now, and nicely played by Blake. Drops it on the leg side, and he was after 2. Hamid makes sure it's only 1. 183 for 4. This is the 71st over of the innings, so Notts sure will be anxious to get that second new ball after tea. Oh, after lunch, I beg your pardon. Hutton to Finch. And a push and run from Finch now. It's obviously catching out there. Push and run. 184 for 4. Finch on 32. Nobody's reached 40 yet. Ben Compton made 14, but then Geddes 36, Albert 37 and Leaning 38. Blake on 16, the left-hander's on strike. Brett Hutton bowls to him now, and there'll be no chance of a run here as Young at point moves quickly to his left to field. We're close to lunch here. They're taking it at 1:10 today. Kent currently 184 for 4. So 2 wickets this morning. We told you earlier about Brett Hutton getting his 47th wicket of the season. But now a wicket for Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner. Came on to bowl, hugely fortunate as Jack Leaning pushed at the ball, and via a deflection off the wicketkeeper, it looped gently to Stephen Mullaney at slip. Kent 184 for 4. Latest delivery's gone through to Moores, so update's done for the time being for BBC Radio Nottingham. Might actually be going to lunch with the best weather of the session, as being played under bright sunlight as the moment. This one thuds into the thigh pad of Alex Blake. Blake is on 16. No play this morning at Old Trafford. Essex have lost another wicket at the Ageas Bowl. They're 55 for 4 and need 28 more to defeat Hampshire, who are giving it a go. England at lunch are 131 for 3 this morning against Australia. That's quite a session, isn't it? 131 runs. This goes through to the keeper. I'm sure at the start, if you'd said to Australia when they put England in, can have 3 wickets in the morning session, they'd have said thank you very much. Middlesex 35 without loss, requiring 59 to beat Warwickshire. And well, where else can we tell you there's been an update? Worcestershire 402 for 9 at Cheltenham College against Gloucestershire. And the last pair rattling along with Adam Finch 33 not out, Dylan Pennington 22 not out, Josh Baker was out for 75 this morning, and Brett D'Oliveira for 90. So Worcestershire 402 for 9. Just wonder if one of those players are going to be whisked out the game if and when Josh Tong arrives. Dane Patterson into the attack once again just before lunch, bowling to the right-handed Finch, and he will help it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Slater doing the fielding. Slater back up inside the ring, having been down at long leg for a while, and James Hayes, the subfield, has gone back down there. Michael Hickman, Worcester fan, says fair play to the Notts lad Dylan Pennington, getting Worcester to 402. Thank you, Michael. 184 for 4. Patterson bowls to Finch, not really looked in any trouble at all. Drills this up to Hutton at mid-off, no run. And bearded Brett will give the ball a bit of a polish. So the numbers, the clock numbers on the Batman board currently saying 13:06. Might be time for one more over. After this one, Patterson's got 4 overs to bowl here. To Finch. Bowls now, and this is pushed into the offside. But by those numbers, we started at 10:58 this morning, so might be a different clock, or the umpires' watches or whatever that they're going by. But either way, we're close to lunch, with Kent having begun the day on 102 for 2 after 41 overs, so we're in the 31st over of the morning. And today they've lost Ben Geddes, caught Harrison, bowled Hutton for 36, and Jack Leaning caught Mullaney, bowled Harrison for 38. Patterson bowls, and this is wide enough for Finch to leave alone.
I think it's raining here, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just peering actually as you mention it. Yes, I think it is. The ground staff are ready. In fact, coming out in their numbers quite briskly to get that hover cover on. We should have 2 balls left before lunch. The umpires are looking at each other, and they're going to go, so we're not going to get those 2 balls in. So Dane Patterson, when this does restart, will be left to complete an over. I don't think anybody will particularly mind. 184 for 4. It's close enough to lunch to not really worry about, but we've had best part of 2 hours and 10 minutes there, a full enough session to see Kent move on to 184 for 4. Just giving you the scores a moment or two ago. Finch is 32 not out. Harry Finch played nicely. So too Alex Blake, who's clubbed away a mighty 6. He's 16 not out. And that, unless there's anything you desperately want to get off your chest, was there an embargoed email? Is that now yet?
No, not yet. I'll
not
tell you
yet.
after lunch.
He's going to tell us after lunch. So you, like me, will be on tenterhooks for the moment. It's lunch at Trent Bridge, 184 for 4, and when the players return, so will we with the commentary. Hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge as the players return to the field for the post-lunch session. You may remember we went off just a couple of deliveries early as the rain had just got a fraction heavier. The umpires just couldn't let them finish that final over before the break, so there'll be an unfinished over to complete. Dane Patterson will be bowling it. Kent are 184 for 4. They began the morning on 102 for 2. The wickets to go down today. Ben Geddes was caught at slip by Calvin Harrison from the bowling of Brett Hutton. That was for 36, didn't add to his overnight score. Jack Leaning, a little unluckily, caught at slip by Stephen Mullaney off the bowling of Calvin Harrison for 38. Nicked the ball from the leg spinner and it deflected via the right pad of Tom Moores, the keeper, standing up, and lolloped up into the air for Stephen Mullaney to take the catch. Harry Finch is 32, Alex Blake is 16. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent is not a million miles away from me, and we're going to get underway with Patterson concluding this unfinished over, bowling to Finch, and the first ball is pushed to mid-on, and he nearly sold Blake a little bit of a hospital pass there, because Finch punched it straight to Patterson, to Mullaney, I beg your pardon, at mid-on, and set off running, but then quickly slammed the brakes on. Welcome back.
Thank you. Nice that the rain has wandered off somewhere.
Yeah.
Didn't stick around for long, did it?
No, thankfully. We have had a result. Essex have defeated Hampshire in Division 1 by 6 wickets. As Patterson bowls and it's defended. The live table, or the table showing completed matches, currently has Essex on top of the table, 5 points clear of Surrey, but of course Surrey have already got enough bonus points to go back to the top, and it seems as if they're well on the way to defeating Somerset anyway, but at least for the time being Essex can celebrate a wee while. On top of the table, 184 for 4, and that's a good win over Hampshire, who looked pretty strong here last week. Stephen Mullaney, the captain, is going to bowl the first full over after lunch from this, the Radcliffe Road end. No Luke Fletcher on the field today. Recurrence of that problem ankle yesterday forced him from the field. James Hayes is on at mid-off as the sub-fielder. Here's Ben.
Mullaney then to Alex Blake. Oh, that's a nice one to start after lunch. Full toss and smashed for 4 through the covers. Alex Blake saying, thank you very much. I'll take that. Yes. Nice juicy freebie to get me going again.
That's the word I was going to use. Yes, just think of the juiciest peach you've ever bitten into, and that delivery was the cricketing equivalent. A post-lunch loosener from the not skipper. Could do some damage here, Blake, couldn't he?
Yeah, if he sticks around for any length of time. 20 from 18 balls so far, 188 for 4. Mullaney to him. Again a full delivery which has been put away through the covers, but there is a sweeper who will collect this one. So Blake moves to 21. A little bit of news for you that was announced over the lunch interval. Kent have signed 28-year-old Australian all-rounder James Bazley for the One-Day Cup for their title defence. He's played in the Big Bash for Brisbane Heat, played alongside Sam Billings actually, and also plays for Queensland. As Mullaney bowls, let go outside the off stump by Harry Finch, and interestingly he also plays for Sandwich Town. He's been their overseas player this season, scored over 400 runs and taken 28 wickets in the Kent Premier League, and of course the last Sandwich Town Australian all-rounder to play for Kent originally was brought in as a bit of a net bowler and went on to sign a contract by the name of Grant Stewart, who you might know of. This one has gone through Harry Finch. He's certainly past the outside edge and into the hands of Tom Moores, who's given up standing up to Stephen Mullaney after that one.
That's a great reaction from Moores. I mean, it's not funny that he's been struck again, but yeah, I'm having none of that, and he's thrown the helmet and gone back 15 paces.
Ouch. He might have caught it on the end of the finger. He bloked one earlier, didn't he, that leapt a bit. So Finch now batting outside of his crease and driving this square out towards the sweeper on the offside. They'll come back for two. Yeah, immediately the keeper going back. And Blake and Finch saying, well, I'm going to stand outside my crease again now, thank you very much.
So Kent's gain is Sandwich Town's loss.
Yeah, sorry Sandwich Town, we've nicked your overseas player again. Not for the first time. Well, there's another one to add to the One Day Cup squad list.
Baisley.
Baisley, indeed, that's how you say it. This one smashed away through the covers by Finch. Glorious cricket shot. Wonderful way to get moving again after lunch for him, with the two out towards deep point and then that one in front of square. And showing a fine bit of touch that Harry Finch is in at the moment. As I mentioned, with that half century, his first game back in the first team, having got 100 for the twos away at Gloucestershire and then 100 last week in the firsts away at Essex.
Just saw on the live stream there a chat between Stephen Mullaney and Tom Moores. Well, are you going to... I'll stand up unless you're going to bowl those exploding deliveries. Well, can't help if it explodes off the surface. Yeah, but I'm not standing there being hit. Well, you go back then and all. Anyway, bowling change, which is slightly unusual. You know, Dane Patterson has... In fact, I'm going to answer my own query here. Dane Patterson's bowled 2 balls, but he's not going to bowl the next over. But then I look up at the scoreboard, and this is the 74th over, so you'd imagine not going to save Hutton and Patterson for that second near ball. It's going to be Lyndon James. Bowls to Alex Blake. This one comes in on the angle, bowling round the wicket to the left-hander, and would have drifted down the leg side. Yes, I'd momentarily forgotten that second near ball is not far away. 4 knots. They are -1 on the over 8. Same as Kent were at the end of the Nottinghamshire innings. There's Lyndon James, past umpire Hartley, bowls again. Blake off a thickish outside edge. Chase for Asiba Mead, loses his cap as he often does. Drags it in. And they will come back for 3. Mead down on the ground, and he's another one who just gave every indication that he'd been banged up by the severity in which he'd hit the deck. Gets back to his feet, he's handed his cap by Calvin Harrison, and 3 runs, 198 for 4. And all that means is that can require 1 more run to technically avoid the follow-on. They don't, they need 3 more runs, I beg your pardon. They're 152 behind, 198 for 4 as Lyndon James comes into the right-handed Finch, wide of the pegs, and it's through to Moores. As I say, not that it was ever going to be a consideration, especially with Notts a bowler down, even if they'd whittled through Kent this morning fairly cheaply, which has never looked likely to happen. Short, you wouldn't insert a side again. 198 for 4, Kent. In the 74th over, Lyndon James none for 35 in his 14th over bowls, and Finch again with watchful and careful shot selection leaves this alone. A little bit of a gentle breeze, the flags fluttering as the wind blows across the ground from the west. Finch on 38, equal top scorer in the innings right now. Let's this go through to the keeper. Leaning Meg 38, Albert 37, Geddes 36. So this is the danger period for the Kent batters. Nobody reached 40 yet. James back to his mark, almost closer to the pavilion than he is to the umpire. Ball's on the pads of Finch, and he now does become the top scorer in the innings by running this down to long leg to move to 39, 199 for 4. And Finch will keep strike. Lyndon James 14 overs, 5 maidens, none for 36. It's still going to be Stephen Mullaney, it is. Just thrown off the scent a little bit because Brett Hutton has been dispatched to fetch a pile of sawdust. I wondered if he was getting it for his own needs, but now he's going to plonk it down there for the skipper. Must be just a little soft, just in front of where the umpire's standing.
$199 for 4 then, 151 behind. Unfortunately for Kent fans, Middlesex 56 for 1. En route to victory at Edgbaston, as this one's defended away by Harry Finch. They've come to some sort of agreement then, Tom Moores and Stephen Mullaney. He's back up to the stumps.
Yeah, there's quite a gap, isn't there, between Kent and Middlesex. But it certainly would help both Notts and Kent if Middlesex and Northants were cut adrift.
Mullaney bowls, turned away into the onside by Harry Finch. I don't think there's any danger of that happening with Middlesex. The way things are going, got a good bowling attack. And guys that are suited to the long form of the game with the bat. Perhaps a surprise that they started as poorly as they did, considering they beat Kent so convincingly at Lord's. Finch forward to defend this next one from Mullaney.
Yes, they were given an opportunity to defeat Notts as well, which they greedily accepted. A run chase of 249 in 40 overs. That was just never going to fall the way of Nottinghamshire that day.
Here's Mullaney, keeping it a little bit low as Finch is in behind this one to defend. Well played to keep it out. Here he comes again. Cut away by Finch, that'll be a run. And to deep point, and that'll be 200 for Kent. 200 for 4. Finch on 40, Blake on 24, the deficit is 150.
Yeah, and you get nout for it these days, do you? You don't get a bonus point for 200. Not entirely sure why that was brought in, but brought in it was over the last winter. Round the wicket comes Mullaney, let go by Blake, through to the wicketkeeper. End of the over then. I don't think there's been too many sides that have got the full complement of 5 batting points this year for reaching 450. Not happened very often at all. Nottinghamshire haven't got more than 3 batting bonus points in any innings this season. They've got 3 in this one, as Lyndon James bowls to Finch, and that was only the 4th time that they'd managed to get 3 batting points. At Lord's they made 364 against Middlesex. Here against Essex, 442, their best first innings performance by quite some distance. At the Oval a fortnight ago they made 399, and obviously in this match 350, so certainly haven't threatened that 4th or 5th batting bonus point. Lyndon James to bowl to Finch on 40. We'll pull this away again, cries of catch, but it was controlled, it was played down in the ground. They'll come back for 2. That's good work by James Hayes Down at long leg, had to move sharply to his left, make a diving stop and then get the ball back in the air. And that does mean the follow-on is saved. Kent trail by 148 is slightly worrying. The ground staffer just by the hover cover just in case. Actually seems like they're working on it as if there might be a malfunction. Seem to have got a wardrobe malfunction with Harry Finch taking his gloves off and just adjusting something, maybe his thigh pad. And we're ready. Lyndon James bowls to him now and just helped into the offside, fielded by the Kiwi, Central Districts player Will Young. Still a lot of cricket left in this match. 69 overs today, 96 tomorrow, but say the draw is becoming a firm favourite at the moment. Just 2 wickets in the morning session for Nottinghamshire, leaves Kent on 202 for 4. They trail Notts by 148. Not a lot's really happened today for the Nottinghamshire attack, minus the injured Luke Fletcher. Wickets this morning for Brett Hutton and for Calvin Harrison. But Blake and Finch at the crease at the moment. They've added 45 untroubled runs. Kent 202 for 4. Here's Lyndon James. Bowls, bouncer. Again pulled away, and again they cry catch, but Seba Mead is on the fence at deep backward square, and the ball had hit the deck just about level with the square leg umpire, so it was never going to be a catching opportunity for Hasiba Mead. Finch taking on the pull shot to move to 43. 203 for 4. Left-handed Alex Blake to face Lyndon James. Anything short, and I'm sure he'll be tempted by that short side, pulling away. James bowls, and well, he's pushed hard at that one, didn't get anything on it. Perhaps a little fortunate as the over is concluded. 203 for 4, so Kent have got 4 overs left, presumably, against this second new ball, and then I'm sure we'll see Hutton and Patterson back into the attack, just trying to make further inroads. Joey Everson listed at 7, Matt Quinn at 8, and Jazz Singh, Arafat Boyan and Arshdeep Singh. Lengthy old stint this for Mullaney, either side of lunch. This is his 16th over. Bowls, and again that one just showing signs of just spitting up from a length. Finch though played it carefully with soft hands down in front of him before he got into any trouble. They've started for the first time today at Old Trafford. Lancashire 124 for 1, replying to Northants 342 all out. The Test match, England are 144 for 3. There's Mullaney in 2 short extra covers there in case anything's hit in the air. One of them is a Seba Mead who fields this one. Middlesex 59 for 1 now at Edgbaston. You'd imagine that game will finish next. They only require 35 more to defeat Warwickshire. Mullaney looking fit and well, it has to be said. Bowls again, just brings this one into the fielder. There's James Hayes at mid-on. Got to it quickly, shied at the stumps, but it was a push and run from Finch. He was always going to make it home. That's a nicely stolen single. Push and run, 204 for 4. Finch on to 44. Not been in any difficulty at all, seemingly, today. Umpire Hartley swapping over from square leg to square leg. There's definitely some sort of issue with the hover cover. The the entire might of the ground staff are over there, and seems like bits of engine are being prodded and poked as Mullaney round the wicket bowls to Blake. Turn it to leg. Mullaney thought he was through the defences of Alex Blake there, but wasn't. 205 for 4. Very much sounds like they're trying to give it the kiss of life. The hover cover. Would make dragging on all the tarpaulins and protective covers and sheets and what have you a whole lot more difficult, far more of a manual task if the hover cover's not working, as Mullaney comes in again to Finch. Just happy to bide his time, wait for the opportunities to add to his 44, and blocks this one. Slipper gully. 2 catching short extra covers, a catching short mid wicket, mid on, mid off, and then boundary rider on either side. There's Mullaney in again to Finch, taken outside his off stump by Tom Moores. End of the 77th over here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Kent, where the visitors 205 for 4, began the day 102 for 2. Ben Geddes didn't add to his overnight 36. When he fell, it was 103 for 3. That was in the 43rd over. The other wicket this morning fell to spin in the 66th over. It was just the second ball that Calvin Harrison sent down, the leg spinner. Jack leaning, pushed hard at it, nicked it, and the ball deflected off the wicket keeper's pads. Tom Moore standing up, and it just looped gently to Stephen Mullaney.
Sweden bowling here, James, and driven away nicely by Blake into the offside here. This might not go all the way for 4. Mullaney chasing after it. In fact, it will just make its way all the way to the boundary. So Blake moves to 29. And the 50 partnership comes up as well between him and Harry Finch. 52 from 71 balls, 22 contributed by Finch and 29 by Alex Blake.
Perhaps as well that went for 4. They might have run 5 otherwise.
Steve Mullaney was after it and then in the end decided actually to give it up.
Steve Burke's the head groundsman on the phone down there. I think there's a bit of a concern over the hover cover. They've been
not working properly.
Well, they've been taking it to bits.
James turned away into the onside by Blake. Quick single, which hits Finch's bat as he's running his bat into the line.
And very British way of doing things. Finch, who's struck by the flying ball, raises his hand as if to apologise. So sorry, didn't mean to get in the way. Won't necessarily say their running and calling has been as one throughout the innings. Been 1 or 2 tight squeaks.
Finch on strike, James bowling. Nudges it into the onside.
It's always the best way, isn't it? It's a loud yell of no.
Mike Watkinson getting in touch on the email is talking a lot of hypothetical scenarios whereby if we get to 110 overs, Kent might declare to try and go for the win. I don't think that's going to happen, Mike. I know the County Championship table is likely to take a turn with Middlesex likely to beat Warwickshire. This one's outside the off stump and beating the groping bat of Harry Finch, but with the injury issues that Kent have got this week, I think if they can take a good amount of points from this game, they'll be more than happy to do so without trying to fashion some kind of scenario to go for a win, which would be pretty unlikely, I think, with the sort of time we got left in the game.
And that's still 32 overs or so away, isn't it?
Plenty of time to bat in the meantime. As Finch is in behind this one to play defensively once more. Maybe, as we say, pretty slow in terms of the run rate. 2.5 for much of the innings. That's gone up slightly because of Blake's arrival at the crease.
I would say the other way round. If they're still batting in 32.5 overs time, they won't be far off if
That's kind of what Mike's suggesting, really. That
Yeah, but you know, presumably to have got in that position, they're going to have somebody going well.
Short ball, way over there to Finch, that one. Not quite sure what shot he was meant to play to hit the ball there.
I'm not quite sure what sort of plan C I'm coming up with here, but oh, did it start up then, the hover cover?
Briefly, it seemed to.
It's not raining, so you needn't worry if you do hear it, but they are all very concerned. As I say, I'm not entirely sure what I'm leaning towards here. Kent would probably need to get 500 to think about winning by an innings, wouldn't they? They're responding to Notts making 350, but if they could bat all day today, if underlined, you know, there's a chance to put Notts under pressure tomorrow, I guess. We'll have to see. You've been saying it's a very, very long tail. 79th over begins. Mullaney bowls. Blake showing no sign of just withdrawing his attacking instincts. Drives into the covers and fielded by Young.
Yeah, it is a very long tail. Kent, to get to parity, requires these two and Joey Everson to get the bulk of those runs, you would say. Nally's just smashed. Hey, Pat Cummins for 6.
There's Mullaney into Blake. Again, he's driven it straight to Will Young in the covers in exactly the right spot.
165 for 3, England. Run rates over 5 and over. Harry Brooker run a ball 65 at the moment. Unbeaten.
In again. Balls to Blake. Extra cover had gone in, if you like, on the offside, and again it's pushed into that region, and there's no run. This is a mighty old spell from Stephen Mullaney either side of lunch. I'm afraid I've not registered how many overs it is on the spin. He's having a good long old spell here, but this may be the last. I would imagine it'll be the last, because a second new ball would be available the next over from this end. Mullaney bowls again to Blake, and with a textbook block, always looks far more elegant when a left-hander does it than a right-hander. The ball is again pushed into the offside. Saw Brett Hutton 2 or 3 overs ago just flexing and stretching and beginning his warm-up routine. Not visibly noticed anything too much since, but pretty sure he'll be bowling the next over from this end. It's Mullaney again to Blake, and again he's content to get behind it. Winners all round there. Mullaney doesn't want to go for runs with this old ball, and he's happy for a dot, and Alex Blake doesn't want to get out to this old ball and expose Joey Everson and those below him to the new ball, so he's happy. Got his 4 runs from this over nice and early. There's Mullaney in again and bowls. In fact, I beg your pardon, his boundary, of course, was in the last over.
Yeah.
End of the over, 210 for 4. Stephen Mullaney might be done for now, and if he is, he's put in a good stint there on his return from injury. 17 overs he's bowled, 4 maidens, none for 38.
Yeah, considering you were wondering if you would indeed bowl in this game.
Yeah. Of course, more of a pressing need with Luke Fletcher not on the field. He would definitely have been the 5th seamer after Patterson and Hutton and James and Fletcher. No wickets for Mullaney. He's had a reputation as a partnership breaker in the past, but unable to break this stand.
So one more ball with the old ball, you would assume.
What happened there?
I think James just in his run up missed a step in some sort of fashion.
Hover cover RIP, I think. That'll be a few quid's worth if that's broken.
So James to Finch, just defends softly into the offside.
You can't just pop down the road to the hover cover shop, can you, and get a new one?
Presumably it's the motor or whatever that fires it up. That is the issue. So you need an engineer.
You are asking an idiot.
Need a
But
mechanic.
yes, I'd pretty much do what they're doing at the moment and peer at it, hoping it just bursts into life.
James bowls, and Finch plays this nicely. Square drive through cover point. I'll come back for 2, it won't go all the way to the rope. He'll move to 46. 212 for 4, Kent.
We went through a few bird names on the first morning, didn't we? Did the different sorts of finch for whatever reason. Was it goldfinches?
Yeah, loads of finches. Actually, when my parents live in Kent, their whole estate, or all the roads that lead around their house, are all named after finches. This one's defended away into the onside, so you've got goldfinch, bullfinch, siskin.
What? A siskin?
Yeah.
Never heard of one of those.
Siskin.
Every day's a school day in here.
Red pole, I think, is
Oh.
another one.
And that's the end of ornithology today.
Chaffinch.
Oh, very good.
There you go. I knew there was another one.
Very good.
James past the umpire. Just nudged away onside by Harry Finch. Within a scoring stroke of a half century now.
Yes, he's very much been a goldfinch for Kent in this innings. Terrific knock. Came in a place lower than you were expecting him. Came in below Jack Leaning. Number 5 in the order. Kept wicket tidily. Picked up, did he get a couple of catches? 3 in fact.
He's facing this next one from James. A short ball which has been pulled away. Out towards Hamid at deep square for a single. I think I've probably seen Harry Finch bat in every position in the top 5 in his career now. I think he opened for Sussex at the Neville against Kent at Tunbridge Wells, and then in the last few innings he's batted. Well, he got the 50 at 4 against Warwickshire. He got the 100 against Essex at 3, and then might get a half century batting at 5 here if he can get 3 more runs to his name. Blake on strike then. Possibly the last ball of the old ball, which Lyndon James bowls, and is pushed by Blake out towards cover point. It was in the air very, very briefly.
End of the over. Don't know if producer Kirsty can get a camera shot of the ground staff, but they're doing pretty much everything that I would do with a broken hover cover. I think we're going to get the second new ball.
Yeah, currently the umpire holding the 2 balls out in his hand and offering them to the bowler, and you could see the brand new Duke's ball with that dark red colour that it has, and then the old ball was much more pale and lighter red in colour, having been used thoroughly.
I think producer Kirsty's listening to the test match.
she's giving you a thumbs up.
You sure it was a thumb?
It was a thumb, I promise.
No, it was one of the digits. Houghton with 2 wickets to his name. Been carrying the Notts attack since the second game of the season. Almost inexplicable he didn't play in the first match. He's into Finch, drives it into the offside, fielded by HH. Nasib Hamid. Love an alliteration. Oh, there we go. There we go. Producer Kirsty's got them. Oh. Work. The power of divine intervention.
Like you say, they're almost staring at
Yep.
it, almost like they're going to use the force to get it working again.
Yeah. Somebody will say in a minute, should have gone pop the kettle on. I'm sure a cup of tea will sort it out. Here's Hutton. Past umpire Malinder, nice and full. And Kane drives beautifully. What a way to go to his 50. That is very, very nice indeed. And very, very well battered, Harry Finch. Been a delight to watch in this innings, and he gets to his 50 by just guiding this new ball straight down the ground. He's gone to his 50 from 118 balls, 7 fours, been at the crease for 2.5 hours, and that's a top-notch effort, Harry Finch.
Certainly is. And 3 County Championship games in a row now. He's scored at least 50 in one of the 2 innings for Kent. 2 50s and 100. great reintroduction back into the team after some second team runs.
Of course, with the new ball, Notts have reinforced the slip cordon, 3 in there, Hutton bowls, and that means, of course, there's more gaps in the outfield. And this one turned behind square for a single. Finch on to 52, 218 for 4. Kent trail by 132. The 81st over of the innings. If you're making plans for later on, it should be a 104 over day. Tea, they say 4 o'clock or when 35 overs remain. I can tell you now it'll be when 35 overs remain, because we've still got 30 overs to go before tea. There's Hutton bowls and Blake not drawn into this one. Pretty sure the next match to finish will be at Edgbaston, where Middlesex need 23 more to defeat Warwickshire. Middlesex require 23 more. They're 71 for 2. Remember, that was the match where 22 wickets fell on the first day. Warwickshire a little bit more resistance yesterday to drag it into the third day, but it looks as if Middlesex are closing in on a win. Hutton bowls into the pads, given. Alex Blake goes, and Brett Hutton has done it once again for Notts. The second new ball hit down the ground for 4 by Harry Finch, but now thuds into the pads of Blake, and he's gone for 30, and Kent to 218 for 5.
Yeah, full delivery from Hutton. Again, that hint of swing, which is all he needs. Very similar, really, in terms of the Ben Compton dismissal. Blake just looking at his guard and suggesting with a little look perhaps that he thought maybe it was doing too much. I think if he'd have reviewed that, it would have been touch and go on leg stump.
Don't know. Looked out. I can see why it was given. Could certainly see why it was given.
If you look at the replay again, he had a leg stump guard and it was swinging into his pads. So
batted for an hour, 35 balls, 4 fours and a 6. And here comes Joe 90, Joey Everson.
Yeah, it was full from Hutton, but I think that would be the slight bone of contention from Alex Blake's point of view, but good knock from him. Always going to be enjoyable while it lasted. Seeing him bat once again for Kent in red ball cricket, so now of course Joey Everson on his former stomping grounds coming to the crease to join Harry Finch.
Yes, the left-hander's gone. Joey Everson making his way out to the middle there. Good player to have coming in at number 7. And I guess it's exactly the scenario that the Kent side, the Kent coaching staff wouldn't have wanted. It's in a wicket. Once this second new ball is new and hard and fresh. So Everson well aware that there's a little bit of a tail behind him. Well, we're hoping he can stick around here with Harry Finch, who's on 52. Here is Hutton. Into bowl to Everson, who defends this ball onto the leg side. End of the over. Brett Hutton through another over. He's got these weird figures, of course, because he finished the over that Luke Fletcher started. So he's about 19.4 overs, 6 maidens, now 3 for 55. And that means he's got 48 wickets for the season. Simon Aldridge, sorry to read this, Simon, wishing you the best. Enjoying the game, Dave. My health has been pretty poor recently. If I get the go-ahead, though, from the hospital tomorrow, I'll be going to see the boys at Manor Park on Sunday. Great comms, as always. Thanks very much, Simon, who's very much our East Anglian correspondent, and Notts playing Norfolk at Manor Park on Sunday. hope you get the good news you're looking for from the hospital tomorrow, Simon, and hope you're feeling a little better in the not too distant future. Here's Dane Patterson.
So Harry Finch, the man on strike, full and driven, and could be 4 more. Has certainly beaten the dive of the fielder. In fact, I'm not sure if it's got the legs. They might have to run them. Finch jogs back for the 3rd. Joey Everson peering over his shoulder, but I think they will settle indeed for 3. As Mulaney went to help out his teammate. It's Hutton, isn't it, that put in the big dive and missed the ball, and then it was a good tactical dive from Hutton. It meant he didn't have to go chase it because he was on the deck.
You're our Test match correspondent. Have you reported the 4th wicket of the day?
No, we lost another one.
There we are. Need to keep him gainfully employed here.
Murphy, the spinner, brought back into the team for Cam Green, has got rid of Moeen Ali. Got hit for 4 the ball before. 34 Moeen made. 184 for 4 England. 221 for 5 Kent. In fact, 225 for 5, I think, because this Joey Everson square drive is going all the way to the rope to get him off the mark. 2nd ball with a boundary. 125 runs behind.
Yes, nice looking shot from Joey Everson. Just pulling up his not stats. Played 9 first-class matches, 1 century. That was down at Hove, first game of last year. Made 109 not out in that one.
Here he comes again, driven away. Patterson by Everson out towards mid-off.
He averaged almost 30.4 in those 9 matches for Notts. For Kent, before this one, played 12 first-class matches. Still hasn't had a first-class 100. He's had a 99, averaging 31.4. So 1.5 runs better off Joey Everson.
Yeah, the 99 came at Edgbaston as he almost saved the game for Kent. There, as this one's defended away into the offside. Yeah, earlier on in the campaign. Not far off. Snatching Kent a draw with his efforts. But then I blame myself, Dave. I wasn't watching the live stream. I turned on the live stream and he hit a 4 to go from 95 to 99 and then got out. I blame myself. He's on strike here on 4. He's driving Patterson up towards mid-on. No run.
Just looking, his last innings on this ground, of course, his last List A match, 17th of September 2022, the Royal London One Day Cup final. JDM Everson bowled Lamb for 97, and then with ball in hand, 6.4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 34. Man of the match in the Royal London One Day Cup final, JDM Everson.
He's facing Dane Patterson here, just softly defending into the offside. End of the over, Kent at 225 for 5. In a moment, Dave Bracecutter will be updating BBC Radio Nottingham, and I'll be updating BBC Radio Kent.
Yep. More from Ben in a wee while. 225 for 5. 1 or 2 very, very dark clouds again have just come into view. So they drift on by. Don't want to lose any more time in this game. Not entirely sure where we'll be at start of play tomorrow, going into the final day, if either or both these sides have a squeak of being able to force a win, as Hutton bowls, and this one shapes away from Finch into the gloves of the keeper. Just saying, there's all sorts of possible scenarios where Notts could find themselves in a stronger position, or indeed if Kent can either bat and bat and bat, or bat and then winkle out the Nottinghamshire top order fairly quickly, they can give themselves a chance tomorrow. What a season Hutton's having. 3 wickets in this innings, and now he's gone for a couple of runs. This one's guided down to third man by Finch. Will go to 57. 227 for 5. Just played with soft hands, that one by Finch. Just opening the face, running it away. What will he do with the next one? Find out now as Hutton bowls, and that's a good delivery over the shoulder of the bat. Yeah, you've just mentioned the date there, Andy. Trent Bridge celebrating its 183rd anniversary, if we can get it right, of the first match played here in 1840. Notts lost that one. I don't know if they're going to lose this one, but right now, even Stevens, you'd say. Kent are 228 for 5 in response to Nottinghamshire's 350. It's been a fairly slow day so far, played out under mainly grey skies. We did have a little bit of rain before lunch, and hope we don't get any more. Kent currently 228 for 5. Finch on to 58. Joey Everson has 4.
I'd say Notts maybe just slightly ahead, owing to the fact that Kent have a long tail to come.
122 runs between the two sides. Joey Everson just plays this to mid-wicket. There's no addition to the total. Just an update from Edgbaston. Middlesex require 10 more to beat Warwickshire. They're 84 for 2, set to score 94. 228 for 5. They finished for today, by the way, at Scarborough, as Hutton bowls Everson solidly behind it, and there's no run. So rather more than a sea fret there at Scarborough today. North Marine Road, not a ball bowled. Been a damp one. And those guest houses, the boarding houses, the seaside hotels will be packed to the rafters this afternoon. If there's nowhere else to go, if it's raining, they'll all be in there on time for their evening meal. 228 for 5. We've got Finch on 58, Everson on 4. Harry Finch just laying down his work tools, his bat and his gloves, while he goes down and chats to Joey Everson. The ground staff have disappeared and the hover cover is still in bits, so if it rains, could be interesting.
Dane Patterson then to Harry Finch. They go outside the off stump.
We'll see them actually doing some manual work for a change. Only joking, only joking, only joking, everybody. So they're here about 2 hours before it becomes daylight and leave about 2 hours after it becomes dark every day of the year. But gonna have to drag those tarpaulins on by hand if the hover cover isn't working.
Patterson, short ball which Finch pulls down into the ground, into the onside, and away for a single.
Quieter without the hover cover if it rains. It makes an awful noise, doesn't it? An awfully loud noise.
Three slips waiting. Dane Patterson looking to get in on the wickets. Short ball to Joey Everson, which he ducks underneath.
Lots of encouragement out there on the field. Stephen Mullaney just geeing his troops up.
In bowls, a short ball which has been cut away by Joey Everson for 4 runs. Behind square on the offside, right up on his toes to play that one away to the rope. So Everson on to 8, trying to flick this one away off the back foot into the onside, but slightly awkwardly played. Sort of sized up a pull and ended up more of a sort of flick off the hip. Two, 3 for 5 now. Kent trailing by 117 runs against Notts here at Trent Bridge. BBC Online commentary from Dave Bracegirdle and myself, Ben Watts. As Patterson bowls a short ball which Joey Everson has smashed in the air down towards the boundary and all the way for 6. 239 for 5 at the end of the over. Everson to 14, and the subfielder down there at long leg thought he might have been in the game for a moment, James Hayes, but actually he's quite comfortably cleared the boundary and gone to meet the hover cover that's currently parked up down there.
Just kept going, didn't it? It was like
yeah.
like a what do they call them? A hang glider or something that just suddenly experienced a few nice warm thermals and just took off. Kept going higher and higher. Sailed over the rope. Second boundary of this Kent innings, second 6 of this Kent innings rather, after Alex Blake hit one earlier. There's Hutton. Second new ball, only 4 overs old. Finch on strike on 59. Hutton bowls and drilled into the offside. A sprawling stop down to his left by Asiba Mead. Starts buffing and polishing and wiping the ball before he'll send it back, I'm sure, via the captain, Stephen Mullaney, is fielding at mid-off. He also inspects it, then hands it on to the bearded Hutton. Broad, strapping bowler, built for fast bowling. And he comes again. Every inch of him workmanlike. Bowls cut away, runs, 4 of them. That's a lovely shot from Finch, and just look how quickly that's gone over the outfield for 4. That was a cracking shot. He couldn't have played that any better. Beautifully executed, and Kent just getting a little bit of a hurry up on here. They came out from lunch at 184 for 4. So 59 runs for the loss of Alex Blake since lunch. It's in about an hour, 59 runs in 59 minutes, to be exact. Wasn't what Brett Hutton was trying to dial in there as he delivered that last ball. What can he do from this one? Up to the crease now, bowls, and Finch, who's on 63, punches it back to him. Full teapot from umpire Malinder for whatever reason. Usually does that when somebody's either run on their wicket or upset him or something, but he seems in reasonably good spirits, the Leeds United supporter. 243 for 5. There's Hutton again. Bowls, and Finch was trying to play this, I think, square on the offside and gets it square on the leg side somehow. James Hayes has found himself on the leg side boundary, in front of the Smith Cooper stand. Single taken, and Hayes went trotting back off to the fence, and Stephen Mullaney said, "Whoa, come back in. Come back in for the new man, Everson. Just stay on the one." Hutton to Everson, who's on 14. Gets a bit of a leading edge, and they'll take a single to point. Slater Fields. Runs coming quite readily now for the visitors.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing with the new ball, isn't it? That it does come off the bat that a little bit quicker.
So you think Matt Quinn will come in at 8?
He told me himself last night that he's going to come in at 8.
Finch has 64. Good job he defended that one. It was full, it was straight. Hutton does have a couple of LBWs in this innings and a couple of catches at or a catch at slip by Calvin Harrison. He's through 21.4 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 64. 25 maidens in this innings out of 85. That seems a largest percentage.
Yeah, it's been a slow going from a Kent point of view. But arguably, you look at the card and see Albert with 37, Geddes with 36, leading with 38, and Blake with 30, and say, well, a lot of guys have worked hard and then kind of got themselves out without making a big score. Good partnerships, 3 stands worth a half century, over 50, as we're seeing up on the live stream at the moment. But just Finch at the moment, who's really got going with a knock of substance rather, as this is down the leg side, and good take by Moores, moving away to his left.
Backups arrived. The backups arrived. The excitable young puppy that is Carl van Vallenhoven is in the building.
I see he got the memo, Dave. You didn't, about the pink shirts today. Mine's sort of more of a salmony colour, but Kyle's is a sort of
very pink,
purpley pink, if you will. This one's a full delivery, which Everson drives down the ground, should go for 4. Beats mid off and will go to the boundary. He moves on to 19, very crisply struck that one from Joey Everson. Kent's moved to 249 for 5, trailing by 101 runs.
I think that's Fateh Singh, so Notts have got a second sub on there, chasing after that one frantically. Thought about diving for it initially and then, oh no, just out of reach and off he went.
That was always timed well by Joey Everson. As this one goes through the keeper and away for 4 byes. It bounced awkwardly, I think, in front of Tom Moores. So 250 comes up for Kent, a first batting bonus point, as you can hear from the members that have travelled. Very keen to give it a clap.
Back on parity again in terms of points, 4 apiece.
Tom Moores has got the double teapot, giving the pitch a hard stare.
Yes, it did bounce just in front of him, and I don't think in his defence it was a completely true bounce. He's had some shockers today to deal with, hasn't he?
Dame Patterson defended away here by Everson up towards mid-off. 19 now for Joey Everson, 64 Harry Finch.
Kent coaching staff and sundry others on the balcony at the far end. Very often the players out in the middle, the batters don't like that. They ask them to go back inside the dressing room because they can very often be just about behind the line, the strip we're playing on at the moment.
Everson ducking underneath this next one from Patterson.
You don't want to move suddenly and be responsible for one of your teammates getting out, do you?
That's the last thing you want.
But likewise, I'd hate to be cooped up inside that dressing room when you know you can get out on the balcony and get a bit of fresh air and watch the cricket. They're keeping still.
Yeah, I can't imagine it smells too great in there.
Well, I hadn't even thought about that.
Just a lot of sweaty cricket kit, isn't there? Here's Patterson bowling. Short ball hooked away by Everson out towards the subfielder. That was viciously hit. And taken well, actually, on the one bounce by or the 12th man. We've got 13.
Yeah, that's James Hayes at long leg, and at mid-off. I know they're going to change over now because it's the end of the over. Fatty's Singh, but Fatty's on his way off. He'll go back to fetching the drinks and whatever. Not sure who's been off the field. Who's this coming back? Sort it out in a second, but Notts have 10 of their original 11 back on anyway. Luke Fletcher is not on the field. It's Joe Clark, who's been for a comfort break, and he's run on, and instead of taking his position at slip, he's run all the way to this end to just share some secret or other with Stephen Mullaney. Just have a little quiet word, the gaffer says. What do you think? Or so-and-so's won the 2:30 at Haydock. I've no idea what he said. There's Hutton. The ball to Joey Everson on 20. There's the grunt. And Moores makes a stop.
Done well again because that bounced before him. Awkward carry for the wicket keeper. Never much fun when it's bouncing in front of you. Mike in Soho Square getting in touch on the email, kentcricket@gmail.com, saying hi guys, enjoying the coverage, thanks very much, great to see Kent putting up a fight. We need a draw with some bonus points in this game.
There's Hutton, bowls again, and it's defended on the leg side.
Middlesex have got a game in hand, which obviously doesn't help Kent, and they're on course for victory. I don't think they've won just yet. In fact, they have indeed won against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Middlesex by 8 wickets, so they'll be going above Kent in the table, I think, as things stand, and certainly right now.
Yeah, don't think too many people would have seen that going into that game. Warwickshire have been pretty strong recently. That's a good delivery by Hutton, goes through to the keeper. End of the over, I'm very conscious that you don't know Kyle and haven't worked with him. Kyle doesn't know you and hasn't worked with you, but I'm going to leave the pair of you together for,
okay, thanks.
For a few. There you are, yeah. All I will say is Kyle's from South Africa, so he knows everybody in South Africa.
I've been warned about this.
This is a... It's John T. Rhodes' birthday today. I mean, there's a starting point for you. I bet he knows John T. Rhodes. I bet he's one of his neighbours. 254 for 5. Knows everybody in South Africa. Here's Brett Hutton in and bowls, and well, Everson can't get it away. Plays it back to the bowler.
Ever been, Dave?
No, I've not. No.
It's not a small place.
No, I'm not entirely sure Kyle has either. You ask him about it, and he's never been to Cape Town. I mean,
have you not? I was going to say it's not. Yeah.
You know, he's throwing in a rider now. No. Been to Cape Town but never been to Newlands. I mean, it can't be that big of a place, can it, really?
It is a bigger place than you make it out. you have to fly from Joburg to Cape Town.
No, he said you can drive. Next delivery on its way onto the pads would have deflected away on the leg side. It's going to be a leg bye, signalled by umpire Malinder.
We can talk about South Africa because I've been a couple of times.
Have you been to South Africa?
Yeah, a couple of times.
It'll be...
but not to Newlands either, so unfortunately.
It'll be a learning curve for Kyle, because I'm not entirely sure, as I say, that he's ever been.
Been to Pretoria.
For 5.
Seen a one-day international at Pretoria. And then Joburg, I think. Yeah.
And he'll be wounded, of course, because his beloved Warwickshire have lost today as well. I think he's from Birmingham, the Birmingham part of South Africa. He used to play for the Bears. Next delivery on its way. And again into the pads. No, Brett, no, going down. Another leg by. 256 for 5. Everson 20. Finch 64. Notts made 350. Kent are within 94 of them. Have fun.
Thanks, Dave. I'll finish this email while Carl's putting his headset on. There's Mike saying, I was surprised to see Blake in this side. Is he not on a white ball contract? We need him in this injury crisis. Very long tail, as you boys say. Well, yes, he is on a white ball contract, although it was renegotiated in some sort of manner to include this game. So maybe there is a sort of pay-as-you-play element to it. But yeah, so Alex Blake getting 30, the last man to go. And Carl, lovely to have you alongside us. How are you?
Very good, and yourself?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. Very well indeed. Kent 256 for 5, trailing by 94 runs, and Nottinghamshire having put 350 on the board. Dave was kind of saying honours even. What do you reckon in terms of this game at the moment?
Yeah, I'd say very nicely balanced at the minute. I think both teams will be pretty happy.
I'm going to see James bowl here to Finch. He's in behind this one for a quick single into the offside, and Joey Everson had to get his skates on. Actually gets hit by the throw that comes in from James Hayes.
Yeah, I think very, very even. Both teams, it's just one of those situations at the minute. Can kick on from here. They can have the pound seats really going into day 4 and not pick up a couple of quick wickets here. Then all of a sudden you're going into the second innings with a bit of a lead and can be crucial.
Yeah, and we think that if they were to take a couple of quick wickets, then they'd get a couple more with the Kent tail as it is. This one's defended away by Joey Everson without sort of disrespecting any of the young men that are to come. Matt Quinn coming in at 8 would normally bat at 10. And then there's almost the Ollie Robinson 3 number 11s, if you will, to follow Matt Quinn, who I was having a conversation with him yesterday, and I said, Matt, you're my favourite batter in this Kent team to watch. He's an entertainer, and he turned around and said, to be honest, I don't know what I'm going to do every ball when I'm batting, so that is why I find him entertaining to bat. So if he comes out, you're going to enjoy it. This one is turned away into the onside by Joey Everson.
Well, I look forward to it. I got a bit of time for cricket like that sometimes. I think it's a great watch. To be honest with you, I enjoy watching Joey Everson bat.
Yeah, he's obviously a middle order player, but he did actually open the innings for Kent a little bit in the One Day Cup last year and had a lot of success.
He got runs here in the Royal London One Day Cup final last year.
Yeah, got a 97 in that game. 257 for 5, and he's letting this one go outside the off stump.
What's the thought in Kent about Joey? I know there was quite a lot of excitement with him coming up through the ranks in Nottingham and then moving down to Kent. What have people thought of? He's made the adjustment brilliantly.
Yeah, he really has.
Definitely, but what have they thought of him?
Yeah, I think everyone's really enjoyed what he's brought to the team. He's averaging 35 in the championship so far this year. And he's facing this next ball, pulling it away down towards long leg for a single. Obviously already got a One Day Cup winners medal after that final last year before he joined permanently, and effectively he's been signed to kind of replace Darren Stevens, which is obviously a big ask with the
massive ask.
Yeah, with the legacy that he had at Kent. But you know, at the age he is, he's got that wonderful knack of taking wickets. Can be a little bit expensive in terms of his economy rate, but he takes wickets, and yeah, he's been a brilliant bat, whether he's kind of come in at 6, 7 or 8 in the championship, and then even opening the batting at times in the One Day Cup last year. This one going through to the wicket keeper. He's played a good amount of T20 cricket actually, and his bowling got better as the blast went on, and really good change-ups and slower balls in the middle period. And then I think it was at Taunton in the final game of the competition, Kent needed to win it in order to get through to the knockout stage, and Joey almost, with Jack Leaning, got them over the line. He got 46 in that game, and how many balls did he face? Just 24 balls, 6 fours and 2 sixes. Batted really well before he was out to Matt Henry. So yeah, he's done great. Really started well.
Taken to first team cricket like a duck to water. Brett Hudson continuing to Joey Everson, who drives out into the covers to Hamid for a dot ball. When you talk about fantastic seasons, Hudson is the one to speak about straight away.
Yeah, he's having a fine campaign, isn't he?
Brilliant.
Top wicket taker, County Championship Division 1, and from what I've noticed about him so far is he pitches the ball up, gives it a chance to swing, doesn't necessarily swing it loads, but it's the one that just goes late and just does a little bit is the one that's taking the wickets for him.
Definitely, he's been brilliant. Hudson in again, this one pulled away dismissively by Joey Everson out towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4. That ball just a little bit short, and Joey Everson all over it. Pulls it away for a boundary. Kent 262 for 5.
There's almost, it seems, in this Joey Everson innings so far, an element of familiarity. He sort of knows how this pitch is kind of going to play. Sometimes, well, as we've seen with a lot of these Kent batters, actually, they've taken a bit of time to really get used to the pitch. They've been quite patient, whereas Everson has been really quick to latch on to anything that's not a good length.
He has been. You can see that 25 off 30. Nice and busy inning so far. Hutton in again, and that's wrapped Joey Everson on the pad, but it's a little bit too high.
Yeah, I don't think there was ever quite the conviction
No.
from behind the stumps.
It's one of those, oh, just give him, please.
Yeah, sort of begging rather than really believing.
Oh, definitely. In terms of, we were speaking about Brett Hudson earlier in how brilliant of a season he's had. He just does the basics so well for such long periods of time, and I think that's why he's been so successful this season. He's held his length for long periods of time, held his line. It's clearly evident in his results. In again, in this one, defended off the back foot by Joey Everson. Nice little grunt again from Brett Hudson.
Yeah, he's
making good noises.
Putting it in out there, isn't he? And of course, Nottinghamshire a seamer down with Luke Fletcher's injury. Limped off the field yesterday, and it really did trudge back to the changing room. I haven't seen him so far today, so yeah, he's been a miss for the home side.
It's never easy going a seamer down, and you need an experienced bowler in a situation like this. Hudson in again to Everson, who drives this out to mid-off. Nicely struck, but a dot ball.
Yeah, we haven't got commentator Cam today, which is a shame because we're almost matching in our pink
I know.
shirts.
Dave really didn't get the memo. I'm actually very disappointed in Dave. He's usually very good at getting the memo.
Sort of greenish trousers as well.
Yeah.
They're kind of matching. It's sort of Nottingham Trent pink, if you like.
I
It's
agree.
The university colours.
I agree. Hutton in again. This one just pushed down the leg side. No harm done. Dot ball. End of the over. Kent at 262 for 5.
I mean, it's not a Wednesday, which is normally the day when everyone wears pink, but maybe
Yeah.
it's because of the Barbie movie being out at the moment. Everyone's sort of...
Definitely. You got to wear pink. If you go watch the movie, you have to go watch.
Have you seen it? I haven't seen it.
I haven't. It is on the cards though. I need to go watch it. It's
Did you see
iconic.
Did you see in the England press conference yesterday that Ben Stokes was about to start, and then the Barbie girl song started,
Yes.
and it was Mark Wood up on the balcony playing it on his phone.
It's so good. I think it's brilliant.
Such a joker in that team, isn't he, Mark
Oh,
Wood?
he's brilliant. Have you seen his pony when he walks around the pony on the outfield?
Yes. He's a character. He's the sort of guy you'd love to have in your dressing room, isn't he? I'm actually going to make way, Carl. Dave is going to rejoin you because we've got updates in a few moments' time, but I'll be back in a minute, Dave. Don't worry.
We've just got a bit of a hold up in play, as seems to be the case when captains aren't taking wickets, and there's nothing happening. We seem to have changes in balls. So, all young there, just trying very hard to get the ball changed, isn't he, Dave?
Well, this is a new one as well. It's only 9 overs old, but they seem to have got their way, and we're going to have a replacement ball for the new ball. 262 for 5. So the education system on break again today, or have the youngsters of the local area learned anything?
No, we watch movies all day.
Why haven't you broken up?
You know what? I've been asking that question all week, Dave. So, no, we watch movies and then a bit of highlights of the Women's World Cup when I had set 1 girls. So, it was nice.
Carl's been doing a bit of fill-in PE teaching. And,
Yeah, a bit of PE
and you're showing
teaching.
them. You're showing them what? Movies and cricket videos.
Literally. Literally. No, not all that.
Have you followed this game? What's been going on?
I've been following it a bit. It's quite refreshing to see, well, not loads of wickets fall like they did in last week. So it's been more of a batter's game. I do think, though, it's very evenly poised, but Notts will know that they're not far away from Kent Tail.
There's Lyndon James in to bowl to Finch down the leg side with this replacement ball, and it's tickled away. Now, will it be stopped down here? It is. Dane Patterson doing the fielding. 263 for 5. I like him. He's a South African. He's one of the South Africans there.
He's one of the good South Africans.
Do you know Jonty Rhodes?
I don't. I do remember, though, when I was in primary school, they used to, every Friday afternoon, they used to have a talk, and Jonty Rhodes came and did a talk at our school. It was brilliant.
What did he talk about?
He just spoke about, like, cricket and fielding and how we played the game. It was brilliant.
He was an exceptional fielder. Is Lyndon James bowls to Finch, drives it back to Lyndon James, and there's no run. 264 for 5.
Yeah, he just kept showing all these videos and pictures of him, the diving stops and the catches and things like that.
Yeah,
wow, he looked like Superman in some of them.
Yeah, amazing fielder. Likely to be in action this weekend, or has the rain scuppered your match already?
No, he's still likely to be in action.
Carl's playing in the Notts Premier League at the moment as this goes through to the wicket keeper, Tom Moores. Again, a little bit of movement once it had gone past the bat. Carl's team are the strongest in the division because they're propping everybody else up. Is that right?
Literally. I like that. It's a nice positive outlook on things. I think that's the way I'm going to phrase it when I next see them all. We're really strong. We're holding everyone up.
Where's an update for BBC Radio Nottingham? Well, over the first 2 days, Nottinghamshire made 350. Kent just inching their way towards that total. They're 265 for 5 now. Former Notts man Joey Everson's out there. He's on 25. He's already hit Dane Patterson away for 6. He'll have enjoyed that against his former teammate. 3 of the 5 wickets to Brett Hutton, the leading wicket taker in the country. Kent 265 for 5. Update there for BBC Radio Nottingham. This partnership worth 47. It only seems like a few minutes ago since Alex Blake was dismissed. That was in the 81st over. We're now in the 90th as Everson helps this away onto the leg side, fielded by Hasib Hamid. And there's one more to the total. 266 for 5. Result earlier in the day from the GS Bowl was Essex defeating Hampshire, and this afternoon at Edgbaston, Warwickshire have lost to Middlesex. So first couple of results in from this round of games. There has been a lot of rain about the country, and indeed they've done for the day at Scarborough in the match between Yorkshire and Durham. James bowls Finch into the offside. 266 for 5 at the end of the over. Here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Kent. Ben Watts will be back with us before too long. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and Kyle van Vollenhoven is with us for the Kent listeners. Kyle, again, you played for Warwickshire a couple of years ago, didn't you, in the Royal London, and played for Notts Seconds last year, and desperate to get going again with another professional county should the chance come along. But as a leg spinner, it's tricky, isn't it? You've got to keep taking wickets, pal.
You do. You got to just keep bowling, and hopefully it spins a little bit and get a nice run of games. That's the idea, and that's what Stephen Mullaney will be wanting here from his leading wicket taker, Brett Hutton. It's in again to Joey Everson, who's flicked this away down to mid-wicket for 4 more. Just getting a bit too straight there, looking for, probably getting a bit greedy, asking the ball to swing a little bit too much.
50 partnership brought up, pretty much run a ball. 52 they've now added from 56 balls, and Everson's contribution the most telling in that. 30 of this partnership scored by Everson. Did you play with him or against him before he departed?
I played against him when he played for Attenborough. He got 80 off absolute no time. It's Brett Hutton in again to Joey Everson. This one defended off the back foot out to what is now a short catching cover.
Do you assume you were bowling at him then?
I was bowling at him. He took a liking to me that day. We played at Attenborough, and it was your typical English summer, and it was very wet, and he hit me around. I think I only bowled 5 overs that day for about 20 odd, and then got taken off, courtesy of Joey Everson. Brett Hudson in again, and well, I think it's safe to say he may have got away with that one, as Joey Everson has gone to cut it, hasn't quite got up, and he's bottom edged it and has rolled through. Could have gone castling into the timber. That would have been
indeed, yeah.
That would have been very pleasant for Notts.
It would indeed. So what was you thinking then? How were you trying to get Joey Everson out?
Well, when I was bowling at him, I was just trying to stop him from scoring, really. They were flying. They were flying. No, they played well that day at Attenborough. So that's the only time I've played against him. I think I may have played against him when he was in the academy, but I can't remember. That was too long ago. Brett Hudson in again to Joey Everson, and that's beautifully bowled. He's squared Joey Everson up, and it's just squirted down to the vacant third man region. Benny Slater has chased after that and has put his ice skates on and has fallen over. On his way to retrieve that ball. You did say there has been a lot of rain around, hasn't there? It is very slippery and damp underfoot. They come through for 3 runs. The score ticking along nicely now. 273 for 5.
At Premier League level, is it obvious that the young player in particular, who's just got that touch of class? I'm talking, about your 18, 19, 20-year-olds. Is it obvious that this one can go on? If somebody gets hold of him now, he's going to be able to really accelerate his career and have a good career in the game.
Definitely. You can see it from a very, very young age. Hudson pushing that into Finch, who's working that away to deep square leg for 1 run.
And how important is it to somebody at that age or even younger that they do get professional coaching to be associated with a county and do get somebody that's been there, a proper county coach that's obviously done and studied and learnt the game over many years rather than natural talent? How important is it that a youngster does get proper professional coaching at an early age?
I'll come to that in a little bit, as Brett Hudson in again to Joey Everson. This one just pushed out to mid-on. Very nice length from Brett Hudson, nagging length. End of the over. Again, 274 for 5. Yes, Dave, I think it's incredibly important. You've got to be in an environment and in a setup where you are challenged every day and you're tested, and where coaches, not saying that club coaches don't, but where coaches know the right pathways to success and on how to achieve and better yourself. And if you're in an environment like that, especially with other kids your age, you're pushing each other all the time, because I'm a big believer that competition breeds success, and I think that's why it's so important for 18 and 19-year-olds to be in that setup.
There's Lyndon James bowling to Harry Finch on his pads, deflected so square of the wicket that umpire Mallender actually has to move to allow Will Young to do the fielding. Very square of the wicket, single taken. 275 for 5, Kent. They're only 75 behind now. Notts making 350. 275 for 5 actually has been on that board before in this match, because that's where Notts were at the end of the first day, where they resumed from yesterday morning. Scored 75 for 5 in the morning session, bowled out for 350. Just see this delivery with you as Lyndon James comes in to bowl to Joe 90, pushes us into the covers. There's no run, and once we've got the expertise of Ben Watts here, we might as well get him back on air.
Why not, Dave? Lyndon James just looks like he's starting to get the ball to just shape a little bit. Could do with a little bit more movement, beg your pardon, from a Notts perspective. We've got 2 slips, deep point out. Lyndon James in again. And that's defended off the front foot, but once again just rolls out towards square leg for a single. Joey Everson now on 34 off 42. It's going quite a good lick, and Harry Finch Very well played, 70 off 141. Patient innings, but a good one nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been just what Kent have needed from Finch, and then Everson's just come in and given this innings a bit of impetus. And that shot that he played off Hutton in the previous over just showing how confident he's feeling out there at the moment.
Lyndon James in again to Finch, who's driving at extra cover, and in the end it's a dot ball.
Yeah, tumbling stop from Ben Slater in there.
Yeah, it didn't quite collect it, and Red Hudson just having to walk around and do the tidying up. And now working really, really hard on that ball, aren't they? They're just looking for absolutely anything that they can get from the ball and from the surface to try get this breakthrough. Lyndon James storming in again to Harry Finch, who's just pushed this away to point, and Ben Slater running around doing the fielding. They get through for a single though. It's the one thing that obviously I haven't been here all the time, and you only tend to see the highlights and things like that when you click on fours and boundaries and so on. So one thing I have noticed that these two have done well since arriving this afternoon is they have run between the wickets brilliantly. You can see it from their partnership already. It's moving along nicely, but they've ran between the wickets brilliantly. It's Lyndon James in again to Joey Everson. Lovely length, just defended on the front foot by Joey, and this rolls out to mid-off. The end of the over, Kent are 277 for 5.
Yeah, tend to be a pretty good team between the wickets, Kent. Certainly one of their strengths in white ball cricket. I've had a couple of hairy moments in recent weeks where there's been run-outs, but yeah, back to their best in this game, much better running between the wickets. And just seeing Hamid Kadri run on there with a towel. Joey Everson bringing him a drink. Already this partnership zipping past 50, and it's got the run rate up over 3 and over. Blake at 6 and Everson at 7, giving this Kent innings that little injection of strike rate. So Dane Patterson's going to switch ends to bowl from the Radcliffe Road end without any joy so far in this game. So the skipper saying, right, well, have a go from the other end, mate, see what you can do. And
it's funny how those things happen like that.
He's going to bowl here to Finch. Oh, full delivery. Well wide of the off stump, but imagine if he'd have nicked that and Patterson had struck straight away. It would have been a masterful piece of captaincy.
You would have turned around to the skipper and gone, I told you, I've been wanting this end all day.
So Joburg's home back in South Africa?
Joburg's home back in South Africa. I live not far from Wanderers Cricket Stadium, but went to school in Pretoria, went to Pretoria Boys High School, spent my high school career there.
Full delivery, just nips back a touch, and Finch defending away into the onside. And then since you've been over here, played a bit for Warwickshire Notts 2s, is that right?
That's correct, yes. Played a bit for Warwickshire Notts 2s. Played a little bit for Sussex 2s, I think, in my first year over. So, yeah, done a little bit, but the stint with Warwickshire was the longest I was with a county.
Played a couple of One Day Cup games, did you?
One Day Cup games, yeah. I played a couple of One Day Cup games in the first season of the weird Royal London One Day Cup.
Inside edge here from Finch into the onside. Down towards the long leg boundary for a single. So that was when it was still kind of COVID bubbles and all that sort of thing, or was it?
Not COVID bubbles, but it was the first year of the 100, so it was all very... No one was quite sure what was happening with the Royal London One Day Cup, and it was a load of people, myself included, signed like month-long contracts that they got in for the Royal London, and it was a very bizarre tournament.
Patson in and bowling. That's a good delivery. He leaves Everson through to the wicketkeeper. I mean, I'm being a follower of Kent, and they won it last year. I'm going to say this, aren't I? But I think it's been a good competition, because you've seen faces that, you know, it's in different faces, different cricketers. Young players have had a chance to show what they can do, and ultimately 50 over cricket is a good product. It's, you know.
I agree. I think it's exactly what 50 over cricket needs. I think it's fantastic. You give young people the chance to shine on the stage for it.
Patterson bowling, whipped away by Joey Everson into the leg side once more. And he's going to get a single out towards deep square leg to move on to 35. 279 for 5. So I've been to South Africa twice.
Yes. Whereabouts have you been?
So I've been to Joburg and I've been to Cape Town. And
Cape Town's much nicer than Joburg.
Cape Town is lovely, isn't it? It really
What a
is
place
nice.
that is. Yeah, that's a wonderful place to go. It's just brilliant over there.
Patterson in a bowling. Yeah, so I can't remember what year it was, but England were out for some one-dayers. It might have been around 2015 or something like that, 2013, 2015.
Was this the year that Ben Stokes got that magnificent 200 and a lot at Newlands?
So that was at Newlands for the Test match. It wasn't. I don't think it was that year, unless it was the one-day series that followed that, possibly.
Okay.
But I remember seeing Quinton de Kock get a few at Pretoria.
Oh, I know what. Yes, I know exactly what year it was. Yes.
Batted really nicely that day.
Lyndon James in against Joey Everson, and this is pushed up in the air. Ah, that square leg, and they scamper through for a single.
It was a bit of a defensive shot onto the top of the pad.
It was, yes. Short leg. I don't think short leg would have got there.
Probably would have just gone over
his head. It would have gone over his
yeah.
head. But that's the length from Lyndon James, just looking to trap Joey Everson. There. Well bowled. Just when things aren't quite going your way, it's ball's land and no man's land. No damage done for Kent as Lyndon James into Finch, who's defending off the back foot.
Yeah, James, Patterson, Mullaney have all put in some hard yards with the ball without
any real reward.
Yeah, without getting their rewards so far in this game. Patterson going at 3.5 and over, and then James and Mullaney under 3s, so good economy rate, but hasn't happened for them in terms of the wickets. All of those largely going to Hutton, and then the one for Fletcher. Harrison getting a bit of fortune with the one that skipped up off the boot with the keeper for first slip to take.
James in again. Once again, just defended off the front foot by Finch. Another dot ball. James just zoning in on that mark there. Same mark that Joey Everson inside edge one onto the pad. Finch also signed last year, didn't he? After signing the Royal London, but he played the year before, didn't he?
Yeah, played the COVID season.
James in again to Finch, who's pushing this one out to Ben Slater at cover, who has a bit of a joke with Joey Everson about throwing the ball back.
Kent had this scenario where I think it was the 4-day game at Lancashire. The whole team got pinged, and they had to find an entire new 11 to play one of their last T20 games, and then a 4-day game at home against Sussex. And Harry Finch played in that Sussex game and got a century, and then since playing a big role on the One Day Cup last year.
James in again to Finch, who's trying to push this out to deep point off the back foot. Can't quite get it there, as he's just defended that to Ben Slater at cover, who runs in to do the fielding to stop the single. Very busy. He's looking to be very busy here.
He's that kind of player, isn't he,
Finch?
at the crease, Finch? Yeah, he's very compact. Looks a little bit nuggety at times, but when he really gets in, can see a few more shots from him.
James running in now to Finch. Once again, just defending off the front foot for another dot ball, and for a change, Ben Slater has done the fielding.
Oh,
again.
crikey, what on earth is going on at the Test match?
Yeah,
Dave's just shown me the scorecard, and he briefly just dangled his laptop up at me and just saw a bunch of wickets had fallen. Wokes and Wood were at the crease. Last time I looked, it was Stokes and Brook. So Stokes out for just 3, bowled by Stark. Bairstow was bowled by Hazelwood for 4. Harry Brook eventually out for 85. So England 224 for 7. I've got tickets for day 5, lads. Slow down.
Oh no.
It was always going.
Oh no.
It was always going to be a push with a Bazball England team to be expecting to get in on day 5, but 280 for 5, Kent. Patterson nipping this one back to Joey Everson, defended away into the onside. Right,
You never know. You never know.
Yeah, you never know. We could have a bit of rain. It could elongate the match a little bit. But it was always, I always thought it would be an interesting game in the sense that obviously Australia have retained the series, retained the Ashes, so they can kind of come into this game. On the one hand, they might not bring the same intensity because they don't need a result, but then again it might free them up because there's that no nerves anymore, that doesn't matter too much. This is a good ball which has gone through Everson and bounced awkwardly in front of Moores again. So yeah, whether it might free them up just because they've, you know, they don't have to get a result, whereas England do.
Yeah, I think the Aussies though would love nothing better than to go, right, we've retained it, we'll beat you at we'll beat you at the Oval, pardon me. I think that will give them great satisfaction. They say it's been well documented that they don't quite enjoy Bazball, so it would be brilliant for them.
Yeah, having been comprehensively outplayed in the previous game, this one flicked away by Joey Everson into the onside, and again a shot of real authority from him, whipping it away to that shorter leg side boundary and getting himself 4 more. So now he moves to 40 from just 49 balls, and Kent 2-8, 4 for 5 and trailing by 66 runs.
Patterson just getting a little bit too full there, just probably looking for it to swing a bit too much, and strays onto Joey Everson's pads, and not for the first time this afternoon we've seen him flick it away for 4.
Patterson bowling off a thickish outside edge. I think it was credit to Everson, deliberately played, angled down into the gully. He gets 2 runs to move to 42. 1 ball to go in the over. So yeah, when I went out to South Africa, I had some relatives out there, so that was why I originally went to Cape Town and stayed with my great aunt, and then a couple of years later went out to Joburg, Pretoria, and watched a bit of golf, watched a couple of one-dayers.
Where did you watch the golf?
I think it was Pretoria. I can't remember what tournament it was. It was a European Tour event. This one's pushed away defensively for a single.
I thought for a moment there, I thought you were going to say Sun City, where they play the Joburg, not the Joburg Oaks, I'm sorry, they play the Sunshine Tour there. The Gary Player golf course.
It could have been. It could have been. I can't remember. I'll look it up in a minute. But it was a lovely thing to do.
You enjoy your trip?
Yeah, very much so. Wandered around following the players and.
See Dave in the back speaking about snakes.
I didn't see any snakes. Sort of some big spiders actually.
Yeah, the rain spiders there are ginormous.
Turned away into the onside by Joey Everson for a single. He moves to 43, 72. Kent 287 for 5. Right, this will be funny because Dave's making jokes about you knowing everyone in South Africa.
Here we go.
So I think my distant cousin, Jared Wilson, if you knew him, that really would have been something. But he's a cricketer who's actually has since moved to Ireland. So I think he's living in Belfast way, and I think he's played, might have even been in an Ireland A squad, but he's trying to sort of get into the Ireland ranks, basically playing a good standard of domestic cricket out there at the moment. So yeah, if you know my distant cousin, that really would be
that's incredible.
But I didn't know whether you might have played some cricket against him growing up at all.
There's a possibility. How old is he?
I think early-ish 20s, so maybe a couple of years younger than you possibly.
I probably could have played a bit of club cricket against him. You never know, do you? You never know who you play against.
Yeah, quite. I mean, the only one I really remember is Daniel Bell Drummond. Obviously plays for Kent. I remember he was like 10 when I played a game against him as a youngster.
Lyndon James into Joey Everson, who has driven this splendidly down the ground for 4 runs. That is a wonderful cricket shot.
I mean, I think this is the most fluent I've seen Joey Everson since the One Day Cup last year. We've seen some knocks from him in County Championship cricket so far this season, but I'd be surprised if any of them are at a strike rate better than this. He's, from ball one, just looked so at ease in these surroundings.
So it's a home game for him, isn't it?
Basically. Old stomping ground.
Lyndon James in again to Joey Everson, adjusts his length to a little bit short, and this is defended out to mid-off for a dot ball. Bit of an interesting fielder. They've lost the slip, so they obviously feel that slip's not in play at all, and they've gone for what looks like a catching, well, an in-between catching mid-wicket and square leg, then with a conventional mid-wicket a lot deeper, and your normal mid-on. It's Lyndon James in again to Joey Everson, and this is just pushed up to right where that mid-wicket is.
They've had a couple of funky field settings actually. For Blake, they had two catching covers when Mullaney was bowling stump to stump and trying to keep it tight with the old ball. But yeah, this new ball, only 15 overs old. Dave's going to jump in and do an update. I need to nip next door and do one as well in a moment, actually. This Joey Everson's on strike and facing up to Lyndon James here. Just turning this one away into the onside. 291 for 5.
Still got a way to go until tea, haven't we? 14 overs after this one, so probably going on for 3/4 of an hour or so.
That's pretty much when we went to tea yesterday. We
Yeah.
were about 10 past 4, quarter past 4.
Yesterday we didn't get any cricket after tea, did we? The rains came in the interval and didn't go away.
Hopefully that won't be the case
No.
today. It's a little bit gloomy. Floodlights are on. James is bowling to Everson. Short ball which he ducks underneath. It bounces in front of Tom Moores. Tom Moores is increasingly untrustworthy of this, the pitch in front of him, isn't he? He's taken a few already today on the ends of the finger, and balls have bounced nastily in front of him.
I think he's been struck in the shoulder a couple of times and in the chest. So Ben Slater get a nasty one yesterday when he was in at short leg. Compton absolutely drilled it away, and it was only the knee of Slater that stopped him getting 4.
James to Everson. Clipped away out towards mid-wicket, end of the over. 47 for Joey Everson, 72 Harry Finch. Partnership is 73 now. 291 for 5, Kent, trailing by 59 runs.
I'll do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham. A little bit of Jackson 5 in our ears. 291 for 5. We've got the floodlights on here, but you're absolutely right. Above them we've got low dark clouds, so just hopefully it won't be a repeat of yesterday where the rains came in about 4:15 and we didn't get any more cricket. Tell you one man who is enjoying himself, Joey Everson, the youngster who left Notts to move to Kent last year. On his return today he's playing beautifully. He's 47 not out against his former teams. His former team and teammates here. At the other end, Harry Finch is on 72. Notts, I think it's fair to say, could do with a wicket. They made 350 and Kent are closing in on that. They're 291 for 5. Dane Patterson bowling to Harry Finch. And there's no run. I'm just going to swap headphones here. There we are. 291 for 5. Patterson to bowl to Finch on 72. It's this back past the bowler. Shouts yes because he knows that Brett Hutton is trying to get across, and quite a bit of ground to go to. Stopped the ball but couldn't prevent the single. 292 for 5.
Well, you spoke about the rain, Dave, and hopefully it doesn't come. If it does, well, I don't think you have to worry about that firstly, because the ground staff's, the hover cover looks like it's under repair.
Yeah, they you didn't get here till 2:30ish, but after lunch They seem to have dismantled it, and it either won't go back together again, or they couldn't fix it as Patterson bowls. Nicely defended. 292 for 5.
So does that mean it's a flat tyre?
Well, I don't know what it is. It seemed as if it was more terminal than a flat tyre. Ben offered more than I could in that he felt it was an engine problem, which may or may not be it, but they were out there, they took it to bits, they've tried starting it up a couple of times, it wouldn't go, and then they've disappeared. Presumably they're on the phone to the hover cover shop saying, what do we do? Please send a spare one. 292 for 5. Everson has 47. Again, happy to push this back to Dane Patterson, who he pulled away for a 6 earlier on.
It's good legs that from Dane Patterson. Just having Joey under a little bit of pressure on the front foot there, asking a little bit of questions as that nips back, and LBW's in the equation. If it just holds its line, then challenging the outside edge. So those will be the lines that Stephen Mullaney will be asking the South African quick to bowl.
Turns and sets off. Just see the faint outline of floodlights from the shadows from the floodlights as he runs in. Single taken off his hips by Everson to move to 48. 293 for 5. Kent 57 behind, and I don't think we really know whether Kent's lower order are going to be blown away in a mere matter of moments, as Ben has been alluding to, a little bit of a look of a tail about it, or whether Kent are just going to go on and just ease their way past Notts and build a substantial lead here. Game very much in the balance as Patterson bowls. That's a good quick delivery which came back in on Finch, but he defended it nicely onto the leg side end of the over. 293 for 5. We've had 97 overs in this innings as well, worth mentioning. You can get bonus points up until the end of the 110th over, so we've got 13 overs for Notts to will get one more wicket for a second bowling bonus point, 4 wickets in 13 overs for maximum bowling points, and of course Kent is 7 runs away from a third batting point, and then presumably they'll look on to try and get 350. Leg spin, if only we had a leg spinner in the commentary box just to talk us through Calvin Harrison's over. Do you know any?
No, I don't know any. I don't know any good ones anyway. Except for this lad over here.
Take yourself out of the equation. I know you're not modest, but take yourself out of the equation. Who's the best leg spinner in the Notts Premier League? Are there that many?
There's a Namibian lad who's played international cricket. It's got to be him.
Who does he play for?
He plays for Hucknall. You would have thought it has to be him. He plays international cricket. Calvin Harrison. Change in bowling. And this one fired through and left alone by Joey Everson. Tom Moores does nice tidy glove work. I'm glad to see they brought spin on. I was wondering when they were going to. I think new ball might do a bit more for Calvin. Bowled again, and Joey Everson just pushing it back to Calvin Harrison for a dot ball.
Got a wicket with his second ball this morning when he came on.
Well, they'll be hoping for something similar as Calvin Harrison bounding in again, and that's defended off the back foot by Joey Everson. It's got a little bit of turn there from Calvin Harrison, so that will be very encouraging for the young leg spinner. Very happy again at the top of his mark and comes firing in, and that is beautifully bowled by Calvin Harrison. He's straight into his rhythm, and that has beaten Joey Everson. All ends up, and Tom Moores has not been able to collect that.
So what was that, a genuine leg spinner?
Yeah, just genuine leg spinners, just spun. Really
you know
nicely
Calvin
bowled.
well. Has he got lots of variations?
He does, as he's in again, and Joey Everson defending off the front foot this time. Really nice length that from Calvin Harrison's, getting it to go up and down quite nicely. He does. When I last spoke to him, he was working on the flipper. As Calvin in again, and this one a little bit shorter, and Joey Everson, forever watchful, just defends off the back foot for a dot ball. Very good over from Calvin Harrison.
So let's pretend I'm an idiot.
Okay.
And we know flipper isn't just a dolphin. What essentially are you trying to do with the flipper?
So the flipper is just it's a ball that just skids onto the batter a bit quickly. So it's where you flick it out of your fingers, almost like you're clicking your fingers, and the ball flips out
A click like a dolphin.
a click like a dolphin.
That's why it's called the flipper, is it?
Exactly. I don't come up with these words. And it just hurries onto the batsman and tries to either get him bowled or LBW. So it's just a better version of the slider.
Here's Patterson into boldness. He's bowled him! He's bowled him, left alone by Finch. Hardly put a foot wrong in a more than 3 hour state, but he's misread the line of that one. And Patterson has clipped off a bail, and it's 293 for 6. More thoughts from Kyle, and then Ben will return.
Well, there's two types of leaves, a good 'un and a bad 'un, and unfortunately for Finch, that is a bad 'un. He goes for a very well played 73 off 156 balls, and Kent lose their 6th.
That's about the one misjudgment Harry Finch has made in about 3 weeks, to be honest.
Yeah, you've been saying it a little bit, haven't you? He has been getting it to nip a bit, and nip, quite sharply, and I don't think it's come in terribly, but it definitely has nipped in slightly, and it's just literally clipped the top of off stump.
And it just feels like he's actually managed to bowl a better line from this end.
Yes.
The change of ends seems to have worked for him, because it felt like from the pavilion end, just a little bit too wide of off stump and then coming in, and batters were able to safely leave it alone. But that one, just with the tighter line that he's had, as you say, just making contact with the stumps, and that's all it needs to do. Matt Quinn then comes in at number 8 for Kent. I'm just going to go back to an email I had from Mike, and he was talking about a possible Kent declaration, and he's agreeing with me that it's not going to happen. But in the context of the game, he's pointing out that if Kent can get up to 300, probably be beyond 100 overs, maybe they have a bit of a slog to get up to the bonus point cut-off, which is 110 overs, to see if they can get up to parity and up to 350, because bonus points could be key in this game. Likelihood is we don't have enough time left in it for either side to win. Maybe Kent could declare and see if there is a cluster of wickets, and give themselves it's obviously a long shot to go and win the game, but
you want to make a game of it, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
You want to make a game of it. The position that both teams are in at the minute it can go either way, really. Kent could kick on, or Notts could take a few wickets. As Dane Patterson into Quinn, who's defended this out to catching mid-wicket for a dot ball. Yeah, I agree with you. If Kent could somehow get these next 50 runs quite quickly and just try have some sort of a lead, and then declare, and you can put Notts under maybe a little bit of pressure. You are probably asking for a lot, but I don't think it will happen.
No, I don't think it will happen, mainly because I don't think Kent will stick around for too much longer.
That is defended, and oh no dear, Joey Everson has completed a single by himself, really. He's run halfway down. Matt Quinn has said, no thank you, Joey, and Joey's had to run all the way back. James Hayes, who's done the fielding there, I don't think ever in danger of running Joey Everson out. I think he was always home carefully, or safely, I should rather say. But that was a bit of a scare. That's the last thing they need, Kent, to lose Joey Everson on 48. There's Patterson in again to Matt Quinn, who's just pushed this one back to the bowler.
I think that was a motorbike rather than the hover cover engine all of a sudden kicking into gear.
Well, I believe you're the person to ask about hover cover engines.
Me? But no.
So I've come here, and I'm no mechanic, but it looks broken.
I mean, I think we'll both just agree with that. It doesn't quite look right out there, folks.
No, it doesn't. You just hope there's no rain. Dane Patterson running in, Matt Quinn.
Well, that was
just
a nice
pushing
shot.
this. Yeah, it's a lovely shot, pushing it out to mid-off for a dot ball. You said he doesn't know what shot he's going to play. If he's going to play shots like that, he can stick around for a while.
Just a slight correction. He said he doesn't know what shot he can play.
Fair enough.
Every ball, but no. we did have a slight conversation. He said, "Oh, I'm not going to try and bat like a number 8." He is at the moment.
He is. This is. Maybe he bats by numbers.
Maybe. If you open with him, he'd play a
Different
full
brand.
defensive.
Dane Patterson in to Quinn, and this is off a thickest outside edge, and this is running away to the boundary. Martindale's chasing after it, but that will be in vain, as Quinn will get off the mark, and Kent will move on to 297 for 6 at the end of the 98th over.
There we go. That's more like it from Matt.
Here we
Quinn.
go.
Yeah, proper batting.
That's the batting we like to see.
Nice thick outside edge down towards third man.
They all count.
Too many tail enders these days bat properly, don't they? And you can't. There's not enough of old-fashioned tail enders anymore.
I think I couldn't agree with you more. Nothing better. The backing away and just trying to carve everything through the offside. I'd miss that.
Dan Worrell at Surrey, he's a king of that.
He's brilliant.
We had between him and Michael Hogan at the Oval, we had a tail ender off earlier on in the season. This one's nudged away by Joey Everson out towards deep square leg, settling for just one there, so he moves to 49. Would love to see Joey Everson get to 50 and then just really
cut loose,
free the shackles and see what he can do with the tail.
Well, maybe that's what Matt Quinn has come out and said, and he's gone, listen, I'll stay with you, Joey, you get yourself to 50 and then go mad. And then maybe that's the way forward. I'm not sure.
Wonder if he'll be tempted by the short boundary over cover here. The leg spinner to him, it balloons up into the onside. Tom Moore's chased after it. I wasn't sure if there was any bat in particular there.
No, I think he's just given that a good old-fashioned kick.
Yeah. Just dropped away.
I am very surprised there is no short leg into Matt Quinn, to be honest with you.
It's not a bad idea. This one's defended away by Quinn. Has a fellow leg spinner, of course.
Yes.
Is that where you'd have the short leg in there? Any other adjustments you'd have to the field, perhaps?
I think I'd just like to see. He's faced 7 balls. He hasn't quite looked comfortable. Get him in there, put him under a bit of pressure.
The leggy to him. That's a good delivery. Goes past the outside edge into the keeper's hands.
It also just means that he has to be a little bit wary. Can't just plant that front foot, and he's just got to be a little bit more careful. One does bounce or something, you just never know.
To him again. Oh, digs this one out. It was fired in a bit quicker from Harrison. Did well to get the bat down on that one, Matt Quinn.
You see, and then it allows Calvin to be able to bowl that quicker ball, and then he won't lunge at it, and it just gives him something to think about.
Here he is again. Driven, bit inside out from Quinn, and he should get 2 for this, in fact, out towards the cover boundary, and that's 300 up for Kent, and another batting bonus point. So 5 apiece on the bonus point front. And Kent trail by exactly 50 runs, and those that have travelled, Kent members away to our right, applauding that. So yeah, but they've got exactly 10 overs to go until the end of the cut-off point for the bonus points, and if Kent could get up to parity, I'm sure they'd be very pleased with that indeed, and we could find ourselves with a one innings game, albeit with perhaps not enough time for a result, but
could be entertaining watch.
Absolutely. I think Kent will be pleased so far with what they've managed to produce with a very injury hit team, a bit of a makeshift team. They've batted well with partnerships, albeit that only Finch has gone on to make a half century so far until hopefully this point.
Patterson into Joey Everson, and he has bowled him off stump, out the ground. Well, he will turn around to Stephen Mullany and said, I should have been here all game. He's picked up 2 in as many overs, and you've got your head in your hands.
Yeah, that was my fault, wasn't it?
Yeah, I didn't want to say it. 49. Joey Everson's got to depart.
Yeah, he has. Cleaned up by Dane Patterson. And yeah, he got out against Warwickshire on 99 earlier on in the season, Joey Everson, so that's not the first time that he's fallen just shy of a nice landmark, but he's batted really well. 49, 7 fours and a 6. Really positive innings from him against his former team. And now we're into the phase of the game, I think, where things are going to happen very quickly indeed. 300 for 7. Kent have got a batting bonus point. Without Everson, another 50 runs looks a long way away, but Jazz Singh comes out at number 9 to join Matt Quinn. And we could see some proper tail end batting in the next few overs, everybody. Dane Patterson, having gone wicketless for so much of this game, could be licking his lips.
You just feel Dane Patterson just got his line right here. As we said it last over. He's challenging both edges, and when you talk about challenging both edges, you mean the inside edge and the outside edge. And just if he gets it to nip back, you're challenging LBW and bowled, and he's taking his 2 wickets bowled. And if it just straightens and holds its line, you've got your keeper in 2 slips, and he's just got that. He's just got that right at the minute. There's Dane Patterson and Kent now 300 for 7. Nice, we'll be looking for a couple more quick wickets as Patterson in again. That's defended out on the front foot, and very good fielding from Ben Slater to stop the single. Not that I think Quinn was particularly interested. Nonetheless, Singh stays on no runs, and said dot ball after all of that. Dane Patterson 2 for 80 in 22 overs. Those 2 wickets coming very recently, so tail up as he comes running into Singh here, and this has struck him on the pad and heads out down to long leg for a leg by. Umpire gets his flamingo pose up and signals to the scorers for a leg by. Kent 301 for 7. And now trail by just 49 runs. What if you are Ken skipper and coach? What's the plan here? As Patterson into Quinn, and it's a play and miss, and beat him on all ends up.
Yeah, I mean,
pushing at that one.
The way Patterson's bowling at the moment, I think try and hang around against him
and take on Calvin.
Yeah, take on the spinner. And I think, they're probably a couple of guys might get out, but take him on, try and take him to the short boundary.
Survival's not going to work.
I don't
because you might get one with your name on it, and then you just never know, do you? I guess. As Dane Patterson into Quinn, that's nice and full, and this is just flicked away out to long leg for a single.
Yeah, I think ultimately, with the bowlers left now, with Everson losing his wicket, it'll be a bonus if Kent can get one more bonus point. So if they can find a way to get up to 350 before the 110th over, that would be great. But to do that, they need to still score at a good rate. So I think, you maybe do need to just chance your arm a little bit against the spinner.
Dane Patterson. This is in again to Singh, and this is off, well, a thick outside edge, and that's raced away for 4. Beautifully bowled, and exactly like last over. The last ball's been nicked for 4.
Well, I actually didn't think he played that too badly, really.
No, I think he's played that really nicely.
A pretty rookie number 9 at 20 years of age. Very much a bowler who's quite inexperienced at this level, to come out and face a guy of Dane Patterson's quality to angle the bat down. And
well, if that did go straight to second slip would have taken it on the 15th bounce.
Yeah, exactly.
It's gone all along the floor, so it is really nicely played.
So what will Matt Quinn do then here against Calvin Harrison? Will he think about trying to take down the leg spinner? Here he comes and bowls, and he does go straight over the top, chips it over his head, a couple of bounces, and they'll come back for 2. Plugs like a pitching wedge onto the green, that particular one. But it just shows a little bit of the intent that we perhaps might see from Quinn.
Well, I just think it's their best option of scoring runs. He might lose a couple of wickets, but I think he'll probably pick up more. Calvin won't be too unhappy about this, though.
No, he won't mind as this one's defended away back towards him. Kent's tail enders coming at him. That point fielder, that slip fielder might catch an outside edge that balloons up in the air. Mid-off is pushed quite far back as well. Drags this one down into the pitch, and Quinn's missed out slightly there because he's tucked it straight to the fielder.
I think he's missed out there. That was there to punish.
Yeah, probably should have hit it a bit squarer where the gap is either side of the umpire. It's Harrison bowls again, and he's hit this straight up in the air. In fact, it's so straight up in the air that it almost didn't carry, but it's a brilliant catch by the subfielder. Running in, James Hayes, brilliant take.
That's a great catch, and I was about to say just before Calvin Harrison did that, I just said I was just thinking, don't try bowl that magic ball, just bowl enough balls in the same place, and Quinn will hit one right up in the air, and well, he's just done it. That's a really nicely bowled. It's given this a bit more flight, and Quinn once again just trying to hit this away on the leg side. He's got a bit of a leading edge, and it's a great catch by Hayes, isn't it?
Yeah, I must admit, I thought it was not going to carry to him. He did it straight up that it might not reach James Hayes. I'm getting him confused with Jack Haynes now. That's why I called him Jack a moment ago, who's of course signing for Nottinghamshire from this year.
I'll tell you what, there's going to be a bit of confusion around the changing room.
Yeah, well, it's going to give Dave a job if those two ever play in the same team with each other. Right, I think Arafat Bhuyan was meant to come out at 10 as per the card, but personally I'd bring Arshdeep Singh in here, and I think it might even be Arshdeep.
It is Arshdeep Singh.
Left-handed batter,
short boundary.
He does not hang about. He will try and hit Calvin Harrison for 6 into that short boundary, maybe even first ball. That's what he does.
I've got time for that. I think
he doesn't muck around, Arshdeep. We had this really nervy period at Wantage Road where he came out at number 11 and Daniel Bell-Drummond was on 292, and you just thought, is Daniel going to get to 300 here? First ball went straight up just over mid-on. You thought it was going to get caught, and in the end he just about managed to space enough deliveries for Bell-Drummond to get to 300, and then he got out like the next ball afterwards. So again, he's here for
anything can happen.
Yeah, he's here for a fun time but not a long time.
Calvin Harrison's picked up 2 wickets now, 2 for 25 and 5.4.
Well, this is the leg spinner's job, isn't it? Come and polish up the tail when they
can't get it over and done with.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a short leg is coming in. 42 runs Kent trailing by Arshdeep. Oh no, they're not going to put a short leg in just yet. Arshdeep getting loose. Right, is he going to try and hit him to the short boundary first ball? Here comes Harrison into Arshdeep. No, he just steers it away into the onside watchfully. He also sort of has only 2 modes, the kind of big block or the big shot. Harrison goes for the big block again, just pushing this one out towards mid-off. It's hard to quite get into the head of Arshdeep Singh when you see him previously come out and smack his first ball straight up in the air. But end of the over then, and applause for Harrison removing Matt Quinn. Suck it in to trying to play a couple of shots, and ultimately didn't get hold of it and was caught brilliantly by the subfielder.
I'm back. I've just replaced the leg spinner. Not entirely sure it's a wise move because Kyle,
the leg spin's working, yeah.
Well, as he usually does, manages to get a wicket or two. Done all these matches over the years, Ben, I'll tell you, and recently there were 3 of us doing a blast game. There's Dane Patterson, he's going to bowl to Jazz Singh, pushed into the offside, and we were sort of doing it, myself and Colin Fray, the sports editor at BBC Radio Nottingham, with Kyle as our summariser for one of the blast games. And Colin did an over that Shaheen Shah Afridi bowled against Warwickshire. Was it Warwickshire? Against Warwickshire. The end of that over, 7 for 4. I mean, we've all had dreams of commentating on that over, haven't we? And of course Colin and Kyle were very much in their element, as the next ball is just fiddled at outside the off stump by Jazz, 308 for 8. Not that it was, you know, a tremendous over to watch and to witness Shaheen Shah Afridi, but the fact that Bracegirdle was making a big issue of the fact that I was sat where you're sat watching it and not really part, you know, it's like Two's company, three's a crowd, Dave. We've got this covered. It was an extraordinary over, and made all the more extraordinary by the end of the night that Warwickshire, having been 7 for 4, went on to win.
Yeah, that did the rounds on social media, didn't it? That
308 for 8. Jazz Singh on 4. He'll push this into the offside. Right. Quite extraordinary sight to behold, an over that finished 7 for 4. From what I can remember, not that I was commentating on it, but from what I can remember, he began with one way down the leg side that went for 5 wides, and you thought, oh crikey, here, 5 for 0, and we've still got the full over to go. And then he went wicket.
There was a dot or something in between, was
one
there?
dot, wicket. 308 for 8. Jazz Singh faces Patterson. Played this nicely up to mid-on. I think all talks of Kent's early demise were exaggerated.
Jazz Singh so far shown nice technique.
What time of day is it? It's getting on for 4 o'clock, so this could either be good news or bad news in terms of the tea break, because if a 9th wicket goes down, of course, even if they get to the appointed time, they'll go on and on and on.
It's not a bad idea for Kent to bat up until tea, get all out, and then come and have a bowl.
Well, yeah, but if 2 wickets go down quickly, tea might be a little earlier, because it should still be 7 overs after this one as Patterson bowls. And nice shot from Jazz Singh, and he's nearly got to this end before Arshdeep set off.
Arshdeep was ball watching.
At the very least, he was ball watching. He was almost set with his feet in concrete. I think Jazz Singh had nearly got to this end, hadn't he? Before he set off.
That was nicely played by Jazz Singh.
It was.
Had a nice chat with him last night. He was a little bit nervous. I think it was only the second interview he'd ever done. But we had a little bit of a chat about his 4 wickets.
He did well. I've enjoyed his performance. I take it you were stood on a box to interview him. 309 for 8.
Could have used one.
He's tall, isn't he?
He is.
I mean, you're 4'6" and he's about 7'6". Oh, Arshdeep has he's used the 6 iron there to get 4 runs over the leg side. He lifted that up and away down the fairway nicely, and away over mid wicket for 4. One bounce. That was a clean pickup.
That's more the Arshdeep Singh we know and love.
Dane Patterson's comments aren't for public airing, I don't think. 313 for 8. Kent trail by 37. What price? 350 plays 350.
So actually it was quite funny because I'm actually taller than 4'6". But Matt Walker came out in front of Jazz Singh and said hello to him, the Connect coach, who is shorter than me, and he asked me, who do you want to speak to? And I said, the big man. And then Matt sort of turned around behind him and then looked up and saw the towering figure of Jazz Singh coming out of the dressing room behind him to come and chat to us. So Jazz Singh's on 5. Arshdeep Singh is on 4. Little single here for Jazz Singh, and then let's get Arshdeep back on strike. That's where the battle's at, I think. The left-hander to the short boundary against the leg spinner. Dragged in, played off the back foot very nicely by Jazz Singh, out to the sweeper on the offside. There you go, there's the single we wanted.
Jamie Manners is my sort of cricket watcher, stroke part-time statistician. Not sure if this has been mentioned yet, Dave. How often does the top 7 of both teams all reach double figures in the first innings of a match? That's a good shout, Jamie. We could be pedantic and say Ben Slater actually reached triple figures because he got 100, but that's very good, Jamie. We like that. Everybody's got starts.
Harrison to Arshdeep. Oh, that one kept a bit low. He's just nudged it away on the onside for a single.
Submarine ball. You need to develop one of those, Kyle, at the back of the box, the one that goes underground.
Yeah, the Gazunda ball.
Gazunda. The Gazunda ball, he says.
Interesting that Arshdeep's been quite watchful so far against the leg spin, but when the seamer comes on, he just tries to bosh it. Jazz Singh playing this nicely out towards point. No run.
I presume Matthew's been here, there or everywhere today because he's just obviously catching up with my earlier correspondence. 183 years of Trent Bridge, Dave. What's your standout memory?
Oof. Up in the air from Jazz Singh, going for a big shot. Chance for a catch, and it's down.
Ben Slater.
To make up a lot of room there. I think it's Will Young, actually. think he's got the number 30 on his back.
Yeah.
And he had to make up a lot of ground away to his left. Got hands to it, but was on the run and it went down. So Jazz Singh dropped, moves to 7. Kent 3.16 for 8. Harrison to Arshdeep. There's the big shot. It's gone straight up, and it's not gone long enough. And he's going to be caught in the deep. Short boundary, and he hit it up rather than long, but was always likely to try it. So he departs for 5. Another wicket for Harrison. Kent 3.16 for 9.
Yeah, Notts have got those bowling points again, the precious points, so they've got as many as they can get from this. Game 6 remains to be seen if Kent can get another 34 runs. A 316 for 9. Arshdeep Singh caught by Lyndon James from the bowling of Harrison for 5. We're around about 4 o'clock, so we're in that sort of area. We don't know where tea or when tea will be taken, because I'm sure it'll be when the 9th or the final wicket goes down, with Kent being 316 for 9. Arshdeep caught by Lyndon James from the bowling of Calvin Harrison. He's done pretty well here. Faced 5 balls, it 1 for 316 for 9 as the last man, Arafat Boyan, makes his way out to the middle. Wayne Morrison is Luke Fletcher injured. Yes, mate, he went off, hobbled off yesterday. Of course, his first game back since ankle surgery, or his first championship game. He bowled a couple of overs in the blast, but bowled a little bit yesterday, and into his 10th over had to leave the field injured. So Arafat Boyan comes out to join Jazz Singh. There's 1 ball left in this over. Where Kent are now 9 wickets down as we close in on the tea break. Nottinghamshire made 350, Kent 316 for 9. The leg spinner Calvin Harrison's having a good day. He's taken a couple of catches in this innings in the slip, and now coming on to bowl, he's got 3 of these wickets. In fact, he's now got 4 wickets as a wicket goes down here for you on BBC Radio Nottingham, and that is the end of the Kent innings. 316 for 9. Notts will have a first innings lead of 34 as the players head off for tea. So Boyan getting a first baller from Harrison, and that is that. 316 all out. A LBW decision there. It was only he was at the crease for 1 minute. It probably took him longer to get to the middle than it did to face the ball and be dismissed. Kyle's here just very, very quickly. I know he's your big mate, Calvin Harrison there, 4 for 28. He's done wonderfully well.
Brilliant. That's a lovely executed googly. That is. It's in the Arafat. Nasty bowl. Doesn't look too happy, but from what I saw, that was out. So Calvin Harrison has picked up 4 for 28. Really, really good job, and Notts will be very pleased with that. They picked up 5 wickets very, very quickly there, and they'll be buzzing to be having a lead of 34. Tea will taste that much sweeter.
Well, indeed. Thanks, Carl, for your contributions this afternoon, and to Ben Watson, of course, to all of you out there. We'll be back in 20 minutes' time when the players return. Notts will be batting for a second time with a first innings lead of 34. Welcome back to Trent Bridge, everybody, for what could be a lengthy final session of day 3. Let's hope we get all the cricket in. 41 overs remaining. Of course, if we do, this game will, one way or another, start to take a little bit of shape. I think up until the last hour of the Kent innings, I was expecting it to sort of meander towards a draw, but right now, I think all options are very much on the table. If Kent can have a good session here, and it's not beyond the realms of possibility, we've seen it before, that Notts could find themselves 5 or worse down by stumps, and Kent will be very much in the game, or conversely, Notts could get a good platform by midday tomorrow. Could be top side of 250 in front if all went well for them, and maybe we'd have Kent in the last 2 sessions tomorrow trying to chase down a score. And we saw, if you get a dangerous player like Alex Blake or Joey Everson as he played today, it could be a fun day tomorrow. Let's just hope the weather plays ball. Players are making their way back to the middle. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from Radio Nottingham. Ben Watts alongside me from BBC Radio Kent. And at last today, you feel like this game's got a little bit of forward movement.
Yeah, feels like it has. And our correspondent Mike on the email was not wrong about Kent getting to 300, and they might as well have declared, because as soon as they lost Everson and Finch, they were always struggling to get to 350. If Everson had been around with the tail, then maybe they might have got there and levelled things up in terms of the bonus points and the scores. But Nottinghamshire having that slender first innings lead, and I mean, I think the draw probably still is the favourite, but it does now bring a few more results into play with 4 sessions to go in the game.
Yeah, I think if they are 4 dry sessions, as I said, all results are on the table. Just quickly before we start, Arshdeep Singh's going to get us underway. Brett Hutton, 24.4 overs, 3 for 76. Didn't see Luke Fletcher today. He took 1 for 7 from 9.2 overs. Dane Patterson, 2 for 90 from 24 overs. Lyndon James, none for 61 from 22. Stephen Mullaney, 17 overs, none for 38. And Calvin Harrison, pretty sure these are new career best first class figures of 7 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 28. And we must remember young Ben, if Kent do start a second innings in this match, Harrison will be on a hat-trick.
Yeah, and what I was pointing out down in the press box actually, as I was tucking into my scone, about Kent's bowlers, Kent's tail not lasting long, as Arshdeep Singh is in and bowling. This one defended away by Ben Slater, and I think it would have been one of the Notts media guys who was saying, oh, got to give credit to Calvin Harrison. And I was saying, yeah, well, he's the perfect man to come in and bowl at those lads at the end of the innings.
Yeah, generally your 9s, 10s and 11, and I really am generalising, if you can get a medium pacer plopping it on a length, they're going to have a swish and they might strike lucky. If it's extreme pace, they won't like that. And if you've got a spinner who can turn it both ways, sooner or later they're going to fall.
So 3 slips in a gully, 4 Slater, got 100 in the first innings. Arshdeep Singh in and bowling this one wide of the off stump, trying to improve on his first innings figures. He bowled so well on day 1. Barely went for any runs. It was a little bit more expensive start of day 2, wasn't he? Yeah. Ended up with 23 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 63 first time around.
34 runs is one of these, isn't it? I'm thinking, well, it's not that big a lead. And I guess the Kent contingent are thinking 34 run deficit already.
Arshdeep in. Pushed away out towards point. Yeah, effectively Notts 34 without loss.
Yeah. It is, depending on which side of the river you're on.
So yeah, it's a useful lead, although in the grand scheme of things it is fairly minimal.
Stuart Broad out in the test match for 7. I think that happened whilst we were at tea here. They're 273 for 9 right now, with Wokes and last man Anderson at the crease. 85 from Harry Brook today, the top score for England in that test at the Oval.
I think Chris Wokes might have just hit a 6, because that's become 279, as this one's a Yorker dug out by Slater.
And if anybody wants to buy Ben's 5th day ticket for half price, it's going now, half price. Ben's happy to sell. Where you sat, which stand are you in? Or have you?
I don't really know.
Or have you wangled a freebie?
No, it's a mate of mine who got all the tickets. So Nottinghamshire none for none then, second time around. Deep bowling past the off stump.
It's nice when you're appreciated, even for silly little things. Jamie Manners, thank you for the shout out before tea, Dave. The wife was thrilled to hear you mention me. Well, there you go, Jamie Manners. Jamie Manners, Jamie Manners, one of our regulars, devoted listener. Mike Brown, who's here on the ground from Guernsey. I was beginning to doubt we'd get the last 2 bowling points, which in the context of the table with the draw favourite would have been a disaster. Thank you, Mike. But he won't hear me because he's on the ground in the Hound Road stand.
Slater facing Arshdeep. Tucks this one away into the onside. Slight misfield. So our man Arafat Bhuyan again, who got nutmegged on the boundary in the first innings.
Josh Roberts, given the injury to Fletch, I think Notts can be fairly happy with that. Yes, that was... guess that was the worry going into today,
yeah.
Luke Fletcher. But yeah, you know, Stephen Mullaney having a long spell either side of lunch sort of helped him out.
6-4 out, Chris Wokes.
England
283 all out in 55 overs. So they scored at over 5 and over in that effort, but
forget the half-price offer on Ben's 5th day ticket. He'll take any offers now. Any offers. So what happens? Do you get money back on your 5th day ticket?
Honest, I think you get it back if it doesn't go to the 5th day.
Or you perhaps find yourself at the front of the ballot or something for next year.
So Matt Quinn from the Radcliffe Road end, back with ball in hand, doing the... I think he's much better out than his batting. But he's fun to watch.
Yeah.
This one defended away by Slater. One of those when you get 9, you think, as a tail ender, you're thinking, oh, I could have got double figures. Jazz Singh on 7 not out. Oh, I could have got a little double figure score. It might help my average.
Do you think they'll be thinking that?
As a bowler, yeah, every run you get. Jazz Singh, any runs he can get in first class cricket.
What is fun is when a number 10 or 11 is left with a proper batter and they start turning down runs. And you can see it infuriates them.
Yeah, we didn't get to that stage. With Everson being removed, quick single, good running from Hamid actually. Ben Slater wasn't necessarily expecting to be called through there.
Yeah, we'll only run on the 4th or 5th ball. And, if he then gets it away from the final ball of the over and the batter says, no, stay there. You can see it grates a little bit. 2 without loss. The lead 36.
I was slightly disappointed Arshdeep didn't manage to get one into the stand before he hit one straight up in the air. We saw him hit the seamer for 4.
He tried, didn't he?
He did try. Just went straight up.
Good catch for James Hayes, and that's nice. He's been out there fielding since 11 o'clock this morning and managed to take a good catch in the end.
Yeah, and that was the Quinn one. That was a really good take. He's in and bowling. Oh, and that one's down towards third man by Hasib Hamid. Didn't quite look short enough really for that shot, but he's manoeuvred it down towards third man to the boundary.
Away for 4, 6 without loss. These half-an-hour updates come round quick as a flash. Quick as a flash. Ben's just realised it's 4:30. The room next door, there'll be somebody from BBC Kent. Oh, down the line. Are you there, Ben? Are you there? I can't hear you, Ben. 6 without loss. As the mighty Quinn turns down below us to bowl to Hasib Hamid. Who's on 4. Rocks forward and defends. Keeping Ben's seat nice and warm for him is Carl van Vollenhoven.
It's really important to keep someone's seat warm, Dave.
It is. It is. Did they save you a scone?
They did. They did. Good scones, yeah.
You come cheap. I'll give you that. You're a cheap date.
I'm a very cheap date.
Hours commentary for a scone. That's.
Sounds like a win-win, really.
Here's Quinn. Peter Hartley is the umpire at this end. They've swapped around, and he will have a good view there of Asiba Mead leaning forward and pushing it back to the bowler. In the first innings, Asiba Mead made 90. No, he didn't. He made 18, and he was the first to be dismissed by Joey Everson, an LBW decision. That was the only wicket to go down before lunch on the first day, which was only a couple of days ago, but seems like a week ago. And there's Quinn going to bowl to Mead. So as we've just heard, England all out in the Test match for 283. Mead lets this go through to wicket-keeper Finch. So Australia will be batting in just a moment.
That's really swung from Quinn. He's got that to go away quite nicely, and quite rightly so. Mead let that go, and he's going to get himself in trouble by playing in one like that.
The Division 1 games that are in progress, they didn't start until lunch at Old Trafford today because of morning rain, and Lancashire have had a good afternoon there. 276 for 2 at tea. Luke Wells out for 119, Josh Bohannon 80 not out. Northants made 342. Middlesex have defeated Warwickshire. Essex have defeated Hampshire, as Arshdeep Singh from the pavilion end bowls. Slater lets it go through to the keeper at Taunton. Somerset 145 for 8 now. Somerset still trailing Surrey by 53, so Surrey pressing for victory. Where Nottinghamshire now batting in their second innings. They are 6 without loss. They had a pretty good afternoon, or late part to the afternoon, with Calvin Harrison taking 4 wickets as Kent were dismissed for 316. 4 wickets, as I say, for Harrison. Career best figures for him. Notts had a first innings lead of 34. They've extended that to 40. They're 6 without loss. Latest delivery has gone through to the wicket-keeper Finch. There's no run. Floodlights are still on. The clouds are high. Every now and again the sun just threatens to peep through, but hasn't really. It's one of those days that's all a bit it's not really high summer. It's not really early season cold. Somewhere in between.
Yeah, it's been a bizarre summer, hasn't it, Dave? Bizarre with July.
Arshdeep Singh, the Indian white ball international, bowls, and Slater
what a
drives it down the ground. This was somewhat similar to the way he went from 97 to 100 in the first innings, and again I think he's going to get 3. He is indeed. So a nice shot punched down the ground by Ben Slater. So he's on to 5. Hamid has 4. Notts a 9 without loss, and that lead is 43.
It's a really lovely looking shot, that, from Ben Slater. A lot of time in the game for straight drives and cover drives. They look fantastic, don't they?
So what's on this evening? Nets?
Nets this evening. Training. Then
what does training mean?
Just nets. Practice.
So it's not net. It's not training. It's nets.
It's nets, yeah. I've just always called it training. I've never called it nets. I don't know why. And
so you just serve up a few juicy.
I throw down some pies.
Arshdeep Singh bowls, and this beats Hamid outside the off stump, although he didn't really go at it with any great intent. Through to Finch, 9 without loss. How did he become a leg spin bowler? I know that's a fairly vague question. Were you messing about with a tennis ball or a rubber ball and found you could just get a little bit of revolution by flicking your wrist, or did you watch a leg spin bowler, or was there a family connection? Why didn't you bowl, or how did it happen?
When I used to, everyone starts off as a fast bowler, and when I used to run in and bowl fast, I could never bowl one with the seam upright.
There's the next delivery. Hamid will take the score into double figures. In fact, he's going to, well, no, he's not going to come back for 2. He was coming back for 2, but Ben Slater said no, so Hamid halted in his track as he attempted to come back. And they're both on 5, 10 without loss.
And I would run in and bowl. I'll run in and bowl one, and every time I'd bowl one, I'd bowl a leg cutter. And my dad was like, "Yeah, that's not right." So he said, "Well, why don't you try bowl a bit of leg spin?" And that's the story, Dave.
Next delivery on its way, and always got a bit lucky here, Ben Slater. He played this almost French cricket-like from in front of his stumps, and it's got a thick outside edge, and it's run away through that slip cordon and away for 4. Boundary for Ben Slater. He's on to 9.14 without loss. And as with anything, particularly leg spin, the more you practice, the better you get, I guess.
Exactly, and then I obviously got some coaching done, and then just bowled loads.
And
and
what sort of
loads.
age was this? And
I think I must have been 9 or 10.
and was your coach a leg spin coach?
Yeah, so he was a leg spin coach. Brett Hillary was my first coach, and then
And where's this at?
this is in South Africa.
Yeah, you know,
At
a
primary
local
school.
club or
No, at a primary school.
yeah.
And then
So essentially, you were getting the sort of coaching from somebody that you're now doing that job in schools here.
yeah, how the tables turned, Dave.
Now the tables have turned. 14 without loss. Here's Matt Quinn bowling to a Mead, who's on 5. Lets this go through to the keeper.
Yeah, so, and then when I moved to high school, I moved on to the coach who still has a lot to do with my bowling now, is Maurice Armstamp. He's played some professional cricket back in South Africa and done like the psychology work for the Proteas for a couple of years, and recently Namibia in the T20 World Cup not too long ago. So yeah, so he helps me out.
Quinn, Kiwi born. There are now shadows from the sun around all the players, and Mead defends onto the leg side, 14 without loss. Is there any truth in the myth that you need either to be very supple jointed or double jointed to bowl leg spin?
I'm
Or
neither.
does it help?
It must help, but I'm not supple, and I'm not double jointed. So yeah, no, I don't think there's any truth to that, Dave. As far as I'm aware, it will definitely help. It must help to be quite supple and flexible.
Quinn in again to Mead, nudged into the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, no, it must help.
It's just because it's not a natural
No.
position to get the wrist to come from behind and flick it over and twist it, and then with the variations. I mean, that's also the great bit of the art, the skill is your wrist is moving, but on occasions you're also doing things with the ball with your fingers, making it go this way or that. I've played cricket all my life, but I could never get the hang of it. Apart just the basic flip it out the back and watch it, move from off stump towards third slip. Next ball is on its way and it goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, it's when you think about it as a practical thing and you break it down, it doesn't make sense.
No.
It doesn't make sense. It shouldn't quite be practical. Fast bowling, just straight through. Off spin, more or less similar, just turning it's more finger spin. But then leg spin, your shoulder gets into. I'd hate to have like a zoom in-depth look at what actually goes onto your shoulder joint while you're bowling leg spin. It can't be good.
There's Quinn in again to Hasiba Mead. He defends this one. Talking to Carl van Vollenhoven, who's played a bit of first-class cricket in South Africa. Played for Warwickshire in the Royal London One-Day Cup a couple of years ago. Second 11 cricketer, leg spin bowler, as you've been hearing. And when you come on to bowl, I know every situation is different, and it depends who's down the other end. Somebody who's looking to biff you into a different postcode, or somebody who's looking to block you. Generally, would you go through a lot of variations when you first come into a spell, as Quinn comes in to bowl here and into the offside, or are you looking to set somebody up, leg spinner, leg spinner, leg spinner, googly?
I think it depends on the format. In red ball cricket and club cricket, because you get gifted more time, you're looking to set a batter up, and then earn the right to bowl your variations. So you're just looking to go stock ball and get into a rhythm when you first come on, and you might start wanting to drag the batsman a bit wider, and then you have the googly that comes in, or start pushing him back and back and back, and you got the slider or the flipper that I spoke about earlier to
the dolphin ball.
Yeah, the Disney movie, to just hit him on the pad for LBW or get him bowled. So those are the two ways, but generally speaking, that's the plan. As Arshdeep Singh is in to Benny Slater, and let's just hit him on the on the pad, and a bit of an appeal by the...
Well, the trouble with that,
Kent
when
team.
it goes down the leg side, first slip can't see anything, second slip can't see anything, third slip can't see anything, fourth slip can't see anything, but they've all heard a little deflection off the thigh pad, so they've all gone up, manically appealing, but of course bowler, keeper, umpire and batter all know he didn't hit it.
You see it so often, don't you? It's the same as in white ball cricket. It goes down the leg side. The first thing they do is appeal and just try get away with not calling a wide. So Arshdeep Singh, off the really long run up, comes into Slater, who's carved this away over backward point for a boundary. It was short and wide and got the treatment.
Somerset are 9 wickets down at home, 154 for 9 against Surrey. They're still 44 behind, so that looks very much as if Surrey are on the brink of victory down there at Taunton, which is a long way away from here, Kyle, isn't it?
Oh my word!
We spent a trip to Taunton and back, which
company was great.
Was 24 hours, but seemed to be about 3 days, wasn't it? A lot of traffic around the Bristol area.
For a change, it took us a long time to get down there. Arshdeep Singh into the next ball, and Ben Slater's played that a little bit uncomfortably. It's nipped back in, and he sort of fended away off his body, and he's pushed it out to long leg for a single where Jazz Singh
who's hurled it in. I bet he can chuck a javelin all the way. Crikey.
And he hasn't quite done Harry Finch any favours there. He's had to jump and fingertipped it save over the bar. Anyway, no harm done, only a single. It brings Hassan Mahmood on to strike. Now he's on 5. Arshdeep Singh, and he comes again to Hamid, and he's left that alone outside the off stump, and that's a dot ball.
3 of Notts home one-day cup matches at Welbeck. Have you been to Welbeck?
Never been to Welbeck. I've played at Grantham. Funnily enough, played against Notts Twos at Grantham, but never been to Welbeck.
Who were you playing for Notts or against Notts Twos for?
MCC Young Cricketers.
Were you, by Jove?
Yes.
I'd forgotten you were one of those as well.
I was one of those YCs. So
did you get expelled?
Yeah, we no longer exist. So Arshdeep Singh delivering this ball in, and that's phenomenally bowled. Well,
so where were you based when you were at MCC Young Cricketer? Based at Lords, in the ground, in the vicinity?
No, they used to be.
We were visiting border that just popped in now and again, or what was the scenario?
They used to put us up. Well, they put us up in flats in Marylebone and St John's Wood, so it was wonderful. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed my time down there at St John's Wood. They used to stay right on the ground. In a hostel.
Yes, I know. The groundsman used to stay on the ground. I don't know if he still does.
The groundsman does. When I was there, it was Mick.
Yeah, Mick Hunt.
So yeah, he left the year that I was finished, as Arshdeep Singh is back in again to Hassan Mahmood, who has driven this handsomely, real handsomely down the ground for a boundary. Lovely reply to being beaten all ends up. The previous ball, he picks up a boundary, and Notts move to 23 for no loss.
What are the benefits of being an MCC member? Are you eligible to apply an MCC Young Cricketer? Are you able to apply for membership? Get your name on the list?
So
do you get an egg and bacon tie, or what are the benefits?
So it's funnily enough you asked that, because I'm in the process of just filling out and doing forms to start the process of becoming a playing member for MCC. I just, that egg and bacon tie, I think it's a bit of me, really. So just like the pink shirt that you haven't got the memo for, Dave. I think it's just could be good.
Well, if you've got to buy it, buy 2. Here's Quinn round the wicket, bowls to the left-handed Slater, drives it to point, and there's no run. 23 without loss. I can see myself in one of those.
I know. I fancy watching a day in the pavilion, watching a bit of Test cricket, watching a bit of baseball, and we'll be good.
Well, don't forget your mates.
You never forget your mates, Dave. You never forget your mates. Especially with the sitting in the trip down to Taunton for as long as we did. We've become best friends. Listening to some 80s music on the way back. You didn't realise I knew as many 80s songs as I did you?
No. There's The mighty Quinn again setting off round the wicket to bowl to Ben Slater as has pushed a backward point, and there's no run. And last time he came in we briefly mentioned it, but of course Kent supporters and listeners wouldn't be aware. Your granddad was quite a famous gentleman in sporting circles.
Yeah, incredibly famous. He started off playing for the Springboks.
This is rugby league.
Yeah, so
rugby union.
Rugby union. He started playing for the Springboks in rugby union, and he played against the British and Irish Lions. We'll come back to that in a minute.
Round the wicket is Matt Quinn, and Slater pushes it again to point. No run, 23 without loss.
And he played against the British and Irish Lions, and he got a hat trick.
So he was what, a winger?
He was he was a winger for the Springboks.
Right.
And so he got a hat trick. And then they went on a tour
This
to
is in South Africa.
This is in South Africa.
When the Lions were over there.
When the Lions were over there in the 50s. And then they went on a tour to New Zealand, and I remember because he complained about it. He said it was a shambolic tour. Just a nightmare, and come back to it again now.
So it's played against the All Blacks, I presume, as Quinn bowls again to Slater. Got a first innings 100, a little push and run up to Jazz Singh. And Ben Slater moves on to 15, 24 without loss, Notts at 24 to 34, and the lead is 58.
And he then, through contacts that he made with the British and Irish Lions, decided to come over and play some rugby league. So he was going to sign for Wigan,
Right.
who were obviously St Helens' very big rivals. But the telegram got to St Helens just before. So he signed for a whopping, I think it was £1,000 back in those days.
Quinn now to bowl to Hamid. Let's it go through to the keeper.
And I think...
So to become a professional rugby league player in this country for St Helens.
Who?
Your granddad?
Yeah, my granddad did. So that
it's your granddad we're talking
yeah,
about.
yeah, not me, sorry. And then 492 tries later.
Good grief.
Rugby League Hall of Fame, legend in St Helens. I recently, my dad came over last year, and we went up to St Helens, and there's a big memorial there in the new stadium that says there were two gods born in Bethlehem, because he was born in Bethlehem, South Africa, and Tom van Vollenhoven was one of them.
Bowls and punched out onto the offside. Tom van Vollenhoven.
Tom van Vollenhoven. His first name was Carl, and second name Thomas. As my dad is Keith Thomas, and I'm Kyle Thomas.
Yeah.
So he just took his second name.
And was it in this country that he met your grandmother?
No, so they got married in South Africa and then moved over here, and then they lived in St Helens, I think, for 12 years, and then when he retired, they moved back to Springs, which is let's call it an interesting little town.
Good grief. 24 without loss. Here's Arshdeep. Here's Kyle.
As Arshdeep comes in and it's a little bit straight on Benny Slater's pads, and he just flipped this away to Jazz Singh at long leg for a single.
Do you know any modern generation famous people from St Helens?
Do I no, I don't actually. I feel like there's an obvious one that I haven't quite gotten.
Well, I don't know if they're obvious or not, because I know you've not been here that long. The comedian Johnny Vegas is from St Helens, and he's a big rugby league fan.
Oh,
Massive
wow.
rugby league fan. Do you know Johnny Vegas?
I've heard the name. I can't say I've know him.
You want to
very
catch up
well.
on his work? You might
should.
like his work.
Arshdeep Singh in again, and this is just pushed out to mid-wicket, and it's a diving stop, but fortunately can't quite stop that, and Hamid picks up a single, and the score moves to 26 for no loss.
And we've talked in the past about you liking and having a go at occasionally the English game of darts.
Yes.
Do you know who the world darts champion is? No. His name is Michael Smith. And
There we go, Michael Smith.
And he comes from St Helens.
Michael Smith does come from St Helens, because I remember us having this conversation on the way up from Worcester. Now I remember that. And Arshdeep Singh bounding in here to Ben Slater, and he's just pushed this up to mid-wicket, who is, like the rest of them, now fielding in the bright sunshine. It's a nice change of scenery, isn't it?
It's lovely, actually. It's turned into
a lovely evening.
Just right for your nets, or
Right,
or training,
right,
as you call
right
it.
for training, right for our nets.
Yeah.
So that would be nice.
I'll bet Johnny Vegas knows all about your granddad.
You know what? I bet you he does.
He's a massive, massive rugby league fan.
Yeah, he's obviously coming
Saints
from
rugby league fan.
Yeah, coming from South Africa where there's not that much rugby league. As I'll continue with that now, as Arshdeep Singh is ready to bound in again and just testing out the middle of the wicket.
No ball, mate.
But it is going to be a no ball as that has flown miles over Ben Slater's head. They're a little bit too short there, Arshdeep.
I bet they'd sort you out with a nice St Helens shirt, a first team shirt. The old.
I've got one.
Well, I was going to. Well, there we are. The red and white. Got your name on the back.
No name on the back. Just got the normal old V with St Helens on it. So, yeah, we got that when I went up there. It's yeah, it was an eye opener to see how big of a name he was. So Arshdeep Singh in again to Ben Slater, who's decided just to leave this one alone outside the off stump and says, ball back again, please.
And not content then with a family tree which has rugby union and rugby league talent, there's also more talent later on down the line. Doesn't your sister play international sport?
She did. So sister went on to represent South Africa in springboard diving. My cousin represented South Africa in gymnastics in the Commonwealth Games. She represented them for ages as well. So, yes.
Good grief.
Arshdeep Singh, an international bowler himself, runs into Ben Slater and is left alone outside the off stump.
Aren't you envious that all the sports?
I am. I don't know what happened to me. What's happened to me? And I'm sitting next to an international cricketer myself, so I'm in some.
That setup was.
That was perfect.
It was just coming along nicely.
I had to get there.
It's tremendous, mate. It's tremendous, and I'm going to read up about your granddad because he sounds like one extremely talented individual. Never been a great rugby league or rugby union fan, to be honest, but I can appreciate sporting talent and the heritage there is unbelievable.
So Arshdeep Singh again is into Ben Slater, who's driving fantastically, I must say, through the covers. Gorgeous looking shot and has raced across an outfield baked in sunlight as Nottinghamshire move to 32 for no loss and they lead by 66.
Might we have the pleasure of your company for a wee while tomorrow?
You shall.
That'll be absolutely tremendous. Thanks for popping in, sharing
your
stories. You. Thanks for taking all the good humour in the right spirit. Go well nets tonight. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow and we'll see how this game's moved on. But thanks for coming in and just giving Ben and myself a little comfort break and sharing in your stories for the last hour or so.
No, thank you very much for having me and have a lovely rest of your evening and afternoon.
Thanks very much. The mercurial talents of Carl van Vollenhoven. Look him up. Look his granddad up. Coral the first name. Tom. Carl Thompson. Quinn bowls and it's defended up to mid on it. Anything you want to throw in? You've got a granddad that walked on the moon or anything, Ben? Or?
No. No. I think it's spelled Karal.
Yes.
Caral.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. What about that? Every day's a school day.
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't have bought that St Helens shirt though. I'd have a scrounge one. Do you know who I am? Eh? If it's that big, if it's got a statue up there.
Quite.
Next delivery is pushed into the offside. I bet there's some mileage to be gained there on visits to St Helens. Present the man of the match award and all that sort of nonsense. 32 without loss. His biggest problem at the moment though is getting Clifton off the bottom of the Notts Premier League.
Another big problem.
Decent progress made by the Notts openers. We're in the 8th over, 32 without loss, and this one's worked to mid-on, fielded by Jazz Singh, and there's no run.
Yeah, good run rate from them, good intent. We've seen that uppercut shot from Slater off Arshdeep and the straight drive from Hamid, played particularly forcefully, scoring it over 4 and over. Obviously had the lead anyway, so 66 run lead has been put together pretty quickly.
Yeah, they're going at 4 1/4 runs and over. Still 33 overs to go this evening. Kent have got to take wickets, or they've certainly got to put the brakes on. As Quinn is into Hamid. Again, just defends it with soft hands. Ball drops down in front of him. And there's no run. 3 slips and a gully. Arshdeep Singh and Matt Quinn, as they did in the first innings, just keeping things nice and honest here. Joey Everson and Jas Singh, I'm sure, will be into the attack before too long. Joey Everson got a wicket in his first over in the Nottinghamshire first innings. That of Hamid. Quinn bowls. Hamid can't get this away, just plays it to mid-off, and there's no run. Is this at mid-off? Is that Boyan?
It is indeed.
Popped the woolly pulley on this afternoon. Arafat Boyan. Had 8 wickets go down today. Kent began at 102 for 2. Bowled out for 316, at which point tea was taken. As Hamid, rocking forward, defends this one. And well, we've still got effectively more than a full session left. 33 overs to go in the day as we close in on 5 o'clock. So if the light allows, those of you watching the live stream will say there's a bit of blue sky up there. If the light allows, we're going to get 2 hours cricket, and an awful lot can happen in 2 hours. Joey Everson, I think, is going to enter the attack from the pavilion end to replace Arshdeep. This will be the 9th over of the innings. Had a pretty good day, Joey Everson, but I think everybody was sort of willing him on to get that extra run to go from 49 to 50. But he got a good ball, in truth, from Dane Patterson, just knocked back the top of off, and that made it 300 for 7. It very quickly became 316 all out.
So Joey Everson then into the attack, bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Ben Slater, through to the wicket keeper. So Arshdeep Singh's spell short and sharp, but expensive. 4 overs, number 26. It's the reason he's been withdrawn from the attack. And Joey Everson getting a go with a new ball. Defended away by Slater, this next one. Quinn's only gone for 6 in his 4 overs so far, so he's been a lot more on the money. Yeah, Arshdeep having... Well, he went for 9 runs, didn't he, in his first 6 overs, I think, his very first spell of the match, but actually it's been that bit more expensive since.
Derbyshire have been made to follow on. They were 165 for none, 318 all out. They've been made to follow on, 200 behind Glamorgan.
Driven away by Slater up towards mid-off. Looks like Matt Quinn out there doing the fielding. Kent got Ben Compton at first, and Jay leaning the skipper at second. Toby Albert in the gully. Finch behind the stumps. Blake at backward point. Cover mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, as well as a long leg for Joey Everson. Driven down the ground, in the air, got a hand on it, Everson. Would have been a ridiculous catch, a spectacular take, if he'd have plucked it out of the sky.
Do you think it was on the full? I wasn't entirely sure.
No, I wasn't sure,
may
actually.
well be right, I'm not...
Just going from the reaction of the players, really.
Yeah.
Jack leaning had his hands on his head.
It's difficult to see, wasn't it? Because
Yeah, it was.
Slater's batting at our end, so the ball hit the pitch the other side of from where we're looking. Made a good attempt to get there. off to a start against Slater, hasn't he? He's on 21.
Talked about his knack of getting wickets, Joey Everson. So Hamid drives off the back foot out into the covers.
Yes, in the first innings he came on from this end, didn't he, and got a mead in his first over.
But actually probably did bowl better from the pavilion end,
Yeah,
found a more consistent line and length. Slater carrying on where he left off, really looking in great touch. Nottinghamshire could have quite a healthy lead by stumps, with this one left alone outside the off stump and 32 overs still remaining. Loads of time still left here on day 3 on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Kent and BBC Sport Online.
Thanks, Ben. 5 o'clock here in the UK. I know we've got viewers to the live stream and listeners to the audio commentary in different time zones. You're very welcome wherever you're joining us from. Been a strange old couple of weeks weather-wise here. We've not been quite as warm as you'd expect for the end of July. Plenty of rain around. Most of Europe, of course, in extreme temperatures, searing heat. There's Quinn to be bowling to Slater. Pushes this to point. There's no run. There's work still going on that hover cover. The engineer that's been called out keeps disappearing right inside, and there's clearly some sort of major fault that needs to be remedied. Slater defends the next ball. Could be a late finish again at Trent Bridge. Still 32 overs to go in the day. Not to batting for a second time. They're 33 without loss, which means they've got an overall advantage of 67 over Kent, who were bowled out today for 316. Calvin Harrison, the pick of the bowlers, the spinner, taking career best figures of 4 for 28. Second time round, not to 33 without loss. Missed a delivery whilst we were doing that update for local radio listeners. Next ball is again worked away square of the wicket on the offside by Ben Slater, fielded by Jazz Singh. No run. Quinn been quite miserly. None for 6. This is his 5th over. Lots of encouragement for Quiddy out there as they keep shouting. Tall, right arm, medium fast, puts it in good areas consistently. And he does so again as Slater, the left-hander, works it to point where the towering presence of Jazz Singh bends down, picks the ball up, sends it on its way and resumes a conversation with Joey Everson. In fact, it's Alex Blake in there at Gully, and he's nattering too. Quinn in again to Slater, blocks this one. And the race of the Singhs. Jazz Singh gets to it before Arshdeep Singh. Hands it to the Indian international, wiping the ball away frantically, and then he'll lob it back, I'm sure, to Matt Quinn in a second or two. Harry Finch top scoring for Kent in their first innings, made 73. Joey Everson 49, and a whole raft of players getting into the 30s. This one past the outside edge. Jack Leaning made 38. Toby Albert 37. Ben Geddes 36. And Alex Blake 30, end of the over here. Notts 33 without loss. And that's a lead of 67. Interesting to see how this pans out, where we are at stumps and the Nottinghamshire approach tomorrow morning, assuming they've got a few wickets left. They look to push on and try and press for a win, or just try and back Kent out of the game. Mead has 10, he's on strike now from Everson, and happy once more just to defend. Over just started, Ben, if you want to pick it up.
Yeah, Everson into the attack then to replace the expensive Arshdeep.
Somerset still 9 down at Taunton. They're hanging on by a mere thread with Craig Overton and young Bashir at the crease.
Here he comes again, and this one drilled back towards him by Hamid.
More runs for James Rue today in that match. Young Kanga made 55, top scoring. It seems to be only a matter of time, but maybe so he'll have to bat again. Somerset only 12 behind now with that 1 wicket remaining.
Driven away by Hamid, wide mid-off doing the fielding. Number 6 have gone above Kent in the table with their win against Warwickshire. So Kent need to get a positive result from this game. Need to avoid defeat to make sure that they keep Middlesex below them, and obviously the side who beat Warwickshire at Edgbaston have got a game in hand over Kent as well. So this one played out in towards the onside by Hamid. So the need is that bit greater for Kent to make sure that they take a few points back down south from this one.
It's already looking like it could be quite a tense September towards both ends of the table.
Joey Everson in and bowling. Oh, that's a good short ball actually, which Hamid thought about trying to hook. Opted against it at the last minute.
It'll be interesting when we do get down there to join you in September to compare the Kent side that's playing in that match with the Kent side that's playing in this match. I don't know how many changes obviously there'll be to the Notts 11, but you'd imagine there'll be a fair few to the Kent side.
Yeah, if I was going to guess, I'd say probably 5, 6. Maybe even more.
Arshdeep's finished, has he, after this one?
Yeah. Everson bowling. Feeling for this one a little bit Hamid outside the off stump, so yeah, likelihood that it'll be a different overseas bowler.
Not yet named.
No, that'll be the plan though for Kent. I would have thought Hamid Kadri will probably play. Whether or not we'll see Jazz Singh or Arafat Bhuyan, probably not.
Will Crawley be freed up?
Crawley, you would hope, would be available. Certainly from Kent's point of view, they'll hope he'll be around. Then you could have Miyeye and Bell Drummond to bring in.
Denley,
Billings might even be available at that
Good
point
grief.
for red ball cricket. There's so many players.
Wave the white flag.
Cheers, Carl. See you later. Carl will be back with us tomorrow.
He's off training, or nets to you and I.
He looks keen to get involved, get amongst it.
I guess. I guess if you're the club pro, you've got to be there on time with a smile on your face.
Absolutely. I can't. That's why I could never be a professional cricketer. Just never enjoyed training that much, to be honest. Just enjoy a game, getting stuck in, but getting in the nets and lads trying to whack you when you're bowling and then bowling short stuff at you or whatever. Arshdeep's going to change ends.
Yeah, comes in and bowls to the left-handed Slater, pushes this to point, and there's no run. Is this your end or mine?
It's yours. It is yours.
I easily forget. He got through 4 overs from the pavilion end by It's highly impressive standards, and certainly what we saw in the first innings. There were 4 expensive overs, none for 26. Looking just to tighten things up here from the Radcliffe Road end, and indeed he'll be desperate, as will all the Kent side, to make a breakthrough. Balls to Slater down the leg side, bit of a fairly casual flick with the bat by Slater down the leg side. Didn't get anything on it, remains 33 without loss. Emergency service vehicles somewhere near the ground. We used to be able to see, of course, up or down the Loughborough Road to see what it was, fire engine or ambulance or police car or whatever, but viewers, well, they just saw something flash back. You could just see the blue light. As an inside edge onto the pad here, saves Ben Slater. There's no run. Way to our right, the green topped building, County Hall. I'm pretty sure I heard something the other day that was either closing or the council were moving away from County Hall or some such. Must try and look that up and see what the story is exactly. Next delivery is slammed away by Slater, but there is protection out there with Arshdeep on the point boundary. So just a single for Ben Slater. Moves on to 22, 34 without loss. They'll all swap over for the right-handed Hamid. Test match, England all out for 283. Australia have begun quite positively. They're 30 without loss. Arshdeep bowls. That's a really good delivery. Might have taken a little bit of pace off that because it bounces again before reaching Harry Finch, but Hamid wasn't able to lay a bat on it and only just missed the off stump. Good bit of bowling, cunning bit of bowling. Good work by Arshdeep as he contemplates his next delivery. Walks back past the destroyed pile of sawdust. Bowls again and past the outside edge of Hamid's bat through to keep the keeper. Good comeback over there from Arshdeep Singh, and to my ears detect a little bit of noise from the hover cover.
Somebody with some camouflage cargo shorts on has been working on it. He looks like a man who knows how to work an engine.
He's been called out. He's been right down into the very innards of the hover cover. Oh, he's going to give it a right old roar now.
Revving it right up, yeah. So this one pushed away by Ben Slater as Joey Everson continues from the pavilion end of the ground.
Last week, Notts defeated by Hampshire in 3 days. The third afternoon, there was a wedding reception being held here in the Radcliffe Road stand on the first floor. There were lots of music coming from the function room, and one or two guests obviously spilling onto the balcony with their drinks to watch a bit of the cricket going on.
Joey Everson around the wicket. Full length delivery, which has been played out towards point.
And I've not had it corroborated as absolutely 100% fact, but I had the story sort of passed to me third hand that the umpires actually got on the walkie-talkie to the club to ask them to turn the music down a bit, as it was a distraction for the players on the field. And you just think what would happen if he continues to run that hover cover.
Drilled away for 4 runs by Ben Slater. Through cover point. Nicely played indeed.
didn't move a muscle, Slater. You know they've inwardly felt good about themselves when they play a shot away like that and don't even make to begin to attempt to run. So as soon as he hit it, Slater knew that was away for 4. The lead more than doubled, Ben. 72 now. Starting to look quite a handy advantage for Notts, but they're going to have to make all the running, and at the same time, if they want to try and win this game, they're going to have to give themselves enough time to bowl Kent out for a second time. So all in their court.
The lone outside the off stump. This next one from Ben Slater, 26 for him, 10 for Hamid.
Wouldn't expect this surface to act any differently tomorrow, even if we got to play all day. So it's not going to be easy to take wickets, but it's also not going to be easy to start. If a wicket goes down, you've got to earn the right to play on it. But we've seen some useful partnerships today, haven't we? Quite a lot of 50-run partnerships.
Left alone once more, yeah. I think it definitely has got better to bat on this pitch as the game's gone on, and like you say, they put some partnerships together, Kent, without anyone aside from Harry Finch going on and making 50. So a few batters will probably feel they left a few out there and could have got a few more and got Kent up to parity.
Yes, the Notts innings was predominantly built around Slater's 100 and Moore's 94.
Just playing this one defensively. Soft hands into the offside. Ben Slater. Joey Everson largely on the money, apart from that one boundary scored, so Kent have at least managed to get the run rate down in the last few overs with some tighter bowling. But Nottinghamshire, 28 overs to go in the day, have got time to build a useful lead before stumps. 38 without loss.
Wonder what the call out fee is to come and fix a hover cover from wherever he's travelled from. The ground staff have been a little lucky, haven't they, that since it clearly started encountering a few problems during the luncheon interval, we've not had any rain, so they've not had to get the tarpaulins on. Here's Arshdeep Singh bowling to Hamid. Seems to have been bogged down on 10 for quite a number of deliveries. He's faced 35 now, plays this one to mid-off, and there's no change to that scenario. Stuck in treacle at the moment, Hamid. Number 99, Arshdeep Singh to bowl to number 99, Asib Hamid. Bowls now and hit him on the pad and asking. Umpire Hartley doesn't aside with the Kent bowler.
Yeah, it was full, but not quite straight enough. Should get a look at the replay now.
Oh, it pitched outside leg.
Yeah, it was
definitely pitched outside.
I'm not
leg.
sure it was even hitting leg.
No, I don't think we'd have got to that point. I think the old whatever it was, the Hawkeye or whatever they call it these days, would have stopped straight away. Same pitched outside leg, he's in again and bowls, and Hamid leaves this one on length. Plenty of bounce and carry through to Harry Finch. 38 without loss. 252 for 8, I think it is today here. 252 runs scored. The 8 wickets saw Kent go from 2 down to all out. Noisy aeroplane somewhere overhead. Not seen any significant progress made today in the works over the road. This one again strikes Hamid, but once more leg stump line, nothing doing.
Similar vibes of the test match really at the moment. Nottinghamshire 38 without loss here. Australia 33 without a loss at the Oval, trailing by just 250 after bowling England out for 283 earlier on. Final Final match of what has been a brilliant Ashes summer, men's and women's cricket.
There's Arshdeep Singh. Balls again, and Mead cuts it to point. Number of internationals going on around the world, with Pakistan defeating Sri Lanka by an innings in a test match. There's the start of an ODI series in the Caribbean at Kensington Oval, Bridgetown today. West Indies playing India in a one-day match. West Indies 114 all out in 23 overs. 4 wickets for Yadav, 4 for 6, and 3 for Jadeja. West Indies 114 all out in an ODI against India at Barbados, as Arshdeep Singh bowls. This one's played on the leg side. They love the cricket there. They won't be overly thrilled about that.
Well, of course, England go there in December,
Yeah.
don't they? For a one-day series. Trying to persuade the other half, it would be a great way to end her
yeah.
maternity leave.
Oh yes, it's a wonderful place to go and watch cricket. It's a wonderful place to go to. Fortunate enough to go and spend a bit of time there a few times over the years. 38 without loss, went a few times with Notts. 1 or 2 other visits. But they're cricket mad, and they certainly won't be overly thrilled about that, especially if they've paid a few dollars for their ticket, and it's going to be done in half the day. See an aeroplane just going over the Batman board at the far end of the ground. It'll just gracefully descend to East Midlands Airport as Everson bowls a delivery which was 8 to 9 inches outside the off stump and then swings back in towards the gloves of Harry Finch. Nice shape on that from Everson, but Slater not really in any trouble. Jazz Singh down below us has just started loosening up. He's down at long leg and stretching and bending. There's a lot of Jazz Singh to stretch and bend there. Tall man. 38 without loss. There's Everson to bowl. Slater works it away, square of the wicket on the offside for his 27th run. 39 without loss, the lead up to 73. Encouragement for Everson. Somerset still batting, and Surrey are going to have to go out and get a few runs. Maybe not many. Somerset leads Surrey by 6. They're 204 for 9.
50 from Craig Overton.
Next ball on its way, and Mead just can't get off 10. Pushes it back to the bowler. Yeah, Craig Overton 50 from 56. 4 4s and 3 6s. So he's just extending that game a little bit. Well, who knows? Might rain for 24 hours. 39 without loss. Mead on strike. Lets it go through again to Finch. Decent stuff this from Everson. None for 6 with 2 balls left in his 4th over. Chance for Mead here to perhaps drop it on the leg side and take a single, because mid-wicket is dispatched out onto the fence. Jack leaning, the skipper, as you'd expect, orchestrating these field moves. Everson's clearly going to try and shape this away from Asiba Mead, and he does, and he gets Mead driving at that one. That was loose from Mead, and he'll be remonstrating with himself. The Bolton-born batter. 39 without loss.
Really chased after that one, didn't he, Hamid?
He did. Real kitchen sinker. Threw everything at it. But if Everson just bowls a whisk or two straight, it'll just be dropped on the leg side for a single. Can't afford to do that. He's in again. Bowls. And this is down the leg side, 4 runs. Helped away by Hamid. And he'll be relieved, I think, to not only find the boundary, but get off 10, get the board moving, get his total moving 43 without loss. Hamid on to 14. This partnership, obviously, for the opening wicket is worth 43. And the lead is 77.
You can see what Everson was trying to do, having the short ball in his armoury with a couple of men back, see if he could get Hamid to play that shot, having been bogged down, and in the end there was a bit of glove. Got enough on it to beat the keeper, diving away to his left, and then a lot finer than the two men that were out on the rope. So Hamid to 14, and the Nottinghamshire opening partnership rolling on. Slater tucks this one up towards mid-on. Full delivery from Arshdeep.
Northamptonshire's problems this season are there for all to see. They're playing Lancashire at Old Trafford. Lancashire 375 for 2 after 81 overs. Luke Wells 119, Keaton Jennings 55, Josh Bohannon 126 not out, Phil Salt 72 not out. Just looking at the bowling figures, Alex Russell, the young seaman, 19 overs, no maidens, none for 120. Arshdeep bowls a bouncer, which Slater ducks underneath. They're playing catch-up there. They've lost a lot of time to rain, but Northants 3-4-2, Lancashire 3-7-9 for 2, so they lead by 38. You'd imagine they're going to try and go through the gears and forge a healthy lead and then try and bowl Northants out in 2 sessions tomorrow.
Yeah, Zabe's got one of the wickets and probably under-bowled as a slow left arm.
Yeah, I like him. Save Zabe. Arshdeep again. This is his 3rd over from this end, and Slater majestically cuts it into the offside. In fact, he's not properly got hold of it. It should be cut off, and they'll just come back for a 2nd run. Boyan doing the fielding. Slater on to 29, 45 without loss, the lead 79.
It feels like Kent need a breakthrough at the moment. Struggling to really look like taking a wicket. These two openers, although Hamid hasn't scored quickly, hasn't looked in too much trouble, and then Slater looks just so at ease at the moment.
There's a lot of long distance communications going on here from Jack Leaning to his fielders and to his bowling. They could do with flags, couldn't they? A bit of semaphore. But Alex Blake has come out of the catching cordon, gone in on the leg side. As Arshdeep bowls again to Slater, and he plays it just to the left of Blake, but far enough to the left of him to take a single. And it's 46 without loss, and the lead is 80 now for the home side. Slater 30, Hamid 14. Earlier in the day, Ben Geddes was first to go. Didn't add to his overnight 36. That was 103 for 3. Jack Leaning, a little unluckily, caught by Stephen Mullaney at slip off the second ball bowled by the leg spinner Calvin Harrison, and edged it off the pads of Moores. Shot from Hamid. He'll get a boundary here. Through the covers. It was pleasantly timed indeed. It's come to rest by the hover cover, and it's the first time I looked over in that direction. The 50's brought up, by the way, the 50 partnership as well. 96 balls. It's the first time I've looked towards the hover cover for 10 minutes, and I can see it's still in bits and pieces, and there's nobody there, so it's not a good sign, is it? It's not a good sign. They don't want rain here for the time being with the hover cover undergoing some urgent surgery. Might be a life-saving surgery. 50 without loss, 1 ball left in the 16th. Lovely shot from Hamid. He's on to 18, which is what he got in the first innings. Down the leg side, and Finch makes a decent stop. Couldn't gather it cleanly, but the next best thing is make sure you stop it and prevent it going away for valuable buys. 50 without loss, Nottinghamshire, after those 16 overs. Arshdeep Singh 7 overs, none for 34. Somerset still batting, and Craig Overton is now on 70 not out, 63 balls, 6 fours and 5 sixes. Giving it a biff, and young Bashir is with him at the other end on 7 as Slater, who'd kept the strike. No, he hadn't, because Hamid had been on strike for the last over. Slater anyhow is on 30. Shab Bashir is 7 not out. The last wicket went down on 149, so they've added 77 for the last wicket down at Taunton between Somerset and the reigning champion Surrey. Everson bowls. Glorious from Slater. That really is a nice shot. Through extra cover for 4. All the way along the ground, and presence of some bright sunshine made that look even better. Fabulous shot. 54 without loss. Lead 88. It's been a very positive start from Nottinghamshire, this. Time for another radio update. First time today we've got a decent period of sunshine at Trent Bridge, and as a result Nottinghamshire piling on the runs, or beginning to, at least in their second innings. They're 54 without loss. There's just been a sudden acceleration, couple of boundaries in the previous over from Asiba Mead, one in this from Ben Slater. Slater's on 34, scored 100 first time round. Earlier Kent were dismissed for 316, Notts with a lead of 34. They've turned that into an advantage of 88. They're 54 without loss. Slater on 34, Everson bowls another shot in the general vicinity, but this time he's hit it straight to extra cover, fielded by Ben Geddes. And there's no addition to the total. What's happening here? Joey Everson just saying, I'm going to go round the wicket now to bowl to Ben Slater. Jack leaning, decides he's going to move a fielder. Jazz Singh, who's at long leg, is down to deep backward square now, sent all the way around the boundary. Everson bowls a ball of fullish length outside the off stump. This is eased into the offside. There's no run. Got 24 overs to go after this one. Tomorrow will be normal hours, normal overs, 96 of them. Slater runs this wide of gully, gets another run, gets down to the far end, and this time he will keep strike. He's under 35, 55 without loss. The lead is 89. Somerset are all out now for 226. It was Bashir dismissed, following off by Jamie Overton. Craig Overton 70 not out, so Surrey need 29 to win and return. Well, they will be going back to the top of the table whatever happens, but the win there is very much on the cards in the next 20-25 minutes, you'd imagine. Meanwhile, in the test match, Australia 42 without loss, replying to England's 283. Lancashire, since I just mentioned their score, just lost another wicket. They're 391 for 3, and it's Josh Bohannon who's fallen for 128. But they're building a lead over Northants. It's going to be Jazz Singh, big tall right arm seamer, got 4 wickets in the first innings. Bowls to Ben Slater. Lets this go through to the keeper. So in Division 1, Essex defeated Hampshire, Middlesex defeated Warwickshire, Surrey on the brink of defeating Somerset, and Lancashire building an advantage over Northants. The other matches here. Division 2, no play today, day 3 at Scarborough, where Yorkshire made 340, Durham 106 for 1, but nothing doing today bar the rain as Jazz Singh round the wicket bowls. Slater will cut this to deep point. There'll be a single. Day 3 at Derby. Derbyshire following on their 17 without loss. Still 186 away from making Glamorgan back for a second time. And it is day 2 at Cheltenham. Worcestershire 406, Gloucestershire 161 for 4. So you're bang up to speed with what's happening elsewhere. As Jazz Singh comes in and bowls and Mead defends. Jazz is an abbreviated name of his abbreviated form of his first name, isn't it?
Yeah, Jaskaran is his full name.
Jaskaran, that's it. He said he was not used to being grilled by Ben Watts at the close of play yesterday, but came through it unscathed as Hamid scampers a quick single here, just dropping it out on the offside and races down to the other end.
Yeah, he did well. In the end, he was a little bit nervous to have a chat, but once you realise it's just
two mates having a chat,
just having a conversation,
yeah.
Really. Asking them about a topic they know pretty well, their own game and their own cricket and what's just happened on the day. And he's in again. Ooh.
Oh, crikey. Now, Slater has done well to punch this out onto the offside for a single, and we both went, ooh, because it was a full toss. But it was, what do we say, a knee-high full toss, somewhere between knee and waist. It wasn't one of those that the umpires would immediately step in and start issuing sanctions and producing yellow cards from their pocket. Not that they do that in cricket, of course. But
I think you're right, though, knee-high, probably.
Yeah, but it's one of those that slipped, and one of those that Slater will feel he perhaps should have punched for four instead of straight to the fielder. Hit up in the air, but it's going to get runs here, Hamid. Just for a moment it was in the air between extra cover and mid-off, but it falls safely and he'll come back for 2. So Jazz Singh making things happen there, but ultimately the openers are still together, 60 without loss.
Yeah, and he agreed with some of the things we were saying on commentary, actually, that he's striving for that bit of consistency, and probably sometimes just needs to keep it a bit more simple and try and hit good areas. But ultimately he might have gone for runs, but at the same time, when he did bowl good balls, they tended to threaten. So it feels like with Kent striving for a wicket here and not 60 without loss, that is a good option. They go to Arafat as well, so both the young seamers in tandem then. What feels like the best time of day to be batting, with the sun out.
Yeah. We thought that after lunch, but it didn't stay out for long, did it? And got a bit gloomy and the floodlights were on, but it's nice now.
So Arafat coming around the wicket to Slater. Nice take by Finch. His footwork is very impressive behind the stumps. Very tidy.
Put 65 on in the first innings, not so for this pair. So they've given the side a start in both innings.
At the top of his mark once more. Here he comes. Turned away by Slater into the onside. But no run, straight to the fielder on that occasion.
There was a roar of relief and delight when he got Lyndon James out right at the very back end of the Nottinghamshire first innings, wasn't there? He joined the list of wicket takers, and you could see it meant quite a bit to him to get one in the end column.
Felt deserved for his efforts. Oh, there's a thick edge, slashed away over the top of the slip cordon by Slater for 4. Full shot, but never in any danger of losing his wicket. 64 without loss, the lead up to 98.
Seeing replay on the monitor, Needed to have been even taller than Jazz Singh to catch that. Had there been anyone on there, it was vertical takeoff. One of the old Harrier jump jets went straight up and high over the slips and away for 4.
Here it comes again, Arafat. This one again, the same result. 4 more runs smashed away, this time out to deep point. Blake's out there but can't cut it off.
Lead over 100.
We lead 102. Slater really does look like he's just picked up where he left off from the first innings. Arafat once more very wide on the crease this time. Still a little bit too wide in terms of his own line of attack to the left-handed batter. Just needs to tighten things up a little bit. Managed to get a decent rhythm going in the first innings. It was tidy enough. This one wide outside the off stump. Slater lets it go. So good over for Nottinghamshire. And as we say, with Slater 45 and Hamid 21. 102 runs now the lead. Nottinghamshire 68 without loss, second time around.
Yes, worrying times, worrying signs, I guess, for Kent and skipper Jack leaning. There comes a point where you sort of have to go a little bit on the defensive. Desperate to get wickets, of course. That's the best way of stemming Nottinghamshire's forward momentum as Jazz Singh bowls, and I mean, again, playing a little loose, a little rashly outside the off stump, but 100 in front with all 10 wickets left. Might come a time where leaning just opts to release 1 or 2 close to the wicket fielders out into the deep, protect a few boundaries, just try and slow the forward momentum from Notts. Still 21 overs to go this evening. Going along at 3.5 an over as Jazz Singh in to Hamid. There's 4 more through the leg side. That was a nice shot from Hamid. That's one of his favoured scoring areas. Really did make a lovely sound off the bat as it raced away to the mid-wicket advertising boards there.
What we've so far seen Notts come out of the traps pretty quickly. They were scoring at over 4 and over. Then Kent had a good little spell where they managed to stay patient and brought the scoring rate right down back to sort of 2.5s, and now it's back up at 3.5 again.
Lead 106. Could be pushing up towards 200 lead by this evening if we continue to rattle along at this rate. 72 without loss. Slater 45, Hamid 25.
Yeah, it feels like with the way they closed out the Kent innings, they are giving themselves a shot, Nottinghamshire, at setting up some kind of a scenario where they're trying to bowl out Kent tomorrow with enough time and enough of a lead.
Jazz Singh right on, medium fast, wide, and shapes even wider through to Finch. Hamid was stuck on 10 for an eternity. He's now on 25 from 53. Slater been scoring at a much quicker rate. He's 45 not out from 66. Sides meet again in their next county championship match, but that's 10th of September at Canterbury. Hamid defends. It's in the county championship, of course. The sides meet in the Royal London One Day Cup at Canterbury sometime in August. I've not
17th, I believe.
Is it? Right, well, the 15th Notts are at Radlett, so I'm on the road. They've deemed it not appropriate for me to do that game and then come back to Nottingham and then drive down to Kent. So I'll be somewhere betwixt and between. Nice looking push away by Hamid into the offside. Should get two here, should be able to scamper back for a couple. As Ben Geddes does the field. Oh, is that a no? No, it's not a no ball. He's just holding. He stood there, umpire Hartley, holding his arm out as if he's signalling a no ball. But at the end of that stuck out arm was the cap of Jazz Singh. So he was stood there, essentially signalling no ball, but just really waiting for Jazz Singh to come back to him and take his cap. 74 without loss. You've got to be on your toes with these umpires, haven't you?
So a bit loose for Arafat in the previous over. Going for 8 runs. Kent's over 8. They need to keep an eye on as well. -3 at the moment. Arafat around the wicket. Full delivery which has been driven away. This could be 4 more. Don't think it will go all the way. Been chasing after it. In fact, it'll just be 2.
Why is it that left-handed shots look far more attractive than right-handed shots? It's one of cricket's great mysteries. Yeah, with golfers, I think the other way round. I think you watch the old golf on the telly. I think the left-handed golfers look slightly ugly in their stance and
it's
in
an
their
interesting
shots.
point actually. Around the wicket comes Arafat. Oh, that one is a full stroke from Slater, a play and a miss. Going for the drive again. Arafat bowling wide of that off stump to try and induce a full stroke of that kind of nature. He's got a deep point out on the boundary. But the way that Slater is throwing the kitchen sink at it means he's got every chance of the ball evading any slip fielders. Arafat tries again and just angling this down into that vacant point area for an easy single this time, Slater.
Yeah, all the time in the world. Just scouring through all the notes I've got here on the desk. First innings, Ben Slater 50 from 70 balls. He's now on 48 from 69 in this innings. So if he can get 2 runs from the next ball he faces, he's not on strike at the moment, he'll absolutely match his first innings effort.
Arafat Bhuyan tighter to the stumps and tighter line to Hasib Hamid, but 4 runs down towards fine leg. He's managed to just tickle that around the corner. And Blake down at long leg is very wide and unable to cut that off, so Arafat expensive so far in his 2 overs.
Yes, this was the issue in the first innings, wasn't it? Arshdeep and Quinn were quite miserly to begin with, and change bowlers went for a few.
Yeah, what they could do with right now is someone like Hamid Kadri bringing a bit of control back. They haven't got a frontline spinner in the team. This is a Yorker which has been dug out.
What did we have? 3 overs of Jack Leaning, something like that in the if I've got a scorecard here. 3 overs, none for 15 for Jack Leaning. Bowled a few filthy pies.
Yeah, that was, I think, the worst I've seen Jack Leaning bowl all season, to be honest.
Won't be a source of great encouragement to bring himself on again in the second innings, but he may be needed tomorrow.
Arafat bowls. Hamid covering up. And end of the over. 81 without lost knots. 115 runs the lead. 20 overs to go in the day's play.
Certainly not a factor right now, but if knots do continue to get a bit of a gallop on and the light does begin to pull in, it might be one of those scenarios where Kent would be more than happy to go off and just try and derail the Nottinghamshire momentum a little bit for this evening, so they can stop them getting the last 6 or 7 overs in the day and potentially save 25 or 30 or 40 runs. It's work that Notts would then have to do in the morning, again taking time out of the game. Well, that's looking at it sort of negatively and defensively, but Kent right now must be fearful that they're not going to be set something they're going to be able to chase if Notts can get through to the close and bat for as long as they want tomorrow morning.
That's the thing. At the moment, the least likely result is a Kent win. So they need to make sure that they don't lose.
Just Singh to bowl to Slater. Can he get his 50 from this ball? He can't. Tried his level best, but clothed it into the offside, and there's no run. So his first innings 50, coming from 70 balls. Second time around, same number of deliveries. He's got 48, and another man brought out of the slip cordon is Ben Compton. It's always Compton, isn't it? If it's one slip, it's going to be the skipper. Sorry, Ben, you can go and have a runabout. In fact, he's found himself in a stationary extra cover position. Singh to Slater, and Compton will field. Wearing number 2, about squad numbers earlier, and I mentioned that he wore 07. A few games he played for Notts, which looked odd. Looking back on it, sounds even odder, but yeah, that's what he wore. 81 without loss. Slater has 48. Jas Singh wears 19. That's a good ball. Don't know if Ben Slater played at it with any great intent, but it was in a good area where he could easily have got his man in trouble. Very close to the off stump, very close to the outside edge.
Yeah. Jas Singh, we've seen some, well, mixture of ingredients from him in terms of what he's produced, but his best balls have got wickets in and Trent.
Here he comes again. Coles, and Slater will now get his 50. Behind square on the offside, ball reaches the ropes, and that's a very, very good hand played by Ben Slater. His second 50 of the game comes from 73 balls, 8 fours. Scored a 50 in the first, scored a century in the first innings, having gone to a fairly quick first 50. Is he going to do it again? 52 not out, with his 8th boundary.
He's looking supreme out there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, he's looked. In fact, the Trent Bridge media team did an interview with him at the end of day 1, obviously after his century, as Jas Singh comes in to bowl to him. And oh, he's got another boundary, and this time it is a genuine edge, and wouldn't you know it, Kent have just taken out second slip. Might have required Ben Compton to, well, I presume Leaning would have been at second slip, wouldn't he, if Compton had been in at first? Might have required the second slipper just to dive to his left, but it was a catchable height, but it's gone for 4. 89 without loss.
Well, it's a slightly unorthodox shot, really, because it was a back foot edge.
Yeah, he's coming round the wicket from wide on the crease, sort of angling it in towards the left-hander. Comes in again, and Slater leaves us alone, and that's the end of the 22nd over. Notts are going at more than 4 and over. 89 without loss. The lead is 1-2-3.
Similar to the way the Ben Geddes got out, trying to drive off the back foot, but
they're trying again. Yeah, they're trying again to pump up the hover cover with half of its innards on the grass.
It seemed like the doctor they brought in full camouflage got the motor working at least.
Don't work after 5, Gov.
So Arafat Bhuyan carrying on from the pavilion end, bowling to Hamid, who's playing defensively. Compton has stayed at short cover.
He's probably come from Birmingham or somewhere like that, and oh no, I've got to go back. Don't work after 5, Gov.
.89 without loss, Notts. Lead of 1-2-3. Bhuyan. Oh, that's a good ball. Haven't seen too many of those from him so far in this spell. Just moving away a touch and going past the outside edge. Through to Finch. Hamid on 31. Finch in an animated conversation with Jack Leaning at the moment, I think discussing tactics. There's Arafat bowls on the pads and away for a leg bye to square leg.
Don't mind that. Big Raw T on Twitter or X or whatever it's called these days. Bravo, Ben. Great to see a sunny Trent Bridge evening and Notts pushing for victory. Not entirely sure they're pushing for victory right now, but they are pushing the game forward, scoring as quickly as they can at the moment.
They're certainly giving themselves as good a chance as they can to create a possible scenario where they can
options for the morning.
Try to go for a win. This one's angled down towards third man for 4 more by Ben Slater. Blake setting off after it but won't get there. It's gone past Gully. And at the moment Slater's really seeming to frustrate the Kent fielders and the captain and the bowlers.
They say you make your own luck, and he's maybe played well enough to deserve the odd edge going quickly to the ropes, but the last couple or two in the last 2 overs have done that, haven't they, off the outside edge and gone for welcome boundaries. The lead 128.
Arafat wide on the crease to him, driven into the covers. There's 2 men in there with Compton now having come out of slip.
Now Mead and Duckett had a couple of century partnerships at the start of the season. Not entirely sure Slater and Mead have this year.
Arafat turned past Gully once more by Ben Slater. This time Alex Blake will come round and do the fielding. They're going to just stay to 1 actually.
They have had some huge opening stands in their time together at Notts. Both scored centuries in a double 100 partnership at New Road, Worcester last year. Mead scoring centuries in both innings in that match. I wonder if Slater might do the same here. He's on 61, Mead is on 31. 95 without loss. It's going to be... It's not going to be Jack Leaney, but he stood there in the position where he would be bowling. It's going to be Matt Quinn, but Leaney was just stood where he would stand if he was going to come in and bowl. Don't know what we're waiting for, Ben, here. A lot of nothing happening once again. Is it the ball? Not sure.
Yeah, I think the box.
It's the ball.
The cash prize box is being brought out. Postcode lottery. Wonder if King can get a ball that can get them some wickets.
Yeah.
No luck so far. I think Hamid's running off, maybe to go nip to the loo or something.
Comfort break. Yeah. If you're gonna do that, I'm gonna do that. But not sure whether the ball has been knocked out of shape with 1 or 2 of the clatterings into some of the advertising hoardings. Clearly there is an issue with it, otherwise the umpires would just say get on with it. So it must have gone out of shape a little bit. But I'm going to wait now until Asiba Mead comes back. Umpire Mallinder's now selected a ball to use. Australia have lost a wicket in the Test match, by the way. David Warner been dismissed by Chris Wokes for 24. They're 49 for 1, replying to England's 283. That at the Oval, of course. Going to be another game finish very shortly in Division 1, where Surrey are 11 without loss. They only need 18 more. It's set to score 29 to defeat Somerset. 95 without loss. Hamid has still not returned to the field of play. He's left his helmet and bat and pads. In fact, he's at the non-strikers end. We could actually play this over if Quinn wants to bowl to Slater and he can just stand there and defend it. Wouldn't happen, of course. 95 without loss. Here he comes. A likeable Lancastrian. Skippered England Lions on their winter tour, January, February time, to Sri Lanka. Going to be captain in Notts in the Metrobank One Day Cup. He's apologising to literally everybody out there for causing a little bit of a delay. We'll be underway in just a moment with Matt Quinn about to bowl to Ben Slater, who's on 61. What a fine game Slater's having. Past 7,000 first-class runs in the first innings. Quinn bowls and Ben Slater just go up on his tippy toes there to defend that on the leg side, and there's no run. Four wickets for Calvin Harrison, couple for Dane Patterson, 3 for Brett Hutton. Luke Fletcher wasn't on the field today, got the other one yesterday as Slater plays this up to Arafat Boyan at mid-on. Don't seem to be making much headway in getting towards the end of the overs. We've still got 17 overs after this one, as the clock ticks on past 6 o'clock. Well, we've still got 17 overs to go in the day here, so provided the light holds, we'll still be playing beyond 7 o'clock. Ben Slater, who scored 100 in the first innings, is he on course again? He's 61 not out with him, a Seabermead 31. The Notts openers still together on 95 without loss, so Notts have an overall lead over Kent of 129. Matt Quinn to bowl again to Ben Slater, pushes this to point, and there's no run. Understand from producer Kirsty that there are flying ants out there, and that's what keeps, in Kirsty's words, skewing the focus on the camera. So if you see one or two issues whilst you're watching the live stream, those of you watching the live stream, there's a swarm of flying ants around as Quinn bowls and Slater pushes this onto the offside. Thank you very much, producer Kirsty, camera woman Kirsty. Keeps us on the straight and narrow. She's had to man the cameras today. Short-staffed. Aaron's out there as well, somewhere in the wilds. We've got Jono sat on top of the roof of the pavilion at the far end. Been there since about 7 o'clock this morning. Get him to give us a wave after this delivery. So he's waving now. He's waving now. Jono up on top of the pavilion by the clock, which says 6:05. Quinn bowls. Next one is turned away by Slater for a single. Arafat Boyan doing the fielding. And it is 96 without loss. I want to see some of these flying ants now. Or do I? Not entirely sure. End of the over. Matt Quinn 6 overs, none for 7. So Notts haven't been scoring runs off him, but been coming quite readily at the other end. Arafat Boyan 3 overs, none for 20. Still got those 17 overs left to be played this evening. Just have a look at that leg side field. 3 fielders on the leg side. We've got a mid-on and then 2 out on the fence. 1 in front of square, 1 behind square. That's the short side as Arafat Boyan bowls one. Slater's missed it and it's gone through Harry Finch's gloves, but I think it might have got a deflection off his foot, so didn't run far enough away for them to scamper a by. Well, heavens above, you say, can I see a flying ant? And oh, that's not a flying ant, that's a creature of... Get out! Creature of some sort comes in and lands in front of me. It's more the size of a giant moth. But it was a flying insect. This beats Slater outside the off stump, and either all together or not at all, boys. It seemed like Finch and Leaning and Compton and Boyan all decided to have a little bit of an appeal, and the umpire says not out. I beg your pardon, it wasn't Ben Compton because he's at extra cover. The gully fielder is Toby Albert, but they all just seem to join in and offer a little bit of support for each other once the deed was done. But I don't think Ben Slater was remotely close to nicking that. But decent delivery from Boyan, who's in again around the wicket, down the leg side this time. Good take from Harry Finch, and it goes through to the keeper. I must admit, producer Kirsty, I've not noticed the picture getting a little fuzzy. Ben's come back. I'll tell him in a second. 96 without loss. Apparently, every now and again the picture might be a little fuzzy because there's swarms of flying ants out there upsetting our devoted camera crew.
Oh, really?
It's all right in here, Ben, isn't it? It's all right in here. Next one is push to point. Yes, no, no. 96 without loss.
I've not seen any flying
No,
insects.
no. I think they're probably making it up. Aaron's on the gantry. He doesn't look the sort to be too ruffled or worried by flying ants, does he?
If I do see any, I'll be shutting this window very quickly.
Some beastie just flown in, but it certainly wasn't a flying ant. But it was enormous. 96 without loss. Decent over this from Boyan. Say that, and now Slater punches this one crisply to backward point. His 63rd run, 97 without loss. Nottinghamshire, the lead is up to 131. One ball left in the 25th over, so the rate just dipped under 4 and over, but if they get a 3 or a 4, or indeed a 5 or a 6 from this ball, we'll be back over 5 and over, 4 and over. But they don't, because Hamid defends it, and we are now into what they technically call the final hour of the day, because there's 16 overs left. Of course, we only normally refer to that on the last day of the match. Wonder if we'll get the final hour tomorrow with Kent pushing for victory, or Kent hanging on as Nottinghamshire try and press for those closing wickets. I wonder if it'll be done and dusted before the final hour tomorrow. 97 without loss, Slater 63, Hamid 31, and the lead is 131.
Yeah, could be an exciting finish. McQueen running in. See his shadows in the sunshine as Slater just drops this into the offside and comes through for a quick single. Looks like he's in total control out there at the moment.
He's been very good at doing that, hasn't he? Just steering it into the gap and running. If he can't punch it away for 4, he's at least kept the board moving with nicely played singles, just very soft hands, a deft touch. Skill of a craftsman. The hover cover appears to be back in one piece. I didn't notice who'd done that, but the gubbins, as we technically call it, has been rammed back inside the works.
Full delivery from Quinn, which is defended away by Hasib Hamid.
Does that paint the picture? The gubbins. So the engine and all the plastic bits and pieces and whatever were all laid out all over the grass, but they've presumably been shoved back inside, like you're stuffing a chicken for Sunday dinner. It's all gone back inside there. The test will come, I guess, when they go to start it up, presumably at the end of the day.
Two runs shy of a century opening stand. Hamid lets this delivery from Quinn go outside the off stump. Phil Salt got 100 as well. He's just been dismissed for Lancashire against Northamptonshire. So far they've had 3 centurions and the other opener got 50. 4-2-9 for 4. Good run rate at that as well.
Yeah, well, they lost the morning session as well, didn't they?
Essex winners today, likewise Middlesex. Quinn just late cut into the gully by Hamid. Straight to a fielder. Surrey need 2 to win. They're on the verge of winning at Taunton against Somerset. Paul getting in touch, kentcricket@gmail.com, saying afternoon gents, loving the coverage. Can you please say hello to my wonderful wife Nikki and the kids Gracie and Alice? Tuned in to the commentary this evening. Notts 1-3-2 ahead. 98 for none, short ball, very short ball. And kind of been far away off a no ball actually, which would have brought up 3 figures.
Are we going to say hello to Nikki, Gracie and Alice then?
Well, that was me
Okay,
saying hello.
okay.
Yeah.
Hello.
But Dave did too.
Mead and Duckett 125 against Somerset here, second game of the season, and Mead and Duckett 117 at Lords against Middlesex, third game of the season. So this pair haven't put 100 on this year.
On the stumps from Quinn, blocked out by Hamid. Good solid defence. Rate 3.77. 26 overs gone, 98 without loss. So they're on the brink of a century stand.
I think the most this season that Slater and Hamid have put on, as far as I can see, the 65 in the first innings. But Ben Duckett, the games he played, he opened the batting with Hamid, and Slater dropped to 3. So that'll account for some of it. Jazz Singh, 3 overs none for 19. He'll be hoping his second spell is more effective and more economical than his first spell.
England finally getting a breakthrough. Crawley with a catch off Wokes. Warner out for 24. So a change of ends for Jazz Singh.
From the pavilion end this time to Slater. Lovely, lovely shot into the offside. There is protection out there. Ben Geddes, decent stop. They'll come back for 2, and that will be their first century opening partnership this season. As I say, they've had plenty in the past, in the last 3 seasons, this pair, including at least 2 double century partnerships I can remember. But as I say, they've not done it permanently this year. When Slater played before the tests, or rather Duckett, he opened with a Mead, and Slater was coming in at 3. But they've had a good match, the pair of them, particularly Slater. As Jazz Singh bowls again and played back to the bowler, 100 without loss. Notts lead by 134. Just feel it's getting a little bit more defensive here, Ben. We've got 4 out on the fence now. 2 square, 2 behind on each side of the wicket. Singh round the wicket. Slater just checks his drive up to mid-on, and there's no run. 100 without loss. One heck of a chat going on between keeper Finch and skipper Leaning, who's at second slip. Between them, seemingly uninterested in what they've got to say. Ben Compton looks very pensive, very thoughtful, reflective. Slater's on 66. I think that's 67 as he just rotates the strike by dropping it on the leg side and calling his mate through for another run. 101 without loss. Still 14.2 overs remain in the day.
You've got to find a way of taking a wicket or 2 before stumps, you feel. Otherwise, Notts will have total control over the direction of the game going into day 4.
Hamid has 31. Next delivery down the leg side, gets nothing on it. I don't see enough of Jack Leaning to know how much of a frontline stroke part-time spinner he is, but I do like to see a frontline spinner in every county championship side, because over the course of 4 days, inevitably there's going to come a period where you need him.
Yeah, I think it was a surprise that Hamid Kadri wasn't selected, to be honest.
101 without loss. Next ball sees Mead break from tradition and try and wallop this. Missed it. It was through to Finch, but real swing of the bat from Asiba Mead. Most unelegant, is that the word? Inelegant? Ugly? That's the word. An ugly shot from a Mead, which isn't something that you say too often.
The thing is, I think if Hamid Kadri had played, the likelihood would have been that Jazz wouldn't have done, and he took 4 wickets in the first innings, albeit expensively, but...
Well, he took 4 wickets because he was here to bowl. If he hadn't been here to bowl, he wouldn't have, and Kadri might... I mean, it's one of those that you can mess about with.
But I think he
yeah.
compared to some of the other seamers, looks like a wicket taker, even if he's going to leak a few runs. This one is a full delivery, swinging into the right, the left-handed batter, turned away into the onside.
So there's one spot, Jazz Singh or Arafat Boyan. You're playing Arafat, are you? Or Kent playing Arafat?
I think they would have played
Yeah.
Arafat if they'd have picked Kadri. Whereas actually it's turned out that Jazz Singh's been more of a wicket threat than Arafat. Having obviously taken 4 for at the Oval, Arafat Boyan would have been ahead of him in the queue. Got 2 slips in the gully back. As Quinn produces a defensive stroke here from Slater. Actually, he offers you something a little bit different, Jazz Singh, actually, with his height. If he can just get a bit more consistency and hit the right areas a bit more.
It's -3, the Kent over 8. That's going to need addressing.
Yeah, I wonder if Jack Leaning thinks about bowling himself before stumps.
Like I say though, sometimes it can take as long to fetch the ball back from a spinner as it can from an over a seam.
Quinn goes for a short delivery here, which Ben Slater ducks underneath.
I think out on the field, you've just got to be seen to be turning round quickly and between overs running into position. And I think the umpires tend to give you a little bit of leeway then, don't they? It's when people are sauntering here, there and everywhere and the skipper keeps having to clap, come on, hurry round, quickly round, and make people move. I think the umpires just sort of...
Yeah, I don't think they've been too bad.
No, I don't. That's the point I'm making. I think they'll be all right. I think they'll be given a little bit of leeway.
He's into Slater. Quinn nudged up to mid-on. A little hint of swing.
I've mentioned it a few times. Jack Leaning from his position at slip, he's having to move fielders about with arm gestures and whatever, fielders who are quite a long way away from him, but at least he's doing it and getting it done. He's not having to run all the way down to the bowler and chat halfway through and over and should we move him there, should we do this. He's been very proactive and at least keeping them moving, keeping the game flowing. So I don't think they'll run into over problems.
Well, this one down towards fine leg. Again, that hint of swing in towards the left-handed Slater from Quinn. He thought he might have almost got it past the bat onto the front pad, that delivery, but instead Slater gets a single to move to 68, 102 without loss. Quinn probing at the moment.
Another result in. Surrey have defeated Somerset by 10 wickets, so 3 of the 5 Division 1 games are over. Wins for Middlesex, for Surrey and for Essex. And the other 2 games, Lancashire 437 for 4, leading Northants by 95. And here
Quinn bowls to Hamid, lets it go outside the off stump. It swings away from him through to the keeper. 13 overs to be bowled.
102 on the board. They began with 102 on the board, didn't it?
It
102
did.
for 2. Kent at the start of play. Mentioned that Kent were last here in was it 2019? Before then, the time they were here was 2017. I can't remember, mate. Were you here for the chilly one, or was it Matt? Call it the chilly one because it was the pink ball game of 2017.
Yeah, I was here.
Here is Jazz Singh bowling, and this one's cut away behind square. The years of 2017, 2018, one round of matches each season were played out with a pink ball. Experimental, they said, experimental. Don't think anybody liked it, and there's been one or two people saying, you know, like this year, why have we got to experiment during a proper competition? But no, that's when we've had the Kookaburra ball this year. But in 2017, the first game was played 26th of June. It began 2017 here as Hamid works this on the leg side. He might get two here. Yep, Slater's more than happy to run back to the safe end. 105 without loss. Can't remember, did we start 1:30ish or 2 o'clock or 1 o'clock? I don't know. But Kent were bowled out for 180, and I remember early on James Pattinson went bang bang Eddie bang, because Sean Dixon LBW Pattinson naught.
He looked unplayable early on, didn't he, with that pink ball?
Here is Boyan in again, rather Jazz Singh in again. It's pushed to point. So Sean Dixon LBW Pattinson naught, Joe Denley LBW Pattinson naught, Sam Northeast caught Mulaney ball Pattinson naught. So 6 for 3, and at that stage Kent thought you can stuff your pink ball, we're not playing anymore. They went on to get 180, and James Pattinson actually didn't get any more wickets. He finished with 3 for 30, and it was at the end of that match actually when Matt Walker confided in me when I had a bit of a chat, an official chat, a media chat. Somebody moving? Yes, there's a steward moving, I think, in front of the or behind the arm. That he'd actually almost agreed terms with James Pattinson to come and play for Kent during that winter, or during the previous close season.
Oh, really?
But the fact that Darren Pattinson had played here at Trent Bridge sort of swayed it, and it did come down to Kent or Notts, but James Pattinson came here. So Matt Walker was a little bit reflective that we could have had this guy, and he had a 6 for 3. Next one is pushed into the offside. So Kent scored 180. Nottinghamshire made 371. Stephen Mulaney 168. Alex Hales, crikey, remember the time when Alex Hales played county championship cricket, made 85. 3 wickets for Matt Coles. Kent's second time around, 265 all out. And I don't know what knots were said. This one's pushed into the offside, but that was the end of the game. Doesn't even say what knots were set, so the last wicket must have gone down and they shook hands. So Notts had a lead of 191 on first innings. Kent 2, oh that's right, Kent 265. So Notts needed about 80, but then the rains came down, so it was match drawn. 105 without loss.
God, I remember very little about the game, apart from the fact that Adam Milne played for Kent in it.
So Mead leaving his crease to advance towards Jazz Singh, but yeah, that was the pink game, and I think it was pretty cold and chilly, and not many people were in the ground. But the year later, it was even colder, even chillier, even less people in the ground, and it was another draw, and it was a draw which saw Joe Clark finish the day for Worcestershire 170 not out here.
The one at Canterbury we had against Middlesex forever is etched in Kevin Hand's nightmares, because Grant Stewart swung the ball round corners and then bashed 100.
Oh, no doubt coming in the lower order.
Grant Stewart wishes we could play with a pink ball every week. As Matt Quinn continues from the Radcliffe Road end, that's another good full swinging delivery, just been turned away into the onside. A little bit of news, by the way, from the Kent camp ahead of the One Day Cup. Simon Cook will once again be the interim head coach for the competition, with Matt Walker coaching in the 100. Joe Denley's going to captain the side again, having skipped the team to victory last year. Jack Leaning wasn't involved in the One Day Cup last year, but will be this time around. Michael Hogan won't be part of the playing squad for that tournament. He's moving up as an assistant coach for that. This one's defended back up the pitch, which I remember was one of the things that was mentioned actually when he signed for the club, Michael Hogan, that effectively he becomes the bowling coach in Simon Cook's place. coaching staff as well as players off to the 100.
And where do you start? Where's the first match?
At Scarborough. That's Yorkshire. Next Tuesday. So this one's turned away into the onside for a single. Behind square on the offside. They're not going to come back for 2.
Tuesday, did you say?
Yeah, Tuesday.
Not going to start till Thursday at Chelmsford.
And they've obviously got the game on Sunday, the national county
yep.
match at West Herts Cricket Club against Hertfordshire.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I'm right in saying it's Tuesday. And then after that, Sunday against Leicestershire at Beckenham. Quinn smashed away, cut shot from Hamid. Classy stroke. Away over the rope and into the hover cover.
Yeah, don't hit that hover cover too hard. We don't want to break it anymore.
It's alright, it's the padded bit. It's the fleshy bit of the hover cover. So Hamid moves to 37 and is starting to settle into his innings a little bit more. 110 without loss, 144 the lead. Nottinghamshire playing themselves into a good position in the match now as Quinn bowls outside the off stump, left alone.
I suppose the other side of this, to give Kent and their supporters encouragement, is it looks extremely difficult to take wickets on here still.
It still looks good to bat on, doesn't it?
Yeah. Need Ben Compton to stick around tomorrow and support from the top order.
Quinn bowls, left alone outside the off stump. The opportunity arises for Nottinghamshire is if they can take early wickets, if they could get whatever score and give themselves enough time to take 10 wickets, we know that the last 3-4 will likely fall pretty quickly, having seen what the Kent tail did today. So if you can get wickets with a new ball up top, then you put a lot of pressure on the middle order when they know what's to come with that quite long tail that Kent have got.
Yeah. Once the side has effectively shown their hand, look, we're just batting for a draw. That's, as you say, can pile on even more pressure as Jazz Singh continues bowling round the wicket to Slater. Don't think he liked the sound of that one off the bat. He liked the end result less so as he hit it straight back to the bowler. Did a bit of a hand off the bat handle gesture and signalled as if to suggest he didn't time that one at all well, but he's hit the ball pretty hard. He's had 1 or 2 fly off the edge for 4s, but he's caressed a few through that extra cover boundary very, very sweetly indeed, and he cuts this one. No, he doesn't. I was looking for it, racing down towards deep third, but it trickled past the stumps through to Finch. .110 without loss. Finch with 73 was the top scorer in Kent's first innings score of 316 all out, as Slater just continues just to almost pick it off at will. Forward onto Nelson, but the lead at 34 to it. It's 145. Slater onto 71. Seeing bowls and absolutely slapped away through extra cover for 4 by Hamid. Those of you watching the live stream will have seen that, but I think the best effect would have been those of you that are just listening to us will have heard a resounding smack of willow on leather, and maybe just the dull thud as the ball clattered into those advertising boards at the base of the Smith Cooper stand. It gave that a meaty wallop. Lead on to 41. Next delivery pushed up to mid-off. There's no run. Still 10 overs to go. Good light here, Aaron, so hopeful of getting them all in, and Notts building a strong position for themselves. Second time around, they're 115 without loss. That's an overall lead of 149, and Ben Slater has been waiting all season so far to get 100. Well, he got one in the first innings. He might get one in the second. He's 71 not out, playing beautifully here, and Asiba Mead with him, his opening partner, is 41 not out. So, as I say, they're building that advantage with every passing delivery here. They lead by 149. Earlier in the day, Kent in their first innings were eventually bowled out for 316. The leg spinner Calvin Harrison with 4 of the wickets. So Notts with that first innings advantage of 34. They've stretched that now to 149 at 115 without loss. Well, whatever I say, Aaron, it tends to turn into a bit of a jinx or what have you. But it's typical, isn't it? You know, you go all season waiting for a ton, and played beautifully in the first innings and got one, and it's not put a lot wrong in the second innings either. He's on 71. Just get through to the close tonight, do the job tomorrow, and then hand it over to the bowlers. 115 without loss. We're going to get a bowling change, but Jack Leaning's not going to bring himself on. He's going to turn back to, I suppose, what we could call the spearhead of the attack, Arshdeep Singh, certainly in terms of experience, and also the only left-arm quick playing in the match.
Yeah, certainly in terms of international pedigree.
Yep.
The overseas, the man they're going to for a late burst before stumps. Into Slater, miles wide of the off stump. No need to play at that.
Oh, he's running back. He's running back to his mark. That's what I mean about showing the umpire that you're trying to get on with things.
Purpose.
Was he told to do that, do you think, or
jogging? He's got a long run up him, Italy. Hurrying in once more. Again, a long way wide of the off stump.
That Hamid slap for 4 in the last over while you were doing your update, it couldn't have sounded any sweeter, could it?
Yeah, use the words batting clinic from this Notts opening pair at the moment. Doing the perfect job. Glorious sunshine. Flicked away down towards fine leg for a single by Slater. Apparently it's raining in Kent.
Is it? All of Kent?
Well,
It's a big county, isn't it, really?
Italy, our evening presenter Dominic King comes from one side of the county to the other to present his show, so he'll have seen a decent amount of it. So it may well be raining him a lot of it.
It's a shame a lot of those places that they used to play cricket, or used to play county cricket, no longer can see the county play in there, as this is, beg your pardon, is it your over?
Yeah, that's alright, he's cut this one away for a single down towards deep point. Low sunshine at the moment for those fielders to contend with out at third man and deep point.
Never been to Margate.
The cricket ground there.
Don't think I've ever been to Margate. The nearest I've been to Margate is watching Only Fools and Horses, the special where they went. Can you remember that? Jolly Boys outing?
Possibly. I've been to the football ground in Margate. Here comes Arshdeep. Short ball which Slater tucks underneath and then was off balance and takes a little jog to square leg to get back in an upright position.
I realise I'm diving in head first here and I'm going to get blank looks from you, but the football club in Margate, did it not used to be owned by Buster Bloodvessel? Yeah, I thought I was going to get that sort of look. Lead singer with Bad Manners in the 80s.
I don't know, but at the minute Margate has a connection with the Libertines. The,
All right, is that Pete Doherty?
As Arshdeep Singh bowls, and so I think, who is it that's one of the band from that sort of way? And yeah, the sponsor on the shirt is the Libertines, and they're very funky kids. Let me just get an image.
Buster Blood Vessel, that's where you want to be going. Pretty sure it was Margate. Well, I'm guessing it was Margate.
Yeah,
Joey Everson back into the attack. What are you showing, man? What are you showing?
Look at these.
This is great radio, me looking at Ben's laptop. Oh, crikey. So which is the first team one?
The blue one is the first team one, and then the pink one was the away, and I think those were the two goalkeeper kits. But
oh, right.
Just to
great radio.
I don't know how you try and describe these,
No.
but they're a little bit like
mottled.
Somebody's taken some spray paint to like a 4-year-old's taken some spray paint to a wall and just graffitied in all different directions. But they do look pretty cool, actually.
Look them up for yourself, folks. Margate.
Yeah, Margate
Football
FC,
Club.
Libertines kids. They're very colourful indeed.
And let me know if it was Buster Blood Vessel. The look Ben gave me was priceless. Slater has 73. Still got 9 overs to go. Jazz Singh, 6 overs, none for 30. Bowls now, and ooh, Slater playing a loose one there. Minimal foot movement away from his body.
Says while living in Margate, he was a regular. At was one point on the board of directors. Buster Blood Vessel.
That's him for Margate.
Yeah, he was.
There we are.
I think he maybe even sponsored the team at one point as well.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Handsome young man.
You were correct.
Handsome young man, Buster. 118 without loss. Next ball is defended by Ben Slater.
Stumped on Twitter saying yes, he was indeed involved with Margate, Buster.
That's not anything that's crossed my mind, I guess, for 40 years, but it was there somewhere, wasn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. You
Buster
dug that out of the archive.
What did they do? The can. Is it the can? Yeah, it's the can. Anyway, next ball is run down to third man. 119 without loss.
I knew what you meant when you said can, but I'm glad you hummed it anyway.
I think the other one was, the other hit was called Lip Up Fatty. There you go.
Okay.
Lip Up Fatty. I would say it was a misspent youth. It's been a misspent life that I've led. Head full of nonsense. Utter gibberish.
Works well on the radio.
What languages do you speak, Brace Girdle? Gibberish.
Helps fill the time.
Jack Leaning is getting himself ready.
Yeah, it's about time, to be honest.
Hamid has 42. He's been ready for a while. Can he drive this away? He's hit it to mid-on and there's no run.
Seeming to work at the moment, so yeah. A few overs of spin before the close. See if Leaning can create anything. A little bit of rough to work with, perhaps. If he were to bowl from this end, the Radcliffe Road end of the ground, to the left-handed Slater.
Tease with me. Dave Buster owned a hotel in Moorgate called Fatty Towers.
Oh, there you go.
Next ball is pulled away by Hamid. It's a long leg, gets a single, 120 without loss. Hamid on to 43. Lead is 154. Thanks for that, T. 120 opening partnership. It's a serious contribution from this pair in this second innings. A lead of 34. They suddenly found themselves 10 for 2 or 30 for 3. Could have been nervy time. But Slater just continues merrily on his way. Another run there. He's got 3/4 of a century now. 75 to his name. 121 without loss. And poor old Jazz Singh, 7 overs, no maidens, none for 33. Arshdeep Singh, 8 overs, none for 37. Are we going to get some spin at this end? Yep, the captain's peeled off his cap and leaning, as he did in the first innings, going to bowl from this Radcliffe Road end. 3 overs, none for 15 in the first innings. He served up some nice fruity pies to begin with in that first innings effort. Slater's on the strike. I don't think he'll hold back if there's a ball coming out of the air. What are you going to get here, Ben?
Well, hopefully less full tosses than in the first innings. Here he comes. This one pushed away out into the point area.
Did that just offer to turn a little bit? It might have done.
He's just aiming for a little bit of rough outside the left-hander's off stump. Back he goes. Cuts this one away. Out to Arshdeep in the deep. So Arshdeep are 1 over that spell. Is that right? I think he only did come on very briefly indeed before Leaning decided actually. I'm going to bowl some spin from this end. Oh, that may be turned as well to Hamid and then drops away into the onside. Get the shin pads on. Short leg time. Leading bowls again. Cutting away Hamid. Straight to a backward point fielder. Leaning once more. Better control this time. More characteristic. The sort of stuff you normally see from Jack Leaning. This one cut away for a single.
Cameraman Aaron, again appreciate it's not good radio, this is just between myself and Ben. I sent a photo in of one of these flying bugs that's just landed on his camera, and that is what came and landed on my bit of paper before flying off, Aaron.
That's a big beast. Wow. Cut away once more to the backward point fielder, so a couple of runs off the over from Leaning. 1, 2, 3 for naught.
Size of a Vulcan. 123 for none. Is a lead of 157. So pleased they put that on the board here at Trent Bridge. Saves us doing the sums.
I only just realised that they've been putting the partnerships up all day.
All match,
yeah,
all year,
all yeah.
Decade, all since it was built.
It wasn't until the final 50 stand of the Kent innings that I realised that it was up there. Oh, okay, Arshdeep's going to change ends and finish up, presumably, from the pavilion end of the ground as Leaning continues from the Radcliffe Road end. So
the flying bug meant we didn't really comment on Jack Leaning's over. It was pretty decent. He went for 2
right,
singles and he got a bit of turn. So food for thought there. 7 overs remain. Nottinghamshire 123 without loss, leading by 157. I did think maybe 20 minutes, half an hour ago, the lead might be 200 by tonight. I think they'll play for the close if they can. There's a bouncer high over the head of Hamid, called a no ball.
Yeah, surely too high. Speaking of swatting flying ants.
Yeah, that's what the umpire says. So Arshdeep can start this over again. The lead is 159. 125 without loss.
Looks like it might be Surrey against Essex then in the title race.
Arshdeep again. Round the wicket. Oh, another bouncer. Ducked underneath by Hamid, but he had to go quite a long way down. This won't be a bouncer. I think we've lost a good proportion of the crowd that were here today. Headed off home to enjoy their Thursday nights.
Don't blame them in fairness,
No.
although it's a glorious day if you have stuck around
Yeah.
to watch the remainder of this day's play.
Deep round the wicket, bowls. Nameed will pull this onto the leg side, going to get a single, hit it quite crisply. Who's that fielding out there in the deep? Is that...
I think it was Blake. Possibly.
Yes, it is, good spot. Single, 126, means the lead is 160. And they'll swap over for Ben Slater. We've enjoyed the coverage today, many thanks. Thanks to Kirsty and Aaron. Jono up there all day on the on top of the pavilion. Have you seen him, Ben, up there by the clock on top of the pavilion? No, the far end. That's the pavilion. With the camera, he'll have a good view of Arshdeep. Dropping this short, pulled away on the leg side by Slater, and it's nicely fielded. Single taken. Can you see him right up there? Give us a wave, Jono. Give us a wave. There we go.
Hey.
Won't get me up there for all the tea in China.
Lovely clock at the far end of the ground. The flagpole's completely limp.
Yeah, you can't see the clock as clearly as they used to. Obviously that gantry now on top there just obscures the view a little bit.
Well, the Kent flag now just blowing a little bit in a very gentle breeze.
Arshdeep round the wicket to Seabermead, all down the leg side, 4 byes. That's harsh on wicket-keeper Finch, who lays flat on his back. Penny for your thoughts, Harry.
He's not happy.
What do you expect me to do? What do you expect me to do, Skip?
What was I supposed to do?
Have a word with him.
Well, Arshdeep's clearly decided that he's trying to bang everything in, and that one was just a little chucked down the leg side as he's...
Well, it almost seems to be alternating as well between round the wicket and over the wicket.
Yeah, he's pretty comfortable doing both.
I mean, he didn't have to play that, and the total was boosted by 4 runs, 131 without loss. Lead is 165. Might get up to 200 yet. Next ball is edge caught by Finch. Hameed goes. Arshdeep Singh celebrates, and there's the breakthrough. 131 on the board. A flash of the Hameed bat, and the excellent glove work from Harry Finch means that the partnership has been broken. Knots 131 for 1.
Good catch that from Harry Finch. I think he might have forgotten about those byes the ball before. And Arshdeep, credit to him, this is the sort of wholehearted effort that we've seen from him. That's all you can ask for from your overseas player, really, to run in and give everything for the team. And he's come in and hit the pitch hard in this last over. And a flashing edge from Hameed, brilliantly caught one-handed by Harry Finch away to his right to get finally the breakthrough for Kent. 131, a fantastic opening stand between Slater and Hameed. Hameed goes for 45. The lead though 165. They've given their team, the opening pair, the perfect platform to go and set a challenging and a tantalising total.
Wouldn't be human nature if Seabermead wasn't thinking, God, first one I've flashed at and nicked, and it's gone to the keeper, whereas Ben at the other end he's been a little bit lucky, hasn't he, in that he's flashed at a couple that have gone through the slips, and one went over the top of the slips. Sometimes he'll know that some days it's your day and some days it isn't, but that's the first time it's really gone hard and any sort of an edge on it. It's a really good catch from Finch, who's had a very, very impressive game all round. And there's the partnership. No night watchman. We've got 6 overs and 1 ball to go in the day, and it's Will Young who's chosen to go out there at number 3 round about this stage of the day. That's 10 to ask the incoming batter. Wouldn't have been at all surprised had Brett Hutton gone out there, but Will Young has said, no, I fancy a bit of this. Here is Arshdeep to bowl to the Kiwi, and straight away, well, I say straight away, I think the umpire is going to tap his knee and signal a leg bye. Yeah, just ran away on the leg side, but it is a leg bye. 132 for 1. I think they've pulled the stumps out at the Oval, where Australia closed on 61 for 1, so that was a fairly full and frank first day of the final test. England 283, Australia 61 for 1. Just a quick reminder in Division 1 the results: Essex have defeated Hampshire, Surrey have defeated Somerset, and Middlesex have defeated Warwickshire. They're playing here, they're still playing at Old Trafford, where Lancashire now 483 for 7. That's a lead of 141 over Northants.
Leaning with a bit of turn to the new bat, Will Young, going back in his crease, angling it down into the gully. I'd like to see a bat pad personally under the helmet, but trying to not waste any time. This is good work from Finch behind the stumps, grabbing that ball with his left hand.
They're racing back, aren't they?
Well, he was quick there, yeah. They're trying to get through this quickly. That's why they're not taking time to put anyone padded up. Goes for a little paddle shot here, Will Young. Playing with the spin and gets 4 runs as well. Jack Leaning annoyed that he's been hit for a boundary.
Just quickly, Division 2, no play today at Scarborough between Yorkshire and Durham. They finished for the day at Cheltenham, day 2. Gloucestershire 212 for 4, replying to Worcestershire's 406, and they're still playing at Derby. Derby 77 without loss, following on, still 126 behind Glamorgan.
Slight fielding change with Compton coming out a short, fine leg. Leaning tosses this one up, almost Yorker length in the end, and it's been jammed away into the offside. Perfect kind of conclusion to the day for Kent would be to sneak out Ben Slater, maybe Leaning to get him with one that turns away from the left-hander's outside edge. They've got to slip in for that scenario. Oh, he's nicked it as well.
Yeah.
Down towards third man for 4. When it's your day, Ben Slater, and it is. Everything coming off the back. Landing safe and away for 4. 81 he moves to.
Simon Trafford says Archdeep bowled the short ball to a Mead from a long way behind the popping crease. Thank you, Simon.
Interesting. Certainly bent his back at Archdeep as Slater forward in defence, ending the over. Kent really rushing round to try and get this over rate down.
Yes, you don't want to get caught out, do you, over the course of 2 innings with a negative over rate. Could rack up tomorrow morning -3 and it rains all day. Don't think it's...
I was going to say, are we meant to?
No, I don't know. I don't think so. But you know, it can happen. Notts got caught out like that at Lord's last year. Lost some points with unexpected last day rain. 141 for 1. 5 overs left. Archdeep Singh round the wicket. Ball to Will Young short, and Young mistimes his pull. Will get a single, dragging it onto the leg side. Young onto 5. Slater back on strike on 81. If it was a 50 over game, Slater sure would be eyeing up 19 runs in 5 overs that remain, all but 1 delivery.
Just looking at the forecast for next week, looks damp. I'm meant to be camping. That's not good.
Why?
I know. Well,
Nobody voluntarily goes camping. Slater's on 81. Bouncer over his left shoulder through to the keeper. Why are you going camping?
Well,
Dib, dib, dib.
good question when the forecast is looking like that, but there we go.
But why are you going camping?
Oh, get away. Get away with the family, which is going to be interesting, with a 6-month-old.
Hotel's fully booked.
Cheaper.
I'll stop at home then if that's the factor. It's even cheaper. Archdeep round the wicket. Bowls to Slate. Oh, that's too high, surely. Yeah, another no ball. Another no ball. 144 for 1. I wonder if he bowled that from behind the crease, but he certainly banged it in too short. The lead is 178. And that's not going to help the over 8.
No, it's not. Got to bowl that ball again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jack Leaning's actually taken himself out of slippies at mid-wicket. You can just see that he's frustrated. Working hard to get this over 8 down.
It's a great thing, body language, isn't it? Slater's on 81. Archdeep bowls to him and he'll just deflect this almost off his bat handle for a single. Moved to 82, 145 for one. The lead is 179.
Yeah, obviously certain individuals hide their body language better than others, don't they?
Umpires are getting together for a chat. What's that about? He's surely not walked over to say how many balls left in the over, because that's large on both screens. Don't think anybody's been, well, I've no idea. I was going to say I don't think anybody's been lippy, but just, I don't know. Mid-over chat. Where did you say we're going tonight? Archdeep bowls nice from Young, but it's picked out. Man in the covers. 145 for one. Quite possibly, no research gone into this statement, but quite possibly the two most senior umpires on the circuit right now, Neil Mallender and Peter Hartley. Lost a lot of good umpires over the last few years, having to retire, the likes of Gunnar Gould and Nick Cook. Get to the age cut-off. Next delivery is slammed away by Young, partially stopped by Albert in the gully, and they'll take a single. 146 for one. The lead is 180. 180. Yeah, it's a shame, that is it. Don't know what the
So
cut-off.
what is the age cut-off?
I was going to say, is it 65, 66? I'm not sure, but it's a shame. It's a shame. If this should be. Well, I don't know. It's just a shame that I know one or two of them have sort of been forced to retire against their will.
Oh, I just feel like it doesn't need to be a
No.
cut-off if they want to carry on. And they're still doing a good job.
Slater's on 82 down the leg side. Whether he got a tickle on it or not is a moot point, because it bounced a couple of times before reaching Finch anyway, and it's the end of the over. 146 for one. We've got 4 overs left. Kent scuttling around to get into position, and Jack Leaning is all ready with ball in hand, ready to go.
No sign of any movement on the over 8 scenario. Still says -3 up on the screen.
They tend to address those after close of play and in the sessions, when the umpires can speak directly to the scorers.
Leading bowls. It's gone all the way for 4.
Almost kicked for 4.
I must admit I didn't see, because I was trying to squash one of those flying insects.
Oh. Yes, it was worked off his hip and away onto the leg side, and the fielder out there ended up trying to stop it with his boot and kicked it for 4.
Leaning then to Young on 11, cuts this one away for a single into the offside.
Archdeep Singh showing
50
his,
coming up for Notts with that boundary.
He's not going to get a big money Premier League move for his footballing skills.
Around the wicket Leaning. Slater pushing square. Out to Archdeep. Another run. 6 off the over. 3 balls to go. Again, trying to get through some overs quick here. Close out the day. Leaning bowls. Cut away once more by Young. Work to do for Everson in the deep. Just 1 run will be taken though. Get some of the test match players watching these 3 overs. This is what can be done if you actually have some purpose about moving around in the field, trying to get through some overs. Oh.
Yes, I'm guessing we've got Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley sat watching in the England dressing room at the Oval. Good evening, gents.
Jack Leaning bowling. A bit of turn and left alone. No stroke.
You'd like to think so, wouldn't you?
Slater offering the pad.
Stewart, of course, still broad.
Once more. Tossed up. They'll push run out towards point. Scampering between the wickets. Slater moves to 84, end of the over. 154 for 1, 188 the lead.
Good over here, and he can smell that century, can't he? Don't think it'll happen, but if he got 3 boundaries away in this over,
4 and over, good
on
run
the brink,
rate.
wouldn't he?
Looks like Archdeep is going to be replaced by Alex Blake.
Oh,
double spin.
So he bats left-hand, he bowls right arm, doesn't he, Alex Blake? And he comes from the pavilion end, bowls decent enough. Slater works it up to mid-on, there's no run. 54 for one, the lead 188. Racing to get through these overs. Quick as a flash, next delivery is tossed up there and steered into the offside by Ben Slater. 84 not out. Having reached an even 100 in the first innings, he faces Blake now and will get another run. Just driving it out into the offside. .155 for one brings Will Young back onto strike. Scored 13 from 11 balls faced. Comes down the track and takes the aerial route over mid-wicket, and it's gone all the way for 6. That was a nice clean pick-up, a real show of intent from Will Young there, and he's deposited that way over the rope at mid-wicket, and it's rolled all the way up to the railing. Stopped just the other side of the railing in front of the Larwood and Vos. So another boost to the total. 161 for one, and Knott's lead goes up to 195. Next ball sees Young go again, this time down the ground. Again he's got underneath that, and again he's hit it for 6. Back-to-back boundaries, the lead over 200. Punishing over this for Nottinghamshire. Inflicting real damage on Ken. It's not doing anything for the over rate as well, because that's another one that's got to be fetched from a long way away. Now the umpire is inspecting the ball, and Alex Blake, 5 overs, I beg your pardon, 5 balls have gone for 13 runs. Here he comes again, and bowls to Young down the leg side, and a lap sweep. Don't think there's enough on it to go all the way for 4. They've run a couple as Geddes does the fielding. So 15 from the over, 169 for one, the lead 203. Young on to 27 from just 14 balls faced, just showing a different side to his character and personality, and indeed batsmanship. Slater is 85. 169 for one. So there are 2 overs left. Jack leaning, waiting to bowl the first, and he comes to Slater. Little push, and Young's come all the way down, and he's got to get back, and in comes the shy. And now, well, they won't take the overthrow. It was potentially there, but everybody's apologising to everybody. But Will Young, very, very nearly overcommitted there. He was halfway down and stranded. Damage done in the end. Now they will have a safe single as Slater turns it away onto the leg side. So this morning Kent resumed on 102 for 2. Ben Geddes out for 36 in the morning session. Jack leaning out for 38 just before lunch. It's 184 for 4 at lunch and in the afternoon. Blake fell for 30. Harry Finch for a top score of 73 as Young punch this onto the onside, where 4 fielders are now out on the rope. Single taken, 170 for 1. Joey Everson made 49, Matt Quinn 9. This one turns, goes through to Finch. Arshdeep Singh out for 5. Last out was Arafat Boyan without scoring. Jazz Singh 7 not out. Kent 316 all out. Calvin Harrison 4 for 28. Slater defends. So Notts resumed their second innings, or began their second innings, with a lead of 34. Ben Slater and Asiba Mead putting a century on. There's leaning bowls, and this has gone through to Finch. Takes it nicely, whips off a bail for good measure, end of the over. 1 over left, 171 for 1. That opening partnership was broken only recently. Asiba Mead out for 45, caught behind from the bowling of Arshdeep Singh. Ben Slater still there on 86. Will Young showing real positive intent. His 28 not out from 15 balls, and with 1 over to go, it's 171 for 1, and that lead is 205.
Yeah, completely lost the ball as he smacked it over mid-wicket for 6. The straight drive was a beautiful shot, though. Kent have got players out on the boundary all over the place as Blake fires it in quicker, and Young just steers it back to the bowler. I suspect that he might be grateful enough just to bat things out for the day. Can't imagine he'll be playing any big shots here. Hit it hard along the ground, and still for 4 runs perhaps, but well fielded by a sliding Matt Quinn, although he may have done himself a little injury there. Getting up very gingerly.
Oh.
Trying to run it off. Little sore hamstring perhaps. Leaning's just hurrying in to come field at slip for left-handed Slater. As Blake is easily nudged away into the onside for a single. Yeah, just a little tweak there, I think, perhaps for Matt Quinn as he was sliding to do that bit of fielding on the boundary.
We'll remember that for tomorrow morning. Case is not good to go.
Blake in. Cut away by Young. Again, he's going to get a couple at least for this. Quinn moving okay as he went to do the fielding there. 175 for 1 knots. 2 balls to go in the day's play.
Toby Albert's just said to him, do you want to swap positions? And he shook his head, said, no, I'm all right.
Driven away by Young up towards mid-off. 1 run for him. He'll come back in the morning. And the way it's going, Notts could probably bat for an hour tomorrow and have the rest of the day to try and bowl Kent out. The fact that they've got a 210 run lead already.
Won this session, haven't they?
This session might have won them the match. Come close of play tomorrow. That one defended away by Ben Slater. If they are going to get a positive result in this game or even win this game, Nottinghamshire, Ben Slater will be a man that they'll have to thank. 100 in the first innings, a brilliant 87 not out so far in the second innings. 32, a cameo from Will Young after the wicket of Hasib Hamid. Nottinghamshire 176 for 1 at the close on day 3.
Thank you, Ben. I've just gone through the card for everybody. The only thing I didn't say really, Ben Slate 87 not out, Will Young 32 not out. He's got there quickly from 19 balls. Thanks everybody, thanks to production team, Kirsty and Aaron and Jono's been up there with the camera all day. Really appreciated, folks. Those of you that were watching the live stream, if you continue to watch the pictures as Ben Slater and Will Young are applauded off, if you continue to watch the pictures, just as soon as the media team and the camera crew down there can get somebody from the Notts side to interview, you'll hear the first reaction. Nice to see all the Notts team out on the balcony applauding Slater and Young in there at the end of the day. But continue watching the live stream if you want to get the first reaction. We didn't lose any time at all today. We did go off 2 balls early for lunch, but of course we made that up, so we've got the 104 overs in. And it's been a long old day, an enjoyable day. Many thanks for your company. Thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch. Huge thanks to Carl van Vollenhoven and to Ben Watts. And it's me, Dave Bracegirdler, wishing you all a very good Thursday evening, and hope you'll join us again tomorrow morning for day 4 of Nottinghamshire against Kent.
Well, Calvin, 4 for 28, not a bad way to celebrate your new contract.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it was a nice little sort of end to that that innings for us to sort of clean it off and get that last point as well, which was obviously important for us to get. Yeah, it was a nice way to end that.
You were sort of helicoptered in towards that end of the afternoon session. I suppose in a way it worked a treat, and I suppose it was a great tactical decision from the skipper to keep you until that latter stage.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a debate because the conditions were suggesting obviously to keep bowling seam, and the guys had obviously worked hard through the morning and the first sort of couple of sessions, obviously with Fletcher down as well, so the guys had a fair few overs under the belt. So yeah, it was a nice time for me to come on, and yeah, thankfully it worked out nicely for us.
Of course, Dane took a couple of wickets just before your little flurry of 3, and before that flurry of wickets, the game kind of felt like it was coming to a standstill a little bit. So that complete change in direction has sort of changed the dynamics of the match, I suppose.
Yeah, like we worked hard obviously through, like I say, through those first couple of sessions, and the seamers, bowled nicely and in patches didn't get reward for some of the bowling on display, and Dane there obviously was obviously crucial couple of wickets at the end, and he'd gone sort of 20 odd without getting the reward probably that he could have had, and then picked up a couple at the end. So it's a game that has shifted probably nicely in our favour now, and set up well for us to go and have a good day tomorrow and hopefully pick up a win.
2 more wickets for Brett Hutton today as well. That takes him to the top of the wicket-taking charts in the county championship this season. Unbelievable year he's having so far. How does it feel to be bowling alongside a man in that kind of form?
Yeah, it's great. He's done well, obviously consistently through the whole season, and all the conditions that we've come up against, he's been able to find ways to take wickets, and that obviously shows his skill that he's got to be able to make things happen with the ball whenever, at whatever stage of the game. So he's been top class, and he's been rewarded with obviously however close to 50 he's on at the moment.
And Ben Slater as well, he's come out and sort of followed on from his first innings, I suppose. He finished on 80 odd today, and he's approaching 200 for the match. It feels like a very important strong performance from the top end of the batting order, which sort of helps to round up this performance so far, and it's a great performance from him today.
100%, yeah, he's batted beautifully obviously in both innings, and hopefully he can have another good morning tomorrow and carry on what he's been doing so well this game, and yeah, exactly, and obviously another lovely knock from Tom as well in the first innings to kind of round off kind of the full innings. Obviously we would have probably liked to have held in there a little bit longer in the bottom order, and probably got a few more runs, but I think we've the top order have done a great job, and hopefully they can carry on and sort of finish it off to set up a nice little total for us to bowl at tomorrow.
And those back-to-back sixes from Will Young sort of set the tone at the end of this day, starting to really tee off and try and get those runs in as quick as possible. I suppose that's setting a really good tone for tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. We went out with the plan to just be just proactive and positive, not looking to be reckless or anything. But if the opportunity is there to score, he's obviously a top player of spin and in general anyway. But that sort of saw his moment there to make a quick impact on the game, and it worked out beautifully. And he's been top class for us, and set it up nicely.
Thanks, Calvin.
Thank you.